Offensively, they couldn't really get the run game going, but they couldn't really stick to the run because they couldn't stay on the freaking field.
Mm-hmm.
They were 2 of 8 on third down. Their first, their
They put
first
themselves in bad
possessions.
positions as well. That first one was third and super long.
Well, because Jaden, his first ever play from scrimmage, he threw the ball backwards for a 15-yard loss. That's nerves, dude. You could say a million things. That's nothing but nerves.
Yeah.
And that's not always going to happen. I think their offense was completely reliant on Jaden Daniels running around. I don't think that's the plan. They certainly want to use his legs, but not to be completely reliant on a rookie quarterback running 16 times.
It may not be the plan, but if a guy has that capability, sometimes he's going to be able to do that. We saw LeBar do the exact same thing in the first game. And I not just like me, I would caution people to where, yes, the secondary looked horrible. I heard you saying that. The defensive pass rush was basically non-existent.
And when they almost had Baker, get him down.
Yeah, for the most part, we said throughout all season, if you go through this year and you find yourself you have a quarterback, that's a plus. That's success.
Totally.
I think you have a quarterback. And it's one game, but I got to see some more. But I think still, based off of what I've seen thus far, I think you have a quarterback. But it's week 1.
It's too early to know.
It's week 1. I'm not finna get rid of the whole damn football team because you can't get rid of the whole football team.
Are people really saying that?
Hell yeah. Everybody I talked to on the airplane this morning, everybody I talked to after the game last night.
You know what I said on NBC4 last night? Like, if anybody wants to draw, I mean, if you want to get rid of everybody, what the hell did you think was going to happen? And frankly, maybe some people got out over their skis with expectations. And I'll say, like, including people in the media, my record prediction has been 7-10 all year. I never thought they were going to the playoffs. I never thought they were.
I don't think anybody on the show said anything about playoffs, but I think the ultimate thing is we get one piece and we instantly in this area start thinking about major things. It's nobody's fault but ourselves if we're going to start thinking about playoffs and being double-digit wins and all that type of stuff. But I truly feel like there were some things good in the game, some. There was a lot of things bad, but the things that were bad have been bad. And I believe, just like you stated about the pass play with Quan and Mikey, you can see them talking, but if they were a little bit more matured in this game, they don't try to have Quan drop all the way down and Mikey run all the way back when you could just pass off the assignment. So
some of the stuff you can easily explain where it went sideways.
Yeah.
Some of the other stuff you can't, and it's just like,
but
you got beat because the other guys are better.
We go into this thing with the secondary forever, and I keep going back to the same thing. Get more pass rush up the middle, and you can affect that team, any team you're playing against.
I think you'd like to.
And
get
I've said
more
that
from
for 4 or
Allen
5
Payne
years. I've said that
night.
for 4 or 5 years.
I mean,
and I think the ultimate thing is you can have the exact same people on the field with a different pass rush, and I promise you they'll play better.
But my point is, the pass rush ain't coming this year. Like, you're not going to.
It could.
You're not going to remedy that this season.
It could. But then again, you got 3 guys on the team that did not play 1 second of preseason. So there's some like people like to just look at position and where someone was drafted and instantly look at that's the way that they're going to play. You have to play football to get ready for football. And you also have to get out there and you got to come together and have a chemistry. The chemistry is not there. Look, practice is practice. You don't really build a great chemistry till you get in the game going completely full speed against somebody that's trying to knock your ass off.
Sure.
So that stuff can grow in a matter of 2 to 3 weeks. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't expect them to play as bad as they did last night again.
You better hope not.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I disagree on that one, right? Like, I think there could be other blowouts. I think this secondary is a problem.
The blowouts could come in different phases. It may not just be on the secondary. It may be something else. But what I'm saying is,
like, when they go to Monday night against Cincy in a couple weeks, and Chase is back playing, and Higgins is back playing, like that gives me some pause.
It just like seemed like things were not in tune.
Who's that on then? Because I understand.
I think it's on everybody. It goes from the rules now where everybody doesn't play their stars in preseason for the most part. And then what you're looking at now is, oh, we got a 3-game preseason, but you know what preseason is really? The first 3 weeks of the season where a lot of people come in. And yes, some teams play better like Tampa did. Why? Tampa has a veteran team led by guys that have already been there.
Yeah.
They return They returned.
They all came back to try to make a playoff.
How many people did we? What's the percentage of differences on this team right here? A whole new staff,
half.
whole new front office, and damn near 50-something% of new players.
I don't think, frankly, we should be surprised by the defensive performance. I think they were bad last year. I'm not sure they've done a lot to address it. Maybe over time that changes.
Mm-hmm.
I think where I was surprised is offensively. I think they're better than what they showed yesterday offensively. I think to make this thing function, the pass game has to be far more functional. But before people start flipping out about this, if you looked at yesterday across the whole NFL,
mm-hmm.
Jaden's passing numbers would probably be top 12. Like there weren't a lot of really strong passing performances yesterday.
Yeah.
And I think I asked Jaden in postgame, hey man, most things were at the line of scrimmage. Was that by design or was that what Tampa gave you? And he said, we just tried to stay patient. Tampa was cutting off everything deep. I do think eventually you need to stretch the field a bit. But I think if Jaden doesn't just miss Terry McLaurin on the first play of the third quarter,
yep,
it was a lot of almost.
Terry is well over 237, 40 yards passing.
Not even the yardage, just what it would do defensively. Yeah. They're like, all right, they can't get over the top.
But I also think it changes the whole mindset, and that's the thing about it, where one pass hit here or there would change the whole mindset of what happened yesterday offensively. I think we have to look at it in a sense where it was still his first time going full go with everybody. And everybody out there basically, first time they all went full go with everybody else together too. I didn't expect him or Caleb to step out there and just tear the league up. He looked better than Caleb.
Of the rookie quarterbacks that started yesterday, Jaden had the best performance.
Yes.
Bo Nix was terrible. Bo Nix threw. I also think, and Tischler and I had a disagreement on the podcast last night on this. I think it is underrated for a rookie quarterback to come out and not turn the ball over. Especially, I mean, he was under pressure pretty significantly. Of all the quarrels I got from yesterday's game, Jaden Daniels ain't very high on the list.
But they had 2 sacks and no turnovers.
Right.
I think
and he ran the ball 16 times.
I think you'll take that.
I mean, Caleb Williams was 14 of 29 for 93 yards, had another 15 on the ground. That's obviously the number 1 overall pick. Bo Nix, I mean, these numbers, you talk about at the line of scrimmage, 26 of 42 for $138 and 2 picks.
Mm-hmm.
Le'Veon, help me with the math. 138 divided by 26? What is the yards per completion on that?
50-something.
5, you mean?
Yeah, 5.
Like 5.3 yards. I mean, listen, Jaden, nothing was going downfield. I think we got to give that there's a lot of folks that want to jump to a lot of conclusions around Kingsbury and the lack of creativity in that offense. I think we got to give that a little bit of time. If you look at, I'm looking at this from True Media, that the Commanders were damn near middle of the pack, both in yards per attempt and in pre-snap motion. Mm-hmm. And I know those were things that carried some great concern. I mean, if you think about the Rams or Sean McVay's offense and all the motion they do,
they do a lot of motion.
Washington was a little bit higher on the yards per attempt and just a hair behind the LA on motion. So
but the whole thing with the motion, okay, if you line up straight and you have success, does it make a difference if you motion or not?
No, ultimately success is what matters, but there are predictive factors that more motion tends to lead to more success over the last 5-7
more
years.
Motion with a much more mature team and a much more experienced team. This is an offense that's being put together with a bunch of guys that hadn't played it. So I wouldn't expect them to move the ball move around as much as Sean McVay and his veteran-led team does.
Right, but the yards per target was still deeper. It's an interesting. I think some of the stuff people wanted to immediately jump on is not accurate. Some of it is. McLaurin primarily only lined up in one spot. They didn't move him around a lot. Terry didn't get a catch till the third quarter. None of the wide – dude, at midway through the third quarter, kind of when this was still a ball game, wide receivers had 3 catches.
Mm-hmm.
And it was Luke McCaffrey for 2 catches for 5 yards and Crowder for a catch.
Okay.
Like, the productivity in the pass game wasn't there. I do think Robinson and Eckler being heavily involved in the pass game, that's a real feature of this offense.
Yeah.
But you've got to supplement that with your wideouts. Maybe part of that is wideouts aren't getting
open. Does the coach have to supplement, or did the wideouts just have to beat the damn defensive backs? Because, like, we get into this argument about number one receiver, number two receiver, all that. If you're on the football field and you can't get open, then are you truly one? I'm just asking the question because I hear
he was sure as hell open on that deep shot.
He was on the deep shot and he threw it and he missed him. But you miss people. You don't hit every big play. Right. But what I'm trying to say is, you look at the offense, people want to knock the offense, but sometimes the guy just is not there to throw the ball to.
Yeah, I think Terry's got a long enough track record over a lot of bad quarterbacks of ability to make plays and get open. Elsewhere down, but dude, that goes back to my earlier point. Like, we knew secondary was going to be an issue. We knew edge rush was going to be an issue. We knew that this receiving core, after Terry had some real questions, voila, you know?
Yeah, but it's like, I think it's a little bit too early to really be going so gung-ho first game. I think Noah Brown, someone you're high on. He wasn't active yesterday, right. But what I saw running around the roster and stuff, how he was doing stuff, I think I have some hope in him. I saw a guy named Newton that was doing some stuff yesterday. I got some excitement level going for that. So you have guys coming along, and I think they're going to build and be a better team. Just that first game, it was a dud.
It was a dud.
You saw what you wanted to see from Jaden. Not all, but you saw a lot of what you wanted to see.
I think you saw
but
some.
It was a dud. And I think ultimately it's just that. A one-time thing. Keep moving.
Last year they started 2-0 and went 4-13. Let's not jump off any bridges at 0-1. Listen, for everybody that complains about the DC weather, go to Florida in the first weekend of September, and it's the hottest place on earth. I wish I had a mobile Crop Metcalf air conditioner with me. But we do know here in DC, the weather this time of year can be as unpredictable as ever. So be ready no matter what the temperature is with a $99 heating and cooling check from the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf. That's right. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf 5-star technician will check both your home's heating and cooling system and assure peace of mind today, no matter what the weather brings tomorrow. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com. Phone lines open at 11. Joe Theismann, birthday boy, joins us at 12:30. Nobody go anywhere.
This update presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Tampa Bay takes down the Commanders 37-20 in the season opener. Good day for Jaden Daniels, 184 through the air and 88 yards on the ground, 2 touchdowns. But Baker Mayfield was a little bit better. Quarterback Jaden Daniels on Sam Cosme's kind words.
Yeah, I mean, that speaks volume, especially from somebody that obviously did it at a high level. Got to his second contract, stuff like that. That's been playing at a high level. So for him to say that about me, that means a lot.
Monday Night Football features New York Jets versus San Francisco 49ers live here on the Fan at 7:30 p.m. Pirates beat the Nationals 7-3. Are you looking for the best seat in your house or office? Look no further than PVI Office Furniture. Visit their showroom in Frederick, Maryland for their Saturday special. Mention this ad to receive 15% off your in-store purchase. Browse their selection at PVI.com. Fast, excellent, affordable business grows with PVI. I'm Byron Kerr on the Fan.
B, I thought of one thing on the plane this morning. Shout out, dude. Did you see my setup on the plane this morning, by the way? That fella. So
you had
to make sure we could get in on time, I moved my seat up, which meant I left an aisle seat to take a middle seat at the front of the plane. So then I could just hustle off.
You had some 40 gut blockers.
Yeah, dude. This guy, I had half of my allocated space thanks to the fella on the aisle. And then in turn, the woman in the window was a small lady. And I kind of apologized. And she was like, it's okay. And so then I kind of took about a third of her allocated space. I was able to sleep though. I very rarely could sleep on planes. So that was great.
Before we left the gate, I think.
I did pretty good. Brian, there's something interesting. I think in a lot of ways, because we watched them practice against themselves for so long, that offensively, maybe we're a little over our skis with expectations because I don't know that this defense is any good. If you just base it on the numbers, they were the worst defense in football last year, and in the first game, they gave up 37 points. So, just the numbers would back it up. Maybe they'll improve. Who knows? But I think the best thing, honestly, the absolute best thing I saw yesterday, and I think there are nits to be picked. I think the offense gave a 6 out of 10 performance. I think a lot of people offensively want to be a lot better than what they showed yesterday.
I think it's a little more than that, but I think early was horrible.
Would you go to what?
Late got better. I go to 7.
Yeah,
I think late was much better.
The score was 37-13, and it was
but kind
of got to a preseason
sometimes we
game.
got to stop looking at the numbers when we say like you say it was 37-13. If it was 37-20, we still could write the same. From the point it was 37-30, if it was 37-20 at that point, we still could write the same story. But the ultimate thing is, were they moving the ball? Were they getting the ball down the field? They started it. And I think, and I know people go, well, Jade was running the ball. It's not ideal for him to run it, but he's going to run it if it's up in there.
I'd like to get this chin strap thing figured out. He says, yeah, my helmet pops off all the time. Let's fix that.
Well, right? He probably
it's not a great idea.
What I'm looking at, and it didn't look like the chin strap was unbuckled. It seemed like it was still buckled. It's just a looser helmet.
Even when he runs in the open field, his helmet kind of bobs around.
Get a tighter helmet. That's all he probably needs to do.
Well, let's get the helmet figured out. Yeah. I think that's DQ calls him in his office, says, listen, Jaden, we love you. Great play.
Hey, you got a 7 and a 5/8. We need to put a 7 and 1/4 on your head.
Let's figure that out.
Yeah.
That to me is all right, here's an issue. Let's address it, right? Like, the absolute best thing I saw, though, and to me, this is by a pretty wide margin. I thought Austin Eckler was impressive. I thought Eckler in pass pro was fantastic. I thought
on one, I think he got confused. He ran right past the linebacker. But I was thinking, I think he was more looking at a free release or felt that the center would step and get him, but the center was already engaged and he ran past and then he tried to stop.
Right.
And then I think it was one of the sacks, probably.
If you watched the way the receivers blocked and OZ got hit with a clip that was kind of junk, the guy
he didn't even touch the guy. He missed him.
Right. But if you watch those receivers block, the backs block, frankly, if you watch those receivers block, you know why Jahan Dotson's in Philly.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's fairly simple. The level of physicality
we saw that on Friday night.
The level of physicality they wanted was on display offensively. Now, they weren't good enough. They didn't execute enough, but you could see kind of a mindset change there, I believe. But to me, the absolute best thing we saw, and we heard about this. We heard about how he transformed his game his final year at LSU, how he started doing the virtual reality, how he puts all the time in, the competitiveness, the phrase perhaps is overplayed, but like, does he have that dog in him? Mm-hmm. Jaden Daniels, in his first ever NFL start, completely showed you he has that.
He's a dog that they have checking everybody into the bus at Malinois. He's a real one, and he's not backing down. But he's not backing down by being stupid. He's still smart in what he does. But you want a guy like that, no matter how big the situation gets, that he feels like, I'm cool with this. He doesn't get rattled, and I like that aspect of it. But I feel they needed a game all together, and you got a performance similar to what they got. You know why? Now you got some stuff to improve. You have to go back. Like you stated earlier, they practice against each other. And I've said it for many years. In practice, when you go against the same person every day, you know what you do? You learn all their tendencies. You get to cheat a little bit. In the football game, you don't get to cheat. You just find out something for the first time. Now, studying, looking at film, figuring it out, being able to read people and make sure that you also not giving off stuff, all that stuff becomes even more vitally important.
I think with Jaden specifically, the folks that were surprised about how much he ran, I think that's on you, frankly. I think that is your misguided thought of who the guy is. I do think he ended up scrambling more because plays weren't there in the pass game and there were run lanes. And I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
I mean, the one big hit he took was from Bryce Hall, the helmet to helmet. The helmet popped off. Again, we've already decided as a program, we're going to address this helmet issue. We're going to tighten that thing up. I thought, by and large, he did a really good job of protecting himself. Mm-hmm. And if people want to get caught up that it's a slide instead of a barrel roll, do what you want.
I don't care what it is.
He got down.
As long as you get down,
shots.
When your quarterback running the ball gives himself up, he's protected.
And it, to me, was he is so singularly focused on winning the game that, okay, I'm just going to run because nothing else is working. I think that is on Cliff. I think that's on the receivers. I think that's on a lot of people. But Jaden taking off and getting first downs because nothing else was working is not a problem.
Other than a touchdown, what's more important in football? First down, right?
Yeah.
Because they give you 4 more plays. So if it's 3rd down and 3, and Jaden Daniels drop back, people out there, do you want him to just wait for the receiver to come open, or you want him to run and get the first down, get 3, get 4, get the first down, and go back in the hole and get 4 more plays? You rather that, or you want him to try to force the ball down the field? Which I was so happy that he ran instead of forcing balls. And when he took off running, he was deliberate on it. You know what I mean? He didn't hesitate. He was deliberate, and he was able to get the yardage, and then boom, go down.
Pass game wasn't great, period. Like, Jaden's part of that. But I think in what you're trying to see from a rookie quarterback in his first ever start in the NFL, the kid has played 3 drives prior to yesterday. Mm-hmm. And they were preseason drives, and they were kind of incredibly vanilla, if you will.
Yeah.
I think what matters most in that situation is the guts. I know over the years, like a thing that I've heard, and B, I'm guessing you lived this, that what teammates need to see from their quarterback is not like the Russ Wilson nonsense of doing high knees on the plane or whatever else, is show me how tough you are, come in that locker room, be beat up, and then get back on the field. And I think Daniels did that over and over yesterday. He showed a willingness to do anything he could to win that ball game.
Yeah.
And that's what you need from your QB.
And he showed that, but I think more than anything, I know we're looking for the 300-yard passing games and things of that nature, but I saw a 71% completion ratio. I saw a 93% quarterback rating. I saw a guy who only got sacked 2 times, which probably could have got sacked more if he didn't use his ability. So the passing game wasn't what we want to typically see, but as you stated earlier, the NFL was like that this weekend. So I was impressed. I saw a passing grade with him and the way he approached the whole game, even the whole passing aspect, because he can't throw the ball to himself.
I think I said this, for me, I think Jaden was like a 6.5, 7 out of 10. And that's not because I don't think he was very good in the pass game, but he wasn't bad either. He was kind of middling. I just think his ceiling is so significant that when we start seeing him deal out a 9 out of 10 game, a 10 out of 10 game, that those are like Tua yesterday was 340 with 3 touchdowns. Hell, Baker threw for 290 with 4 touchdowns. Like, I think Jaden has that in his bag.
But Tua and Baker are in what, 5th and 6th year?
Baker's probably in his 8th.
Okay, and Jaden is in his first game. You have to, you know what his ceiling is, but you can't grade a person off of their ultimate ceiling when they're still a young person learning the game.
Sure. I think Jaden showed a lot of competitiveness, heart, desire. Clearly, he's got the legs. I just don't think he was very precise with the arm, but I don't think anybody was really precise on their offense. That's why, like,
he's 17 to 24.
Yeah.
That's, if you go 17 to 24 your whole career, that's precise.
It's good.
But it's precise. If you go 70% your whole career, that's super precise. What I'm saying is we have put in our mind what we expect.
I'm still saying that Jaden was good. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think of everything that happened yesterday, worrying about Jaden Daniels is so damn far down the list.
I know that.
Like,
but I'm saying when you say it's not precise, I don't understand that analogy, because if you go 70% your whole career, people are going to call you great.
I don't think 17 to 24 is 70%, is it?
You might want to go look at it again. 70.8.
Is it?
Yes.
To me, like, Baker yesterday was precise. When Baker had big third downs, the ball was on target fast.
Yeah.
I don't think we saw that.
Baker had people with a lot of space in front of him too.
I'm not like knocking anything. I feel like you're defensive on
I
this.
think you because it's like you get to a point sometimes where you're so gung-ho on a number that it seems like the actual play doesn't come out.
I said that I thought Jaden was very good. And the most important thing he showed is that he's a hard
precise in my book.
Phone lines at 11. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. With the record heat this summer, I know your air conditioning took a beating and your current brand is not cutting it through this humidity. So now's the time to switch to Rude. Take advantage of Rude's $2,000 tax credits. Maryland residents can even score exclusive rebates from Rude. I personally switched my house over to Rude, and the difference is night and day. Trust me and visit Rude.com to find your savings. That's RUUD.com to see why they're the MVP of cooling. And remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're opening the phones at 11. We're doing Blame Pie. They lost. Who's to blame? We'll give you ours. We'll check in with the boys from the aquarium. And then we'll do phones pretty much all damn day. I know there's a lot of people with a lot of things to say. Joe Theismann, Super Bowl winning quarterback, will join us at 12:30 with his breakdown of how Jaden Daniels performed yesterday. I just tweeted this out. I don't know what expectations were. I thought he was pretty impressive yesterday. I think he can be better. I think the whole offense can be better. Comparing Jaden to the other rookie quarterbacks that started yesterday and made their NFL debut, Caleb Williams, 14 of 29, 93 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, 15 rush yards. Bo Nix, 26 of 42. That's on Sean Payton. That kid should not be throwing the ball 42 times, but he's in a big hurry to prove how smart he is. 26 completions for 138 yards is astoundingly small. No like touchdowns.
A running back having a great day.
Right. No touchdowns, 2 picks. Did have 35 rush yards with the touchdown. Jaden, 17 of 24 for a $184. No touchdowns, no interceptions. I think we're not talking enough about him not turning the ball over, especially when he ran the ball 16 times, 88 rush yards with the 2 touchdowns. I don't think it's even close that Jaden was the best of the rookies. Now, I don't know that that's, something to hang your hat on, but it was by a mile. He was the best of the rookies. One thing you and I kind of talked about and maybe disagreed about yesterday, Dan Quinn addressed.
Mm-hmm.
I thought late in the third quarter, they scored a touchdown. They cut the lead to 10. To me, that is a no-brainer go for 2. Because you're down 10, you're down 9. It's the same thing. It's a 2-score game. DQ was asked about it in postgame. He said, I think at that point, still in the third, I knew we would probably have 3 drives left. If it had been into the fourth, I likely would have gone for it, because if you don't get it, then you're on the other side of that too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't agree with him, but that's his rationale, and I think you can make a case for it. My thing is, the kicker had been so bad that the extra point was hardly a given.
Well, the kicker was bad, but see, it's like we're in mid-season form in our judgments and expectations in the first game. And I think we were at that point where we've said before, and many a time, if we were in this situation, we should do this. If we were in that situation, we do that. If it was this game the guy played when they don't play, I think in that situation, if it was more serious in a game or at a different point of the season, he probably does go for it. In the first week of the season, I don't know if you're going for that. Just like these players are trying to learn. Hell, did you not listen to see the referees yesterday? They were in preseason form still. They were horrible. Did you not listen to the announcer?
How about the new?
Did you not listen to the announcer in the press box? He couldn't get a damn name or the play right on the field.
Olamide Zacchaeus was giving him a lot of trouble.
He said the ball went out of bounds. The dude did not go out of bounds. He was down in the middle of the damn field. But the new replay assistant, when the hell did that come about? The replay assistant works for Tampa, didn't it? It never helped out Washington, and there were some things they could have looked back at. They did not see Austin Eckler get his head damn near spent around.
Yeah.
So it's like I just think that in the first game, a lot of things that probably will happen in the second game, a third game that you won't see.
Sure. I agree with that. I don't think that means we shouldn't look at the first game and dissect it and see what went
but
right
it's
and
like
wrong, because that's what they're doing too.
But it's an opinion. You got a coach who's going in there and going through all the stuff, and then you have yourself or anybody else that say, well, he should do that. That's automatic. He has all the information. He knows what his feel is. And I think we get so caught up in the numbers and what people say, what you should do in a situation. There's still a gut feeling in football.
That's fine. To me, being down 10 or 9 is the exact same thing. So at least try.
And like you say, I thought we'll have 3 more series.
They did, but they couldn't stop anybody defensively.
But
so
you don't think that you're not going to stop them.
I honestly think he had how bad his defense was playing in his brain that he's like, I don't think we're going to get the stops we need, so let's just kick the extra point.
Possibly. Possibly.
Dude, I mean, Tampa led the NFL this weekend in offensive series that resulted in a touchdown. They didn't punt until midway through the third quarter. There's so much to dissect and go through, but like until defensively improves, none of the rest of this is going to matter. Like they almost scored a touchdown.
You're absolutely right about that, and they have to improve. Because listen, man, we've been here for years, 4, 5, 6 years about what our strength was. And I've always questioned that strength.
Sure.
Even when they had all 4 of the first rounders there.
D-line, sure,
okay?
Yeah.
Now, time to put up or shut up. We can't automatically assume, and this is partially on us, media and fans. We just thought because they were first rounders, they were going to just be dominant. They haven't been dominant.
From Allen and Payton, we've seen dominant stretches, but never generally they haven't happened at the same time. And I don't think they were good enough yesterday. Nobody on that defensive side of the ball
was good enough yesterday. But I'm just saying the thing we've been stating has to start being shown.
Yesterday, the first 5 possessions for Tampa, they get the ball. Baker missed 2 easy walk-in touchdown throws on that first drive. They kick a field goal. They go 7 plays, 27 yards. Second possession, 9 plays, 51 yards. Again, a short field goal. At this point, you're like, maybe they're playing some bend, don't break defense. Well, that didn't last very long. The next possession, 8 plays, 73 yards, touchdown, then another field goal. Then we get into the second half, and Washington misses a field goal. The Bucs get good field position. They score again. 5 straight scoring drives to open this game and open the second half before they punted. Mm-hmm. As long as you have that, you got nothing. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067, Blame Pie time.
The Commanders lose to the Buccaneers 37-20 to begin the new season. Jaden Daniels, 184 through the air and 88 yards rushing and 2 touchdowns. Head coach Dan Quinn on Daniels' decision-making.
When the chances were there for him to go, I thought, he really nailed it. Like the sack on one, he's not going to like. He's going to want that. Like, there's going to be plays that he's going to want back in the game. This is like he was exactly the same as back in Ashburn. Confident, strong, clear-eyed about how to go attack.
Jaden on having to run so much.
I'm going to do whatever it takes to try to win the football game. I don't put a number or anything on how many times I'm going to run and stuff like that. But, I just try to do whatever it takes to help the team win the game.
Commanders host the New York Giants next Sunday. Giants lost to the Vikings 28-6. NFL Monday Night Football tonight features the Jets and the San Francisco 49ers. Live play-by-play begins at 7:30 right here on The Fan. Sunday Night Football, Lions beat the Rams 26-20 in overtime. Earlier, Cowboys beat the Browns 33-17. Patriots stunned the Bengals 16-10. Major League Baseball, Pirates over the Nationals 7-3. Day off for the Nationals to host the Atlanta Braves tomorrow night. Patrick Corbin allowed 10 hits and 7 runs over 6 innings, but C.J. Abrams did hit a homer. Old buddy Michael A. Taylor hit one for the Bucks. Shohei Ohtani, home run number 46 in the Dodgers 4-0 win over Cleveland. U.S. Open won by Yannick Sinner over American Taylor Fritz in 3 sets. The Lynx beat the Mystics 78-71. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
All right, folks. They lost. They got blown out. Thank God the Panthers exist, or that would have probably been the ugliest loss in the NFL yesterday. Now, I guess Dallas won by a little bit more over the Browns, who are a good team.
The Saints beat the hell out of the Panthers.
Right. That's the ugliest loss of the weekend. Maybe Cleveland's
And
next.
we didn't expect the Saints to be playing that good.
No.
Was the Saints that good or the Panthers that bad?
Ding, ding. Yo, the Browns were bad. Deshaun Watson was bad.
Mm-hmm.
Still, Washington's 0-1. Defense was god-awful. Couple things real quick. We're going to hit these phones now. Nelson Jordan on Twitter says, blame pie, 30% secondary. Joe Witt's game plan, 20%. DQ time game management, 20%. O-line, 15%. Receivers, 15%. I thought the O-line was okay yesterday.
They played okay.
Let's get this going. Phone lines, 800-636-1067. Gare Facts, what's your blame pie look like?
What's up, fellas? Good to speak with y'all again.
What's
man,
up, man?
How you been, buddy?
I'm good, man. I'm kind of like the Weeknd say. I come alive in the fall time. Hey, JP, something you touched on, man. I couldn't agree more. I don't know how many times during the game I'm watching last night, Chris Collinsworth, who I love. I think he's the best. I love his drawl. He's funny. He can ad-lib. I think he's the best guy. I love Collinsworth. Anyway, he I don't know, 3 or 4 times at least, he's saying how the Rams use their motion to identify defense. So, and they have a 16-year veteran quarterback who they're using motion to still help this guy who's a 16-year vet identify the defense. I'm thinking, wow, what a concept. We've got a rookie quarterback. Why not use some motion to help? Maybe he can use a little help in identifying defense. And then when you get really good, you use the motion to dictate to the defense. But at least in the beginning, it would help him identify a defense. And secondly, I just want to say this. To me, there are 4 elements you need to be a consistent top team in this league. We have none of them. You need a top flight quarterback. Maybe we've got one on the come up. I don't know. We'll see in the years to come. You need a threat, something to threaten defenses with. Terry McLaurin, good guy, He's a good receiver, I guess. But he's not keeping no defense or defensive coordinators up at night wondering what we're going to do to stop him. We don't have that on offense. We don't have a game record. We don't on the defense. We have no game record. Payne and Allen, hey, they're good, once again, like McLaurin, good guys, I guess, good players, but they aren't game records. And lastly, you need a guy when your drive stalls, you say, go put them 3 points on the board. That you know that guy's going to put it between the poles. Those 4 elements, where do we have none of it.
Gary,
So,
you're having a rough day, bud. Thank you, brother. Appreciate the call. Good to hear from you.
Do we get that?
I think if we gave Gary an hour, he would have filled it. There was a lot to discuss there. We're going to do our blame pies here. Do you want to do yours, Brian? You want me to do mine?
I don't have a pie to cut up.
Really?
Nah.
That's lame.
I'm still mad that they don't play them in preseason. That's where the blame go to me.
I mean,
so you want me playing the NFLPA for that one in the league?
Andy's out there playing people.
He plays
Chiefs
them.
he
don't play everybody, but the Chiefs are the best team in football.
He
the
played
problem is
Mahomes, Kelsey. He played dudes.
We can't compare the Chiefs to no other team, especially our team.
I agree. I'm just saying there are people out there that play. It is.
None of them play enough.
For me, doing this blame pie is hard because you want to look forward, but it's hard to look straight forward with how bad things have been. I don't think there's much talent on this roster. And I think that is apparent yesterday. I think for me, secondary and
I
pass
think it's
rush,
talent on the roster. I just think the talent is not as great as many people wanted to make it.
Sure. I'm not suggesting that these aren't pro players or whatever, but like they're just not as good as other teams. I think that's like the baseline here is they're just not that good. I think a lot of that falls on the drafting of like we had Rondé Barber on last week, and I still am not giving up on Emmanuel Forbes, but after a really bad rookie season, we all kind of talked to ourselves like, all right, now he's going to have some good coaching, better scheming. These guys have a track record of making it work with corners. He was awful yesterday. Benjamin St-Juste on that one Mike Evans touchdown, he was in good position. You got to turn your head.
You got to learn to turn and run. I think the problem,
some of this stuff, I just don't know that it's going to change.
They seem to be afraid to just go with what their fundamentals are. You play through the hands of the receiver. Instead, they grab. That's not being taught.
That's to my point. I mean, I think I'm going at least 50% that there's just a lack of talent on this roster. Lack of high-end talent, whatever you want to call it, playmakers, whatever the term is, they don't have enough of them. I did not like some of the offensive structure. I think some of it, you got to give Todd Bowles credit. Jaden didn't have a lot of time. I would have liked to see more in the pass game from Kingsbury. I don't know that we saw a lot. Tampa's also really good, and you're playing a defensive head coach that is known for bringing a ton of pressure. Next Gen said Jaden Daniels had the shortest amount of time to throw across the league. He faced 5+ rushers on almost 50% of his dropbacks.
Yeah.
So maybe they just did the best they could, knowing the blitz was coming.
That's why when I look at Jaden's performance yesterday, with those numbers he put up, and he made his offensive line look better than what they were, and you look at the fact that he's been pressured, like having that much pressure coming at him, what he did was probably what you can do. But you turn around and you look at Baker, and Baker didn't have as much pressure. And when they had the opportunity to touch him, they didn't. And you can see why he had the performance he had. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you look at one guy who had all day and, had wide open people, and you see the results. The other guy, he got that level of result because he's that guy.
My blame pie is as follows. I'm going 50% just that this roster is not competitive with a team like Tampa that's a veteran-laden playoff team. Like they are X and Washington is Y just when they step on the field. And I think a lot of that is the previous front office, frankly. I think we don't need to relitigate this. The drafting and player evaluation in the last 4 years is problematic. Just look at the roster. The people that are on the roster, the people that get second contracts, like the proof is in the roster, right? It is what it is. I think that is the biggest problem this team is going to face this season. I'm going 50% just overall roster deficiencies. 30%, I didn't love the offensive game plan. I would have liked to see you can still be quick, but get downfield and not run so many screens, right? So that's 80%. I'm going 10% to the kicker. Like, if they had made that kick early and it feels like, all right, we could trade punches with these guys, it just feels differently. And what you certainly can't do when your defense is struggling so much is kick the damn ball out of bounds.
Yeah.
The 56-yarder, I'm not killing
all
him
the
for.
bad things yesterday, that was the worst in my eyes.
The 56-yarder, I'm not going to kill a guy for.
But you kick a ball out of bounds and they get it on the 40-yard line. That was the worst in my eyes.
I'm giving 10 to Dan Quinn. I just don't like the mindset. Like, you watched Dan Campbell last night and the way those Lions were. Even his first year in Detroit, when they were awful, they played with this super aggressive mindset. I thought DQ was too cautious at multiple opportunities. Like, early, the kicking from the 29 when Jaden's running all over these dudes. Give Jaden an opportunity to pick up a first down. So that's mine. 50
on
to
fourth
the
down, you mean?
Yeah, 50 to the roster, 30 to the offensive game plan, 10 to the kicker, 10 to Dan Quinn. That's my blame pie.
That's yours. Mine is not that. Mine is going to be the kicker. I give 10%. I give the defense. I'm going to give them 45%.
I'm with you there.
I'm at 55. I go to the offense now. I'm going to give the offensive line some about 10% because you can protect better than the guy. And your quarterback don't have to become hero. And then I'm going to go with the receivers a little bit because not a lot of them are wide open. So let me see. I got 55, 65%. I go with 15% on that. That's 80%. And I'm going 20% to the NFL and NFLPA for not letting people play in preseason.
I think that's fair. Of my saying the roster lacks talent, I generally mean that in the secondary particularly and on the defensive side of the ball. But it's all over.
One thing I can tell
you can't give up 37 and expect to win.
I agree with that, but let's be real. The favorite don't always win in every aspect of sport. We just saw
this thing was never close.
We saw Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame, and Notre Dame got way more talent than them.
Sure.
Sometimes you just got to be able to know the truth and know what the hell you got to improve upon. What you got to improve upon.
They got plenty.
And a lot of them need to figure that out.
They got plenty. All right, I'm going to go back to these phones. When I bring you up, have a blame pie ready. I believe we can believe in Jupe. Do you believe in Jupe?
Yeah.
Jupe, blame pie. Let's go. You're up, buddy.
JP D-Mitz. All right.
What up, bro?
10%, I'm going to go to the lack of chemistry in the team. 10% I'm going to go to because of how much new the team is. Damn near 90% of the team is brand new from the coaching staff down to the players. I'm going to go 20% to the rookies that's been their first game in the NFL, and the rest of the percent is going to the kicker.
All right. Listen, man, I think it's easy to knock giving blame pie to the kicker, but if they just make that first kick, at that point in the game, it was 6-0, right? It was 6-0. So then if they make a field goal, it's 6-3. Instead, they miss it. Tampa marches down the field. Then all of a sudden, it's 13-0. That was a big swing. Keep these phones going. Landfill, how do we feel Marcus in Lexington Park? Will he nail blame pie? Does he understand the assignment? All right, Marcus. Marcus, you're up. Blame pie.
Yes, sir. What's up, fellas? I'm going to go ahead and give 50% to the defensive backfield, specifically St. Just and Forbes. Man, them boys got to get it together. I'm going to give another 15% to offensive game plan and scheme because our receivers, man, I didn't see any separation. It was just dump offs and Jaden making magic. And I'm going to give it the last 15%. I think I got 15 left. I'm going to give that last 15 to receivers, man. Receivers, yo. Nobody got open, man. Jaden was throwing the tight windows the whole time. Terry got open once, and it was nice. I like that. But also credit to Tarbos and the defense. It was a mess, yo. It was a mess.
It was a mess. Thank you, Marcus. Appreciate the call. I believe our guy Jeffrey has his blame pie prepared. Hello. I haven't even said good morning because we're off and running, and it's a misery Monday. Good morning to the boys in the aquarium. Good morning, Jeffrey. Good morning, Lynn.
Good morning, JP.
All right, Jeff. What you got, pal?
Okay, so I'm putting 50% on the defense. There is no way they are completing 3rd and 16s. There's no way our D-line is getting in the backfield and not finishing. Like, they couldn't finish anything yesterday. Like, if they had to finish a sentence, they just couldn't put the period right there.
That's a good one, Jeff.
Then I'm gonna go 25 to the offense and 25 to the special teams, and I split that evenly because the offense they got to do more, and they had to put that kicker in those positions. You if you want the points, you got to get down there, and the penalties. Even though that penalty on Alameda Zacchaeus, I didn't really think that was a block in the back. Yeah,
the guy turned around.
Yeah, I didn't think that, but it was called, so it was held on the field. Things like that, they can't happen, and we hope to have success or bank on our kicker kicking a 56-yard field goal. So that's my blame pie. And like you said, JP and B, I always say this: it's not always X's and O's, but Jimmy's and Joe's.
Jimmy's and Joe's, baby.
Yesterday, the better team won. Like it showed.
Yeah, true.
The better team. Clearly, I agree with you on that. Dan Quinn asked about Cade York, the kicker. Asked if they'll bring another kicker in. Dan Quinn says, I think we'll have a good talk about that. See where we're at. Let's look into what next week looks like and go from there. I think what I have seen is talent to make sure this guy has an incredibly strong leg. That's why the decision to go for the one, I think, at the 37, that's the 56-yarder. It felt good from the distance standpoint, and I thought we need to give ourselves a spark. So when those go the other way, kind of like we were talking about for a 2-point or not, and you miss them, it kind of goes. But I thought, the kick out of bounds, the misses, man, like I said, there's a lot of lessons from tonight. Adam and I have not discussed that at all. We'll get into that as we get into the week. I think somebody's coming to town.
Yeah.
I think it's a difficult spot, though. It's easy to say fire the kicker. He sucks. Who's your next kicker?
Yeah, the good ones are already employed.
Chip Lohmiller ain't walking through that door. You know who is walking through that door? John Leahy. If you're looking to buy or sell a home, listen, interest rates are about to go down. Market's going to heat up, probably go crazy. You need to be with someone you can trust, someone that knows the market, someone that has done this before and has the kind of experience that John Leahy has.
Well, that's why Erica reached out to John. Erica always wanted to move on up like the Jeffersons to a bigger home, but she had a condo in North Bethesda, which she had to sell first. Connecting with John and the Fine Living Group immediately put her on the right path. The end result was multiple offers and a sale in only 5 short days for 17% over the asking price. If you think there are no guarantees in life, then you need to check out John Leahy's guaranteed sale offer. Get that ball rolling with johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our buddy, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. Go to johnsellsdmv.com and find your home's value in mere seconds. It only takes a few seconds to request an instant cash offer on your home at johnsellsdmv.com as well. John offers you flexible fees, customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. If needed, he will let you out of your contract at any time.
Those are just a few of the reasons why we would trust John. Now, if you think about you maybe want to sell your house, these rates are going to go down. There's going to be a flood of buyers out there. That's what's supposed to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, dude, your cabinets are dated and you got to paint your front door. All those things add up and you need some cash that you don't have. Talk to John. He can make it work. John will loan you up to $50K. That's a lot of money. And then you can settle up with him on the back end at closing. Why? Because all those improvements will do is drive the price of your house up, making you more money. Those are the reasons you should trust John. I would trust John. B would trust John. Call him today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This update presented by Gridiron IT. Tested, trusted talent. GridironIT.com. Commanders fall to the Buccaneers in Game 1, 37-20. Jaden Daniels, 184 through the air, 88 on the ground, plus 2 touchdowns. Head coach Dan Quinn on the defense needing to be better.
I thought early on there wasn't big plays and explosive plays to happen, but then I thought at the end, here we need a stop right here. So the touchdown pass, is one that certainly, one of the bigger turning points for me.
NFL Monday Night Football tonight, the Jets against the 49ers. Our coverage begins at 7:30 live on The Fan. The Capitals announced a road jersey partnership with TikTok. Are you an IT professional looking to move the chains on your career? Gridiron IT specializes in placing top IT talent with the industry's top employers in the DMV and across the country. Visit gridironit.com and speak with one of their recruiters today. Tested, trusted talent. gridironit.com. I'm Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Somehow, some way. All right, blame pies, roll on. I got a bunch of them here via Twitter. Folks, not thrilled. Carl Grebe somehow puts 100% of the blame on Dan Snyder. You got on that one, B. Kind of funny. So over this says 30% of the blame on Dan Quinn, 30% to Cliff Kingsbury, 30% to Joe Witt, and 10 to the kicker. Let's see what Mama Stu says. Hello, Mama. How do you do?
God, man. It's a mixed bag. I was pleasantly surprised and happy with someone with the offense with the defense. Made me sick to my stomach. My blame pie is 40% to the defense for the performance. The tackling was horrible. The failing to stop the third down conversions, it was just horrible. 20% to Cliff. I felt like he could have made adjustments, especially when those corners went out of the game. I didn't think he used the tight ends enough. I didn't like the first play of the game. Why don't you just run the ball? Why are you going? I didn't like that. 20% to the special teams. We don't need to talk about that. Please fly in several kickers. 10% to the lack of first-team reps, especially on the defensive side of the ball and offense, because none of those guys really played together solid as a first-team unit throughout the entire preseason. And then my last 10% goes to the refs for missed calls and poor calls. And that's my blame pie.
Great call, Mama. Thank you. B, were you surprised by the tackling yesterday?
Yeah.
I was, because I understand preseason, all these things, but one of the things that you and I both believed, I don't want to just say that we were told, believed, was that the little things would be better with this new defensive regime.
Mm-hmm.
And it's only one game and a lot can happen. But in week one, the little things were not better.
Yeah, they weren't. They weren't. I mean, the thing about it, I saw some flat feet when it came down to tackling. And when you have flat feet, if a guy has some movement and he just doesn't run right into you, you're not making a tackle. And that happened several times yesterday.
Dan Quinn was asked post-game about tackling, and I don't really agree with this. I don't know who asked him because I was in the locker room at this moment, but he was asked, how do you work on tackling during the season? And he said, actually, you can work on it a lot, usually not always, but there are two things that come up. One is called tracking, taking an improper angle. The second one is usually in the next step of terms of diving or reaching. I think they had a bad day tackling. I think especially late in the second half there when the outcome was pretty well decided.
Yeah.
I think the tackling got worse. And I think that's problematic for other reasons.
I think that they're gonna work on it and get it corrected. They're not gonna just be constantly putting the same people out there and say, "Hey, just go do it again."
But knowing that they're physically this week, they're not going to be running tackling drills. You know what I mean?
They're not gonna run tackling drills, but the intensity might pick up a little bit.
Well, I also think it might help playing the Giants. Now, I know how good the Giants have been against them, and I know how good Daniel Jones has been against them. But in general, the guy stinks on ice. So ideally, you can get one of these more customary bad Daniel Jones performances than the good ones that he always somehow seems to rattle off against Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, they lost to not DiNucci, DeVito last year. So there's a lot for them to kind of discuss. I mean, Daniel Jones yesterday was 22 of 42 for $186 with 2 picks. Oh, and by the way, he's making $45 million.
Yeah, see that looks worse when you're making $45 million,
bro. Commanders had a bad weekend. A few people that we could say had a worse weekend. Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
And Joe Shane. Saquon goes off Friday night. And then his boys. Remember how excited he was for Devin Singletary, Motor Singletary? 10 carries for 37 yards. And he's the same age as Saquon and making the same amount of money.
As soon as Saquon scored the second touchdown, this guy sent me the clip.
The video?
Of Mara talking to Shane. Say, I'm not going to have a good day.
Sure.
Saquon go to Philly. Saquon went to Philly and played well.
Danny Dimes, 22 of 42 for $186 and 2 picks. Get that performance next week, and then we'll be having a credit pie.
Yeah.
If you get that next week, it's going to be credit pie, pizza pie, pumpkin pie. Numb Clown. We haven't heard from Numb Clown in some time. Hello, Numb Clown. How you doing?
Yo, what's going on? Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you, brother.
Hey, what's going on? How y'all doing, man? Long time no hear, man. So let's get right after it. I got 15% on St. Juice by himself, 15% on the wide receivers because they can't get open, nor it's like they forget how to do the scramble drill. Quarterback's going right, they run right with them. They just go to their points and stop. I got 30% on the DBs as a collective, 20% on the kicker, and 20% on the tackling. I don't know what it is, but as soon as somebody dons that burgundy and gold, people forget how to tackle. It looks like they just playing tag out there, man. So that's my blame pie.
All right, brother.
Well done, Numb Clown. Thanks for the call, buddy. We will we're going to keep the phone lines going. 800-636-1067. Everybody's on there. Stay there. We're coming to you. I see you, Derek and Matt and Jay. Haven't let the great Landini give us his blame pie yet, though. And you got to give the people what they want. Professor, your blame pie.
All right, blame pie. It's only 5%, but I feel like I want to mention it first because of how aggravating it is. I'm giving it to the kicker. He gave the Bucs good field position at least 3 times and missed an opportunity to put points on the board. I think one of them was from 56.
That was, yeah.
I'm not
mad about that one.
I'm not that upset, but still, there were multiple kickers that were making 50-yarders all day yesterday. I don't know if you were watching.
Yep.
We clearly don't have one of them. Then I'm going to go Cliff Kingsbury at 10%. I actually think the offensive performance was actually roughly average if you look at the other teams around the league, but they just didn't get the wide receivers enough involved, and I feel like a lot of that's on Cliff there. 15% is going to go to the non-secondary positions on defense, particularly the defensive line. They just weren't finishing. They weren't making tackles, the whole defense generally. And then 70% to the secondary because those guys suck. They can't cover people, and it's going to be a long, tough year unless that gets better, and I don't see how it does.
I don't either, dude. At some point, we've got to trust our eyes and what we've seen, and I certainly if the pass rush can improve, that could help. I was worried about the secondary going into the season. Secondary got carved up in the first game of the year. It's hard to, outside of smoking an L or just lying to yourself, it's hard to get your brain to think, okay, something will change now.
Mike Davis was brought here.
Didn't play a snap.
But let's see if he can play. You got Noah I. Let's see if he can play.
Pass rush could help.
If the guys that you put out there don't get it done, then somebody else needs to be put out there.
You've been saying that for a while, and I think that started to become one of your biggest beefs with the way Ron ran the program.
But they did it for a whole year.
I'm wondering, what is your timeline of when, like, 4 games? Like, how many games do you have to see before, like,
let me break it
when
down
is it
for you,
fair
Jay.
to expect that from
What
the
I
coaching
got
staff?
to last year was the 4th year of a stint. I gave Ron the same grace I given any coach here.
Early on in the Ron era, you did, for sure.
In the 4th year, he was still doing exactly what he did in the first game. I don't think this crew is going to do that.
But
they're going to make a difference.
What is, like, if you're the staff, right, and you're
Mm-hmm.
GQ and you're Joe Witt, and those guys probably landed, they had plane trouble. They didn't get out of Tampa till damn near 10:30 or something. So you're back in Ashburn at midnight. Those guys probably watched the tape last night. They're probably watching it again right now.
They're probably watching the tape on the plane. They got those little machines.
They have
instantly.
watched.
Yeah.
So when DQ and Joe Witt and all the people involved sit down and start talking about this thing, I don't believe at this point they consider benching anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But when is that point? 5 games? 10 games? 2 games?
4 or 5 games. If you see the exact same thing, yes, you are thinking about making a move. Sometimes we'll get to that. If you already have a history of watching somebody and they've been that and now they're doing it again under your watch, you just realize that's who they are.
Yeah, and I understand that they didn't want to look too much at last year's tape because last year was broken. But now it's your tape. You know what I mean? So I'll be fascinated to see if there are changes coming.
But I think the ultimate thing you have to remember, this is a real rebuild. And what we may want to happen in a certain period may not happen as quick as we want, because this is a legitimate rebuild, which we've been needing for 20 plus years.
Did you see my tweet? So I wrote a story yesterday for NBC Washington website. And basically, my 2 points were, I understand how much excitement there was. I understand they rebuilt this roster. They flipped everything over. But this was a team that went 4-13 with no Pro Bowlers.
Mm-hmm.
And to expect this crazy jump is at best overly optimistic and probably naive.
And see, that's where I'm at, because I understand all of that. I know all the things that are happening. So I'm not expecting a big jump, but I'm expecting a better performance than I saw yesterday defensively.
Right. We've said this throughout. They might not win 7 games, but it can't look as ugly as it did yesterday.
Yeah. I'm with that.
UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You know who's not ugly? Paul Henry and the team at Paul Henry's Window Installation. What they'll do for your home is the opposite of ugly. They will make you save money on your utilities while making it look beautiful. Working with Paul Henry has changed my house. You've heard me talk about it. It's been tremendous as far as an experience with a contractor goes. It's a family-run operation. His son did all the work at my place. When you call, you talk to Katie, like, you know the people you're dealing with, and they try to save you money where they can. You don't get that everywhere. Paul literally called me and said, hey, you don't need the top-of-the-line windows on your porch because there's too much sun in there. Let's knock the price point down a little bit. I said, okay, dude, no problem. Brian,
I have to twist my arm.
Yeah, seriously. If you call in September, you get $100 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $500 off each door.
Paul came to my house. He did all my windows and my doors, and now he's coming back to take care of some other stuff for me. He's gonna be doing some stuff this month right now, and I can't wait for it to happen. I've had this little walkway from my house over to the garage for a long time, and it started to look bad because the people that came the first time didn't use the proper damn wood. Paul's gonna use the right wood, and I can't wait for him to come over. So I'm looking forward to Paul being in my house for about a week or so. You know, I can walk outside and he'll be right there in the yard like they always are. They come early, they're there late because they want to get the job done. Normally quicker than what they tell you. So if you want to get reach out to Paul right now, you get $100 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $500 off each door. I'm gonna have to calculate into it. $100 off each window, $500 off the door, because I know he's putting some windows and doors in the house. But finish and contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com. Your clear home improvement choice.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're going through blame pies for yesterday's loss. C-Dub on Twitter, 25% Dan Quinn, 15% Joe Witt, 15% Cliff. Whatever is left on me for getting this is a rebuild. It is a rebuild, folks. There's going to be some ugly moments.
Yeah.
Landfill, I'm curious your reaction to this. Richmond John says 99.9% of the blame pie goes to the alumni.
And he's not wrong. It's a fair point.
Do you wish to retort?
One finger salute to Landfill and Richmond John while I push y'all down a hill.
I'm glad I escaped the one finger salute there. Wasn't my fault. Derek from the chat is online too. Derek, give me your blame pie, buddy.
Boys, I'm sitting here and I've got a blame pie for you. I'm gonna give it to you. It's 70% the DB, 25% kicker, 5% play calling. But you know what? I'm scrapping this. I'm scrapping this blame pie because it's 100% the Commanders' fault. Because if you look at the Bears situation and what Caleb Williams walked into, he walked into a team. Jaden Daniels did not walk into a team prepared. And we got fans that think he did. It's not. This defense isn't right. And it was clearly shown yesterday. They can't finish tackles. They can't cover. They're sitting 10 yards behind the play. They're letting Baker Mayfield drive up and down the field all day doing whatever he wants. It was ridiculous. And then the play calling, I don't want to blame the wide receivers just yet because it was kind of hard for me to see the wide receivers' action from the camera angle on the TV Sunday. I couldn't really see if they was getting open separation. I couldn't tell. But as far as play calling goes, we could have opened up a little bit more. I didn't see stuff below the sticks, except when it was Austin Eckler. So we need to improve on that as well. But I'm going to implore the fans. Like, JD is a guy. He's a dog, and I don't really want him to change. Like, yeah, he needs to slide, but he's used to winning. So him going out there and trying to get those extra yards, he's going to do that because he sees Baker Mayfield getting 300 on the other side the entire time. And he's not used to that. He's a Heisman winner. And we need to do everything we can to protect him. And that starts by the special teams doing their job and the defense doing their job. Riders forever. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. I think Baker won a Heisman also. But,
yep, he did.
I think Jaden over the course of his career will evolve. Most quarterbacks do. But you're right. You can't slow him down right now. Like that, he's trying to compete to win a game. And that's what you saw yesterday.
But like the thing of it is, he did go down and try to protect himself. So the slide thing, I don't understand why we keep saying that. However, you get down.
It looks a little awkward, but the barrel roll thing was just as effective.
It looks awkward, but you still, when you start that, you're giving up your body. Guess what you get? You get protection. It's like a slide.
I've told you the only thing that I didn't love or question, I guess, is like if he's going to be running that much and everyone's aware of it, then I think I would chill with. They only called it once, and we watched them install it, and it worried me when they installed it. Is the interior design runs, and I think that is something I would get away from. I would still have the design runs to the edges, but you brought up a good point about how it sucks the linebackers in.
Yeah,
it makes a bite.
If he's going to run the ball, you let him run the ball. It's just he has to keep the mindset of what he did yesterday. When he went up the middle, he went low to make sure he could protect himself. You can't tell a guy who's a runner, we want you to run only outside or whatever. He's going to go where the hole is. And when he runs, it does slow people up. And you hope that it's going to open up some space for the tight ends, for the receivers down the field and things of that nature. But if he has that ability and he doesn't do it at all, that's defeating the purpose.
So looking at this, do you care about this list? Week 1 quarterback rush attempts. Lamar had 16. Jaden had 16. Fields had 14. Hurts had 13. Do you worry about the number or do you care because it was effective?
I don't care because that's that game. That don't automatically mean he's going to run that many times the next game. If he has more space to throw the football, he may have 2 or 3 or 4, So it's not going to be 16 every week. Some games going to make you have to run the ball. Some games won't.
Right. I agree with that. I think because how fast they blitz and how quickly everything was happening, he had to rely on his legs perhaps more than normal. I think the design runs will always be a part of this thing, but I think yesterday you saw far more scrambling than necessarily.
Design plays for him to run were how many yesterday? 2?
I'd have to go back and watch. I don't know.
Yeah. So the other ones
I'd say it was more than 2, though.
For design?
Yeah. I mean, I can think of 3.
Design is not the design run is not when he's putting it into the gut of the running back and he's trying to read something. Design runs when he just gets
I mean,
it and
if it's read option and he keeps it, I think that's a design quarterback.
not design. It's just still an option. It's an option. The design runs is when he just take that thing, take a step back, and go. Like we saw Lamar do one where he got the ball and act like he took a jab step and he ran like a counter move. That's design. You're running it no matter what. When you have an option to throw it or either give it to somebody else, it's not design. Because if I'm a defense, I'm making you give the ball to the other guy because you the one that can break the game wide open.
That's fair. I think yesterday is more running than they probably want him to do, but the bulk of it was because the plays were breaking down and he was just trying to get yards.
Mhm.
I don't think it's that complicated. If we get to Halloween and he's averaging 15 carries every game,
that would be a problem.
That would be a problem.
Yeah.
I think you don't want to overreact, though, in week 1. Like, pace he's on right now for quarterback carries is not sustainable, but it probably won't be sustained either.
But if he gets into a game and he sit there and take sacks and don't run, that would be a problem in my eyes as well.
Sure.
So if he's going to be doing it, just like I say, when you catch a football and you get hit, it doesn't hurt as much when you miss the ball and you get hit. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if I'm going to be the one dictating the motion where I'm going to run it instead of sitting back in the pocket and getting sacked from the blind side or wherever else, I'd rather him do that. Then he knows he sees the person coming instead of sitting there and being a sitting duck.
Jaden, Dwayne, Jay, Matt, John, taking your calls next. Joe Theismann at 12:30.
This update brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and vodka, sunshine in a can. Commanders learning from the loss to the Buccaneers, 37-20. Jaden Daniels, 184 through the air and 88 yards on the ground, including 2 touchdowns.
I grade myself hard. We didn't win, so, I'm a competitor. I like to win. But overall, it went well, pretty well. There's some stuff that, as an offense, that we left on the field. We got to execute better, but, that's what it's a long season. We're going to move on from this.
Baker Mayfield, though, 289 through the air and 4 touchdowns, and Tampa Bay was 9 of 13 on third downs. NFL Monday Night Football tonight, the Jets against the San Francisco 49ers live right here on the Fan at 7:30 p.m. Last night, the Lions beat the Rams 26-20 in overtime. In the NHL, the Washington Capitals announced a road jersey partnership with TikTok. The Pirates beat the Nationals 7-3 behind 9 strikeouts from Jared Jones, but C.J. Abrams did hit a home run. So did old buddy Michael A. Taylor for Pittsburgh. Nationals have the day off hosting Atlanta Braves tomorrow night. U.S. Open won by Yannick Sinner, beating American Taylor Fritz in straight sets. Minnesota Lynx defeated Washington Mystics 78-71. This update brought to you by Surfside, iced tea and vodka. Keep the summer vibes going with Surfside's refreshing flavors. You'll find them all in their new Variety 8-pack. Pick up Surfside at your local liquor store, grocery store, or favorite bar. Savor every moment of summer with Surfside. I'm Byron Curl on the Fan.
Probably like it's hot. Probably like it's hot.
Probably like it's hot.
High noon in the District of Columbia. About 25 minutes, we get to hear from Joe Theismann. Joe T helping us learn more about what he thinks Jaden Daniels did in his debut performance. Right now, though, we got some folks that have been on hold a long time. Give us their blame pies. Jaden is in Columbus. What up, Jaden?
Yeah, how's it going, guys? I was able to hear bits and pieces, so obviously it worked. So I heard some of what everyone was saying, but not everything. But, yeah, blame pie. I'm going 10% offense. When you give up 37, I mean, really hard to kind of keep up. Thought Jaden Daniels for his first game played pretty well. And then it's just 45% defense and then 45% defensive coaching, which includes our head coach, who's also a defensive coach, Dan Quinn. And it's not about the win or losing or blaming Dan Quinn. There's no identity. And I think game one, you can have identity. Last year, we played the Cardinals, who had no Kyler Murray and was one of the worst teams 2 years ago. They had a clear identity when they played us. They were knocking the hell out of us. Sam Howell got knocked out of bounds late. They were physical. They were fast. Then week 2, they blew out the Dallas Cowboys as like a 15-point dog. That's just in his first 2 games as a head coach in Jonathan Gannon. Dan Campbell had an identity day one. I think they played the Niners 2 years ago. They were feisty and competitive. It had no business being in the game. I mean, shoot, Gerard Mayo yesterday, the biggest underdog of the day as a defensive head coach, his defense balled out. They had a clear identity. Physical, run the ball, good defense. I don't care if we win or lose. It's just I don't think it takes that long to have an identity. Sean McVay, day one with the Rams, had a clear identity with a bust in what we thought was Jared Goff. So I don't think it takes long to have identity. And it's pretty, I don't know, as a coach, it's not only what you do, but it's like the place you left. What do they do? He left the Cowboys. I don't know to you guys, we can blame Deshaun Watson. The Cowboys defense looked the best it has in a while. So it's like, was he really that big of a difference on defense with the Cowboys? Because they look just fine without him. Whereas like with coaches, when they usually leave somewhere, the other place kind of goes down. When McVay left us, our offense went downhill. So it's not only that McVay was great, he left us and our offense went downhill immediately.
Jaden, it's a really good call. You brought up a lot of good points. My only retort, and I'm not trying to be dismissive, seriously, is that it's week 1, and I think we got to There's a lot of reacting to a very small sample. But if we get 6 weeks down the road and a lot of what you're pointing out is consistently happening, I think you're really onto something. Is that fair?
Yeah. I just, again, it's not the whole winning or losing. It's just kind of the identity point. Like,
it looked ugly, dude. I think.
Yeah, it's
I don't think a lot of people thought they were going to win, but I don't think a lot of people thought it would look like that. Thank you for the call, man. Really appreciate it. Dwayne is he at the University of Maryland? I too went to College Park. What up, Dwayne? What's your blame pie?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing good, brother.
Hey, no, I work at University of Maryland. Yep.
College Park after dark. Look out.
Yeah, College Park. Yeah. So since I don't know how to make a pie, if I made a pie, that's what yesterday. So I want to blame everything on, like B. Mitch said earlier, no preseason. Preseason is where we're supposed to play and get everything together. I mean, if we don't play preseason, you're missing tackles. So I blame everything on preseason. That's the beginning.
All right, bro. Appreciate you. Listen, you can certainly argue that this group could have used a little more time together on the field. Mm-hmm. Also got to say, shout out to my man Dwayne at University of Maryland. Ideally, it's an institute of higher education. We can learn how to make a pie. Jay is in Columbia, South Carolina. Hello, Jay. Right. How do you do?
Me, Mr. JP, how we doing? Long time no talk.
Good to hear from you,
I'm going to do 50% defense, 40% offense, and then a strong 10%, which will overlap both offense and defense coaching staff. And the reason I say that is because, guys, I'm a assistant high school coach at a high school, and it don't matter the level of football. You tell your guys defensively. I tell my guys, look at the route tree in the secondary. Look at what they running. All they did was run corners, slants, and outs. That's all they did. And on that corner route where 15 caught the ball for a touchdown, if you clearly watch it, they just let them go. Offensively, Kingsbury, you got to open up the field for Jaden. Yeah, I wasn't really impressed because we know he can move with his legs. I don't know if the receivers get open or not. Based off what one caller said with the camera angle, I couldn't see if they were getting separation or not. But you have to stretch the field and see if this boy can beat you with his arm. And again, obviously receiver-wise, I mean, bruh, somebody said Terry's not a threat. I disagree with that. Terry brought a lot of attention yesterday. They clearly said it. Todd Bowles said that he's scheming for Terry. So what happens is the other receivers got to open up and get open to open him up. And, I mean, bruh, it just didn't work out like that. And then, obviously, tackling is bad. And then kicker-wise, why did we get rid of Ramirez? I don't know. I love Ramirez. I don't know why we got rid of him. He was kicking better than my man. Yeah, Amid. Yeah, we got rid of him.
I'm aware. I wasn't expecting to call.
He was kicking.
Yeah, he was. He wasn't making them all, but it's fair.
He better than Cade York. And then I say this, guys, I'm from Rocky Hill, South Carolina. That should ring a bell about all the greats there. BT Potter for Clemson, all-time leading scorer. How does he not have a job at kicking? Don't know. Bring him into the Commanders. He can kick. I'm just saying, there's guys on the market. We're overlooking the kicking thing. But look at Dustin Hopkins. Look at Harrison Buckner. His first ever career start was against us on Monday Night Football with the Chiefs. We ended up losing that game, sadly. But I mean, I'm just saying, you can. It's about coaching these guys and giving them the confidence. And like that dude said in the last call prior to Dwayne, we don't have identity. But obviously, like you said, the week's got to go on and all that. So it is what it is. We'll see how it goes. You know me, JP and B. Mitch. Y'all know I'm more. I get into it in more depth. So we'll see after the weeks go by what we're working with.
Thanks, buddy. Cool. Good call. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think they're probably bringing some kickers in. I did get some more submissions via Twitter.
Yeah, kickers definitely will be coming.
Yeah. The first round draft pick on Twitter says blame pie 80% on the defense, not being able to get off the field and force almost any 3 and outs. If they got off the field, more opportunities for the offense to get into a rhythm. Right about that. Cade York 10%, Joe Witt 10%. I think the first half of this game, they just did not get enough rush from the front. I don't think Baker was able to stand in there and fire off lasers. I thought Baker also played really well. Like you got to tip your cap to a pro on the other side.
Yep.
You got to at least get him off his spots. I mean, it was 3rd and 4, 3-step drop, fire the out, 7-yard gain. You know what I mean? Like we saw that over and over.
Consistently.
Baker did a good job of throwing with anticipation and getting the ball out fast. But, I don't think the secondary is very good, but I don't know that they got a lot of help yesterday. Jeff Thorne on Twitter, Landfill. I'm curious your reaction to this. His blame pie goes 100% to the Ron Rivera regime.
I mean, 100% might be a little excessive, but Ron does kind of deserve some blame. I mean, his drafts were just awful. And, those picks should be the bulk of the team here, but because they were so bad, they're just not.
Yeah, the drafts were really bad, and I think they are low on.
Yeah, you come in and you have to basically get rid of over half of a team to try to get some semblance of talent. It says a lot.
Jonathan is on the road. Johnny, who you mad at?
Man, I got 50% on the defense because the defense didn't hold up. The defense wouldn't hold up. I got 15% on the kickers because bad field position, and we need the scoring to stay consecutive. I don't even have a voice because I was yelling at them all day. I got 5% on like the NFL officiating because now we're getting all these reviews from upstairs that nobody's had all week. And then I got 30% on Kingsbury because we're supposed to be running the ball first and second down. We need to establish the run, ease them into the game plan. We're throwing too many quick screens, too many 1-yard passes. Where's the 5-yard slant, 7-yard slant? These intermediate passes just to get the offense going. I don't like how we didn't use the run game enough. And that's pretty much it.
All right,
thanks for the call. Appreciate you. Yeah, the run game, there wasn't a lot there. I think it's hard to run the ball when you can't stay on the field, and they just could not stay on the field.
And the other team stays on the field,
right?
And then they score a touchdown, then it changes up the game. I don't know why that is never understood. When you go 3-4 and out, they go down and score a touchdown. You give it up again, they go score a touchdown. You're not going to run the ball the next time. You're going to try to catch up.
Yeah,
it's human nature.
It didn't really get that far away from them. Early in the third quarter, they stretched it to 23-7. Then Washington went back and scored. Could have cut it to one score there. They're down 9. And then Tampa rattles 2 straight touchdowns off.
Yeah.
Then it's over. I didn't love the game plan. I don't know that we saw enough, know enough. I'm also trying to track down some separation stats for the wideouts. I don't think they definitely left some yards out there in the pass game.
Mm-hmm.
But dude, if you can't, I mean, the third down numbers, Dan Quinn talked about the third downs, just that was like kind of where the game went.
We didn't convert and they did.
Tampa was 9 of 13. Washington was 2 of 8.
Yeah.
Like that tells a lot of the story right there. I think, Dan Quinn talked about the struggle, and there were 2 Dan Quinn, I guess, quotes from post-game last night that stood out to me in different ways.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically on the struggle he talked about. You need the struggle to see the identity develop. You don't want it, but you do need it. That part is hard, and that struggle happened tonight. The previous caller said, what's the identity? What's the identity? I guess it's developing. This, though, I thought was a bit alarming, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
Dan Quinn said, going into it, I was expecting us to really see us hit our marks and go. I just didn't feel the energy, the hitting, and the tackling that I was accustomed to seeing. Isn't that on you? You're the coach.
Well, if I'm accustomed to seeing it, you're showing me everything I want to see in practice. You got in the game and didn't do what you're supposed to do. I don't know if that's on the coach. See, this is where I'm at.
I know that can't happen again. That's the one thing that
can't happen
if
again.
It's an energy thing.
But if I have a bunch of men who are paid to play football, doing everything in practice, then they get in the game and something happens, what am I supposed to do? Go wind them up in the back? The players got to bring that damn energy. And at the pro level, I don't blame coaches as much as I do the players. The players have to be able to do. They know what the hell they got to do, And then you get in the game, and it seemed like as the game was going on, their energy was starting to dissipate. You have to get yourself ready.
In this game, Tampa was 9 for 13. It's almost 70% on third down. That was the 6th highest success rate in a single game in Bucks franchise history.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
you-
never
we-
good to make
We can put it
franchise
any
history.
kind of way we want. Defense has to play better. Point blank.
Correct. Joe Theismann celebrating his birthday, taking the time to join us next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. What a great NFL weekend that was. And you have another chance to start the season with a big return on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet on tonight's game. You can build a same-game parlay on the Monday night game with the Jets taking on the 49ers. Let's do it with this. Christian McCaffrey over rushing yards. Aaron Rodgers over passing yards. And Breece Hall anytime touchdown. Hell, you could throw Christian McCaffrey in that anytime touchdown category as well. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. The Commanders fell in their first game as they lost 37-20 in Tampa against the Buccaneers. They're back home next Sunday against the Giants. A look around the NFC East. The Vikings beat the Giants 28-6 yesterday. The Cowboys beat the Browns 33-17, and the Eagles won on Friday night in Brazil over the Packers 34-29. Yesterday, Dak Prescott signed a record extension with the Cowboys. 4 years, $240 million, 231 guaranteed. He becomes the highest paid player in NFL history. Some injuries coming out of the games yesterday. Bills quarterback Josh Allen injured his left hand. The Bills are going to play Thursday against the Dolphins. Panthers defensive tackle Derek Brown suffered a knee injury that's potentially season-ending. He's going to undergo surgery on a meniscus injury. And Browns tight end David Njoku is feared to have a high ankle sprain. Tonight, Week 1 wraps up with the Jets and Niners at 8:15. You can hear that game right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Pirates yesterday 7-3 to split the 4-game series. They're off today and then back in action against the Braves at home tomorrow night. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Ladies' night. What a banger. Right now, very excited to welcome on to the BetQL guest line and start by wishing him a happy birthday. Mr. Joe Theismann joins us. What's up, Joe? How are you, man?
Thank you, JP. I appreciate that very, very much. Great to join you on the first Monday of the season. And I hate to say it, but things didn't look a whole lot different.
So what is this, the 50th birthday, Joe?
Actually, it's 51. Thank you. So you were close.
But thank you for making time for us on your birthday. I'm sure there are some golf courses out there calling your name.
There's one. I'm like B. Mitch. There's always a tee time waiting for us somewhere.
I love it. I love it. You said something interesting there, and I tend to agree with you, especially on the defensive side of the ball, that what we saw yesterday didn't look all that different from what we've seen the last couple seasons. What stood out to you in the 37-20 loss to Tampa?
Well, I think big plays by Tampa's offense, getting behind our guys was an issue and has been, and it will be. And this year to me is a little bit different. I think what Dan and Adam are trying to do is you're building a foundation here. I anticipated communication issues because you basically have started half of your football team, whether it's part of the offense, part of the defense, that hadn't been there. And it takes time to develop a cohesiveness, and it takes time to develop a communication, especially when you're on the road.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that Mike Evans is just a beast to deal with anyway. The first touchdown catch he makes is like, I don't care who was covering him. It didn't matter. But, people seem to get by our secondary a little too frequently for me as far as the defense goes. I thought the line, really put a lot of pressure on Baker at times, just couldn't quite grab him and get him down. He made some really good plays. You could see the difference in somebody being comfortable in a pocket and in Jaden's case, not comfortable yet in a pocket. I mean, you can see the distinctive difference between experience and youth.
Do you notice, is it going to be a situation where, like you said just now, they're trying to build a foundation? And I understand that, and I they have to figure out this thing, and they're looking at it for the long haul. But there are a lot of fans who just see when anything new come in, they automatically expect it to just be there, be finished. What would you tell the people like that where the foundation is trying to be built, but they want you to win yesterday?
It's human nature. It really is. It's just human nature, you know. But Jaden was the first pick. Everybody knew he had to be the first pick. He's a very talented young man. We got a tiny little sample of his athleticism and his abilities in preseason. And you and I have talked about this. Do not take anything out of preseason. And now there is no preseason. All preseason is right now is an evaluation process for coaches to figure out how to fill out a 53-man roster. The three of us could sit down and write in 45 players that would make this Commanders football team. Of course, this year's a little different because a lot of guys came in. But we could, you know, all you're looking for is 5 or 6 spots.
Yeah.
And then your practice squad. Because that's preseason has become worthless other than for that particular purpose. I think that, you know, I hate to say it, but you know, this is going to require patience and time, and it's something that we haven't seen it here. Yeah. I mean, just as an example, since I got hurt in '85, I believe there are 43 different starting quarterbacks in Washington over that period of time.
That's crazy.
In the last 20 years, there's like, and you know, I mean, we've seen coaches come and go. We've seen philosophies change. We've seen players change. But unless you have stability at that position, you really don't stand a chance to enjoy any degree of success. And I think that's the frustrating part for me as a fan and all of our fans. And I think Jaden is going to be a wonderful foundation. He has the athleticism. Now we have to watch him grow into playing the position. His footwork, he was rushed yesterday. This is the first time, you know, the difference in preseason for a series and the difference in a 60-minute football game are night and day.
Yep.
The speed of the game, the pressure you're going to be under, the awkwardness that you have to be able to make plays, trying to get the ball out of your hands. And I will tell you this, Caleb Williams, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, when you drop back against these defenses, you have no idea what you're looking at. It takes time to figure out who's supposed to be where. You can sit and study all the film you want, but then coaches are going to make adjustments to you. If you escape to the left, what they're going to do is they're going to pressure you from the right side, and they're going to hold that right defensive end until you go to him. I mean, it's all the little, now we're starting to get into the little nuances of the game. But foundationally, I think it was important that Jaden had a chance to see himself on film and be able to evaluate his reads, his delivery, his footwork. And it can't be Cliff and the coaching staff doing it. He's got to be honest with himself and say, okay, these are the areas where I need to improve. This is what I saw. I used to sit in meetings with quarterbacks at the park. I'd sit down with different guys that have been there, young guys. And I'd say to them, you know, we'd be studying film. I said, what did you see? And then my next comment to them would be very simple. Don't tell me what you think you want me to hear. Tell me why you did this so that we can build on it. And that's the thing that you'll sit down with Jaden and say, okay, why did you go here? You know, obviously everybody's going to miss deep throws. I mean, you know, I'd love to see him hit Terry with that one. It would have, I think, been a real shot in the arm for him and for the team. But hey, everybody misses him.
Yep.
You know, the worst performance yesterday was by far Bryce Young.
Sure.
By far.
In the second year.
Carolina.
Too.
I mean, it was just, and of course, you can't take 3 years off and expect to play the Dallas Cowboys if you're Deshaun Watson. Yeah. And we saw what Russ can do. That's why I'm just, people asked me about Jaden in the beginning of the year, guys. And I said very simply, I want him to start 17 football games at least. I want to see him start 17 football games. That way he'll be able to accumulate continuing knowledge to get better and better and better at his trade. You know, Deshaun Watson's played 12 games in 3 years.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
With Jaden,
it's rust. Mitch, you know what it's like. If you got hurt and missed 3 weeks, how did you feel? Imagine missing basically 3 years.
Yeah, like you're starting over. But let me ask you this question. Like you said, Jaden should be doing that. I look at it this way. I think the other players also, because we have a lot of players who've heard a lot of good talk about themselves, and you believe what you hear. But I think it's time for players to be truthful to themselves and look at what they're not doing right and improve it. Like, this is not college. This is not high school, not Little League. This is the pros.
No.
This is your
You're
profession.
not on scholarship,
Yes.
right, Mitch? You're not on scholarship.
Oh, yeah.
Well, being on scholarship nowadays, you make more money than you make playing pros.
Especially as a rookie.
Time. But I agree with you. I think it's, you have to be accountable to yourself, number one. And then you have to be accountable to your teammates. Every guy in that locker room today, I would say every guy in that locker room has to look at that film and say, how can I get better at what I do? Yeah. How can I get better? I don't need hey, listen, man, I don't need a coach telling me that I need to do this. He can guide me. He can give me guidance. He can share wisdom with me, but I'm the one that has to implement it. I'm the one that has to stay late. I'm the one that has to work harder. If we have a chance to be what we want to be and what our fans want us to be as a football team, then it's got to be individual accountability.
Yeah.
Be accountable to that guy in that locker room next to you. I think that's so vitally important.
I'm with you.
You're saying the same thing.
Yeah. Talking with Joe Theismann here on the BetQL guest line. Joe T, the last great quarterback in Washington, and it's been some time in between. Happy birthday to Joe Theismann today. I appreciate you making time for us on your birthday.
You're welcome.
What did you like from Jaden yesterday?
I thought there were times that he made some good throws. I thought he showed a degree of composure at times in the pocket with a lot of things going on around him. I mean, he felt pressure, but he didn't see it. Now, I'll explain the difference.
Yeah.
You're going to feel pressure. You're going to move around. I thought he protected the ball pretty well in the pocket. It was sort of hard to evaluate because he was the leading rusher by, 40 yards?
By a pretty wide margin,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
But I mean, you're not going to make a living in this business, and you're not going to survive if you're going to be the leading rusher. I don't care whether you're Anthony Richardson or Josh Allen or anybody. It's not going to work out that way. You play the position to throw the football. I thought there was a foundation to build on where he got the ball out of his hands. When he knew what he wanted to do with the football, we could see what it looked like. Now it's a question of building on that. Know what you want to do with the football. The Giant defense, they're going to come at you. Now he has a real sense for the speed of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden it ain't preseason. And now the pressure's coming from everywhere. And it's not going to be the first series and I go sit down. It's not going to be 2 series and I go sit down. It's going to be 2 series, 3 series. And I've said this so many times is I want to see how people handle adversity.
Yeah.
When everybody's telling you you're wonderful, you're terrific, everything, and things are going well and you're getting great blocking and all that stuff, that's fine. All well and good. But it doesn't happen on a consistent basis in our business. It's how do you respond to bad things? It's like, Mitch, we're all about golf. Okay. We love golf.
Yep.
It isn't the good shots. It's how do you manage the bad shots? You ever watch the pros? They're in the woods and all of a sudden they're on the green.
Uh-huh.
How do you handle the bad shots? How do you handle the bad things? And that's where you learn to grow in this business.
See, Joe, I show JP that every time we play. If I hit one in the trees, I end up getting the par. He goes, "Man, you make me sick with that."
Right, because I am a weak-minded blogger, and when I hit it in the trees, I just mentally quit on the hole.
But there are analogies. I think managing. You're going to have bad situations. You're going to make mistakes. And listen, you those guys on the other side of the ball are mighty darn good. And so like I said, when you're a rookie in this league, at our position, at the quarterback position, the volume of learning is incredible. But you have to improve every day, every week.
Yep.
That's where hope can be created, and that's what I say to the fans. Unfortunately, we say, hey, let's give it some time, but we really have to because the team has been basically revamped, and we have a very young, talented individual at the quarterback position who I think, having spent a little bit of time, I think he's mentally tough enough to be able to handle what is called quarterbacking at the professional level.
It's funny you say that, Joe. because what stood out to me most about Daniels yesterday, and I don't think him rushing the ball 16 times is a recipe for long-term success, right? You don't want to take his running ability away, but ideally you keep that 8, maybe 10 carries, something like that, right? But what he showed, I thought, and I think this goes along with what you're saying about his mental toughness, he showed that he is a dog competitor. And the only thing that could get going was his legs, and damn it, he's trying to run through daylight.
Now he has to temper that movement with his legs to be able to buy time to get receivers the ball down the field.
Mm-hmm.
So you move to create opportunities. You don't move just to take off and run. And I think he's got to work on his sliding a little bit. I kept watching him run, and he sort of would dive forward. I'm thinking, no, one of these guys is going to come at you and hit you, and he's going to get a 15-yard penalty, and you're going to get a trip to the sideline.
Yeah, I mean, he took the one shot from Bryce Hall, right? That was the helmet to helmet.
Yeah.
They got the penalty. Still, you'd like to see fewer of those, obviously.
Yeah, well, again, it's part of the learning process to be able to I say this to every young quarterback. Your number one job is to keep yourself available to play in practice so you can get better.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'll use Deshaun Watson as an example. He missed time in training camp this year because of a shoulder issue. And 6 games one year, 6 games another year, no games, when you left Houston. Now, he's got to work his rear end off to try and find it.
Yes.
And when you got $265 million in the bank, how hard are you going to work hard to find it? Plus you're 4 years. You're basically 4 years older.
Right.
Yep.
And 4 years removed from playing at a top level.
Exactly.
Joe,
Yeah.
I don't know if anything stood out to you from elsewhere around the league, but looking ahead now, we've got the Giants coming to town. And unfortunately, the Giants always seem to deliver their best results against Washington. But
they didn't look good either.
What's that?
They did not look good either.
No. And you look at this game, the Giants have some serious dogs on their D-line, but I think from a talent standpoint, this is a far better matchup for Washington than Tampa was. What do you want to see against New York at home, Jaden Daniels' home debut, what should be a packed house? Like, what do you think that should look like?
From Jaden, basically, I want to see him get the ball out of his hands and be decisive with where he wants to go with the football. I don't want to necessarily see him run as much. And if he does move, which is different than running, find somebody to get the ball to. And this is where we talk about Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce.
Mm.
When I had the opportunity to play with the great Art Monk, people would say, "Oh, wow, you could always find Art." No, Art found me. I would scramble around, but it seemed like Art was always the guy I could find, just like Patrick always finds Travis. You got to let the receivers know, if I'm moving, if I'm on the right side, move to me, move back to me, give me a place to put the ball. Don't let somebody plaster on you, but work your rear end off to give me a place to get it out of my hands. We're working together in this thing.
Yep.
And I'd like to see him. Obviously, I don't want him to carry the ball 16 times in a game. I mean, it's Daniel Jones does it a lot. I mean, we could have a rushing contest in this one between the quarterbacks, the way things have gone, which you don't want. And I'd like to not see people run by us and have people, open behind us.
For sure.
If people are going to score, make them work.
Yeah.
Make them work their ever-loving rear ends off. If they're let's make them work. If they're going to get to pay dirt, let's make sure it takes them a long time, and you don't get these big bombs, which historically one of our big problems is being able to score points.
Yeah.
We put up what, 20 yesterday.
Yeah.
But really the last couple of touchdowns, the game was sort of out of hand.
Yeah, it was 37-13 with 5 minutes left.
Right. But I think that, I know one thing, the guys didn't quit, and that's a start for me. They didn't throw in the towel and say, "Oh, geez, we're getting our rear ends kicked. We'll line up and get ready for the Giants." No, they kept working their tail off, and that's a credit to Dan and his staff. And to me, again, like it's this football team different than we've had before. This one has a lot of change going on in it, and it's going to take some time to be able to adapt to the changes and the communications that are necessary to be successful.
Yep.
Joe, we really appreciate
They
you
don't
giving
happen
us
overnight.
giving us time on your birthday, man. I hope you enjoy the day and get to celebrate. And maybe next week, if we are able to talk, we're having a different conversation.
I hope so too. If you reach out, let me know. I'd love to visit with you guys. Always love visiting with you. Love listening to you. Mitch and I have known each other 100 years. JP, you and I not quite as long.
We're getting there though. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah,
Seriously, appreciate it, man.
Hey, I just want to be around for the next 10 or 20.
All right, got you.
Me and you both. Thank you, Joe. Happy birthday,
All right,
man.
Joe. Take care, buddy.
Guys. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Joe Theismann, what a legend. I think really fair analysis there.
Yeah.
Really in line with what you and I have said about this is a rebuild. Jaden looked pretty good. There are steps to take, obviously. Here's the steps we're going to take. We're going to give away concert tickets to the Marley Brothers. We're going to run through our touchdown pool. And before we go anywhere, we got to look at Jets-Niners tonight. But keep this in mind as you're ripping bets all over the NFL, college football. This is an exciting time, but it's only the start of football. And it's also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 1067 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. B, you know Chris Kerwin that I work with, right? From NBC?
Yep.
Kerwin's been doing this a long time. Kerwin worked for George Michael. Like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, Kerwin. That
He said yesterday was one of the 3 hottest games of his career.
I believe it.
And running around with a camera and stuff, that's hot.
JP, I was standing in one spot and my whole shirt was wet.
Yeah, dude, it was hot.
Like, they were like, oh man, I think it was hotter when we played golf. I'm like, no. We were walking playing golf. We are not walking. We're just standing up, and I was completely drenched.
It was hot, man. Here's what we're going to do. Caller number 10 right now, you win 2 tickets to the Marley Brothers Forever Legacy Tour, September 27th at Jiffy Lube Live, featuring Ziggy Marley, Stephen Marley, Julian Marley, Kamani Marley, and Damian Marley. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. All right. Last week, we started this touchdown parlay contest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's us versus the Junkies versus Grant and Danny. Now, I believe all 3 of you guys have hit, right? So Jeff hit with Brian Robinson. Landfill hit with Joe Mixon.
I hit with Gibbs.
You had Jahmyr Gibbs, right? So I have Christian McCaffrey going tonight. I think I don't remember Grant and Danny's, but I know the Junks have this actual bet in where I think they win a pretty sizable pot. So I don't know who picked them, but they have Christian McCaffrey going tonight also. Is that right, Landfill?
Yes, the Junkies hit 3 out of 3 yesterday. They had B-Rob, Justin Jefferson, and Mike Evans. They have Christian McCaffrey going tonight. And Grant and Danny also hit 3 out of 3 yesterday. They had Tyreek Hill, Justin Jefferson, and Mike Evans. They have Breece Hall going tonight.
But don't the Junks have 6 people on that show? They only have 4 picks?
Yeah, something like that.
Doesn't the math seem off there? So here's my question for the great Landini. If McCaffrey hits tonight, then we have hit our parlay, and the Junkies also hit their parlay. But they have actual cash on it. So apparently, I'm looking at their bet. They have a $10 bet that would win them $560. So they had B-Rob, Mike Evans, Anthony Richardson, Justin Jefferson, and Christian McCaffrey. So one of those guys must not have made a pick, or a bunch of them agreed on a pick or something. I don't know. I don't know how the numbers landed.
Mm-hmm.
Landfill, you have some hater in you. That exists in there.
A lot of it.
Are you rooting for CMC to score tonight, which would mean our show goes 4 for 4 on our first ever touchdown parlay, but it also means not only the Junkies make $500, but I've been told per sources, Drab put his own individual bet on the parlay, and Drab personally stands to become possibly a multimillionaire. I'm not sure the size of the bet.
Well, that's good. Then he can pay me back the money he owes me for his Seahawks costing me my parlay yesterday. I put in a 4 o'clock game parlay. I went 3 of 4, and the stupid Seahawks cost me. They gave up a meaningless touchdown, so they won by 6 instead of 6.5, which I needed. So I hope that McCaffrey scores and Drab owes me the $200, or I'll stab him.
Stabbing. All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
I actually
you said it on the radio?
Yeah, I had an alarm set stab Drab 9:57, but he ran out of here before I could get it.
All right, well, quick break. We're going to see if we can find Drab and let Landfill stab him. Nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders kicked off their season yesterday with a loss in Tampa Bay as they fell to the Buccaneers 37-20. They'll be home next week for the home opener against the Giants. A look around the NFC East. The Vikings beat the Giants 28-6. The Cowboys beat the Browns 33-17. And on Friday night, the Eagles beat the Packers 34-29 in Brazil. Other NFL news, Dak Prescott signed a record extension yesterday. 4 years, $240 million, making him the highest paid player in NFL history. $231 million of the $240 is guaranteed. Some injuries coming out of yesterday. Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson has a bone bruise and an MCL sprain. He's considered week to week. And Panthers defensive tackle Derek Brown suffered a knee injury that is potentially season ending. He's going to undergo surgery on his meniscus. Tonight, the Jets take on the 49ers to wrap up week 1 of the NFL season. Monday Night Football, 8:15 kickoff. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals fell to the Pirates yesterday 7-3 to split the series in Pittsburgh. The Nats are off today, then they're back home against the Braves tomorrow night. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Shout out to Tupac. Shout out to Andy's Pizza. Lev had a question in here earlier that I at least wanted to circle back to, and then let's kind of go around the NFL just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of games, not just Washington. Leadville wrote down Jaden Daniels, good, bad, encouraging, with question marks. I just saw this chart from Kevin Cole. It was quarterback grading from Pro Football Focus versus their EPA, expected points added.
Mm-hmm.
Daniels ranks probably in the middle tier here. His EPA, his expected points added per play, pretty high. He'd probably be top 10-ish.
Mm-hmm.
He's adding about a little more than a quarter of a point per every snap. And I think who your opponent is matters a lot in these. In EPA, Daniels is ahead of Matt Stafford, Jalen Hurts, just about on par with CJ Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
You know who led the NFL in EPA this weekend? Expected points added per play?
Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield.
Mm-hmm. But I just think
Josh Allen,
Pat
Pat Mahomes.
When I look at any player, I look at the competition as well. It's not just about what the player does, it's who he's playing against. You know, and people will look at Baker was just outstanding. If he had done that against a team like a Steelers defense,
right,
he'll be out this world. You know what I mean? And I think you have to look at that too, and not just for the performance that you might see the guy do. Why is the performance a certain way? And for him to go through that game and not have interceptions and only get sacked twice says a lot about. I'm gonna give him more credit than I just give the O-line. The O-line played good. They didn't play great.
Yeah.
But his experience, I mean, his athleticism and his movement helped them out.
Right.
Made him look good. And that's what you got to do sometimes.
I mean, if you want to grade on the curve of rookies, Jaden was significantly better than either Caleb Williams or Bo Nix.
Oh, yeah.
For me, watching his game, I wouldn't say he was good because I think his good is so much higher. But was he encouraging? Hell yeah. I've said it repeatedly now that I thought his level of competitiveness stood out to me the most.
Steph, what I'm saying, like, this is his first game playing. You don't expect him to hit his highs.
Yeah.
So if you're
on a scale of was he good for his NFL debut? Yes.
Yeah. Because what he's capable of becoming, we look at Tom, we look at Peyton, we look at all these guys. They weren't what they became early on.
For sure.
But I can't judge him on what I know he could be or what I expect him to be. When I see that game and I understand what rookies do, what people do in their first start. Not even if they're rookies. In their first start, they don't play like they're capable of playing.
Jeffrey, what do you say to Landfill's question? Jaden Daniels, good, bad, encouraging. You can pick a word. Give me a word to describe Jaden.
He's definitely encouraging. A lot of people are up in arms already, and they're panicking. Dude didn't turn the ball over. He's a rookie. There's 17 more weeks left in the NFL. I'm just sitting and waiting. I'm waiting patiently. Like we talked during camp and all of that, JP. We know we're in the middle of a rebuild. Of course, we're gonna have our times where we come over here and be like, "Oh yeah, they could pull off this upset." Nah, we know what's going on, and we know what we're cheering for. And a lot of, like, I was talking to some people, I'm not gonna say their name, but they was like, "Oh, you must be on a Jaden can't do nothing wrong train." I'm like, no, it's just I'm not gonna sit up here and like turn my back on the kid one game into the season.
The
What's going
question
on?
I would ask those people: what did he do so bad where you think he's somebody jumping off a train?
Can I want to do this because
I mean, in that game, what did he do that would make you question what he's capable of becoming?
I want to open the phones up. 800-636-1067.
You ain't saying their name. I one finger salute them too. And they know who they are.
Because B, you said earlier you've been hearing people that are ready to just the season's over, fire everybody, right?
Yep.
I haven't heard that. As far as people that are done with Jaden or something already, like, I think you're nuts. I will give you the platform to make your case. If you think they need to fire somebody, if you want to react to week one, do it. I kind of think those are like weird social media bots, and I don't think actual humans will call in with those takes. 800-636-1067. You will get a fair opportunity to state your case if that is your case. I am fascinated to hear it. Landini, because sometimes I wonder if we're not arguing against ghosts. Like, do these people actually exist? Show yourself.
Well, they were human beings. Believe me.
Landini, Jaden Daniels, good, bad, encouraging. That was your question.
Yeah, I would definitely say encouraging. I liked one thing that I really liked is I think he scrambled well, and I think that's actually pretty important for a guy. That was the best, most reliable way for them to get first downs yesterday was Jaden scrambling, and something like that, it just allowed him to stay on the field for a lot more and get more reps. So, you know, he can learn and he can grow. And I think that's critically important for him to get that experience, because I don't have a ton of confidence in the offensive coordinator or the wide receivers to get open. So if Jaden can go out there and, make those plays happen himself, that's got to be encouraging for me.
I'm with you. I don't understand how you could leave yesterday and be discouraged, right? He was by far the best rookie quarterback to play yesterday. I think his ability to move with the football, I think Joe T said it really well. If you missed any of our interview with Joe Theismann from last hour, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind. All right, so B, here's what I can tell you. A lot of people are calling. The phone lines have lit up now that I've asked for if you really think they need to make a firing after one game, holler at me. But so far, none of them have made it through Jeff's rigorous screening process. So I think it might just be a lot of like lunatics or bots or whatever. I don't know. I'm fascinated to see what happens here. But Joe T said it really, really well. I think Daniels has shown he can make plays with his feet. Certainly. I think it's fair to say that. I think the evolution of that is making plays with your feet to stay in the pass game. And I don't think week 1 against a Todd Bowles defense is when you're going to see that. But over the course of a season, I think that's what you'd like to see is, you still want to run. You still want to pick up the chunk yards when you can, pick up the first downs when you can. But what if your ability to evade pressure buys you more time, and then you see that receiver streaking on the post route?
Yeah, I think, but that's something you're growing too. And I wouldn't expect a person in his first game to be able to do everything at one time. I don't think anybody does it in their first game. And then that's where, in this day and age, what we do, we are judging people according to guys who finished their careers, guys who are in their glory days of their career, their 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th year. We judge the first year guy on those guys instead of judging them on the first year. Go look at Peyton's first game and all these guys that were great first game and see what they did. I think they wouldn't. I think you would see a total difference, but that's not how people do it.
Our buddy Brian Burrows with a call here. He said, Jaden was definitely encouraging. I will wait until week 6 to see how I feel, but the defense will adjust, and we definitely just need to see as it goes. I don't get how you could not be encouraged from that. If you want to say it's far from a finished product, certainly, right? But I can't imagine watching.
Who is expecting to see a finished product in week 1?
I don't know. People are calling. We'll see. I don't know exactly what is happening. I just don't think it's too much to say fire everybody. I don't like Jaden, whatever. Either way, I think it's one game and you got to chill.
Mm-hmm.
I think you got to give them a little bit of time. Last year they started 2-0 and they went 4-13. Mm-hmm. If you are convinced that everything needs to be blown up because of week 1, it looked bad. That was a bad game. They played poorly. Their defense was awful. The offense wasn't very good. I'm not sugarcoating or denying anything. I just think you're nuts if drastic measures have to be taken because of that. You know what I mean? Does that sound fair?
It sounds 100% fair to me. I just listen, man.
But that's why
I've learned a long time ago. I don't listen to everybody that speaks on the radio or everybody that's just going tweet something. You got to realize people become very, very intelligent and know-it-all and brave when they're on Twitter and on phones.
That's why I don't even think people are going to call in with these wild takes. I think
somebody will.
All right, we'll see.
People do crazy stuff.
The phones are lit up, but whoever is calling is so hell-bent on just screaming that they're not even getting past Jeff and Landfill. It's just, I can see the boys in the aquarium trying to make sense of whatever is being yelled at them, and it seems comical to me. I don't I don't understand it, but we'll find out together. We're all in it together. You and I, before we get to this, how about Dak getting paid and then delivering?
Yeah. That's how it's supposed to be.
I thought that was pretty impressive yesterday. As far as
Dak
performance
said, I'm getting my cheddar. I'm out.
Are you blown away when you hear those numbers?
No.
That's a big number, dude.
But
Micah Parsons, you see his comment after?
What?
He's like, damn, that's a lot of money.
Yeah, but the whole thing about it is we act like just like you said, let's act like what we see. Did you not see the number going there?
Totally.
So yeah, it's a big number, but you know what? It's now like all the basketball players used to talk. Football, the quarterbacks are competing in passing. That's how it is. In the NFL, we look at the numbers. The numbers state how much money they make, how do they promote their league.
Sure.
So that guy's going to get paid.
Arguably the worst loss of the weekend, it goes to the Panthers, but Cincinnati
Worst
falling.
loss of the weekend was Notre Dame. But I'm just like rubbing
That's
it
a
in
tough
for those
one.
guys.
Yeah. Cincinnati losing to New England is tough.
Yeah, and they look. See, that's another one. Joe Burrow, okay, is an unbelievable quarterback. Highly look.
He looked rough, but all right. Somebody's ready to present their argument. This is Shane. Shane, what's your argument, sir?
First and foremost, I want to say that I am not saying that it needs to be sweeping changes. The thing is this, right? We all knew Jaden Daniels coming in was an electric runner. That's not a question. What we had questions about was whether he would throw the ball across the middle, whether he would protect himself, and whether he would be durable. You know what I'm saying? So running the ball 16 times, and it's just something about the way he takes his hits, right? He looks like a rag doll, his helmet's flying off, this and that. So I would say, first and foremost, we can punt on this year. I think that Adam Peters punted on this year when he didn't address any weapons for Jaden Daniels to have, didn't address the left tackle, didn't address pass rush. So I just think that we started off already in a bad term with just punting on the year. It didn't even seem like we wanted to be competitive. We don't have any star players on the roster. We don't even really have good players on the roster. So I've been telling guys all this, we're going to do better just because we had roster turnover didn't mean anything because we didn't get any actual good players. Filling it in with Bobby Wagner's and Cleveland Furrows would not make us better. So I would just say that Adam Peters, first and foremost, already dealt our head coach, Dan Quinn, a bad hand for his first year, which means that in year two, we better see some change, which will be hard because all of these guys are on one-year deals. So I think that the whole Dan Quinn era, okay, it started off in the wrong foot because we basically punted on this year without adding any talent, okay? And next year it'll be even harder because, like I said, we're just going to be bringing in more talent and roster turnover again because these guys are on one-year deals. So that's 2 years now. And next year he'll have to produce, which it'll be hard with all the roster turnover. So that's 2 years I feel like it's already going to be wasted. So which puts the emphasis on the third year. And what is the third year going to be? Full of rookies, and it's just already started out bad just with the way that the roster was constructed this year, which put total pressure on next year, okay? And then it's just like the Dan Quinn era is already, to me, seems like it's just like the Ron Rivera era. Oh, give me 3 years, I'm a rebuilder. We're not rebuilding, we're retooling. What this is not the way you go about it, to me, okay? You got to try to bring in players, good players. You
can't fix everything in 1 year.
And we want to wonder why the receivers not getting separation. We have on the meet exact years.
Do you think that they can fix everything in 1 year, bro?
I never said that. But
I'm asking you a question because you coming and you giving us your mindset. I'm going to ask you a question.
You improve when you have a worse roster.
No. I don't think the roster is worse, but I don't think you saw that stuff yesterday. You said he couldn't protect himself. He did protect himself yesterday. I think he threw the ball across. He threw the ball across the middle.
2 times, bro.
He threw the ball across the middle.
When did he protect himself, bro?
He rolled. He rolled. The hardest hit he took was when he got hit in the pocket.
Shane. Listen, I am happy
Shane,
to
you must have never played football. You just think somebody gonna get touched at all on the damn football field.
Football. I played 8 years of football, bro.
But you don't get hit on the football field.
Yeah, he got up, but that don't mean he protected himself.
He go get hit. He got hit from the back. The hardest hit he took wasn't the helmet hit. It was the hit he got hit from the back.
He ran helmet to helmet with Antoine Winfield Jr., and luckily he just pushed him to the ground and wasn't diving.
Can I ask you a question, Shane? Shane, you got to let us talk, dog. It's our show,
just
not
cut
yours.
him off. That's what you do. You don't give nobody all that damn time. They just run their damn mouth down listening.
It's interesting, though. Don't you think they can improve from yesterday? Are you convinced that they're going to suck for 3 years?
How can you improve with zero talent?
All right, thank you for the call, man.
That's why you're not listening to fools. Sometimes people open their mouth, they tell you exactly what they are.
I would rather the people that have these opinions get to, because I don't think they should exist. I think you're nuts. But
JP, there are nuts in the world.
I do think there's a dearth of talent.
There are nuts
I agree
in the
with
world.
that. I've said that repeatedly. And dude, if you want to, you can make the argument. Like, we knew secondary was a problem. They didn't really do anything to address it. They've got a ton of cap space. I do think it's part of a longer-term plan. I'm not willing to throw in the towel on the 26 season already. We'll keep these phone lines going.
26,
that dude's saying they're going to be bad for 3 years, and then they got to start it all over.
Man, listen, bro. Sometimes stuff that's said is not what you need to listen to. We try to be respectful to people when they respectful to us. But if you're going to say stupid stuff, I'm going to come right back at you.
You also got to let us talk, dude. It's great.
No, but you don't have to. You can just cut his ass off. That's what you do. The whole thing about it is, yes, we listen. But everybody is not that damn smart in everything that they try to present every time. And you don't have to listen to it every time.
B. Mitch and Finley, nobody go anywhere.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan, and this update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. In the NFL, the Commanders fell in their season opener to the Buccaneers yesterday, 37-20. They'll be back home in week 2 as they'll take on the Giants. Some injuries coming out of yesterday. Bears wide receiver Roma Dunze is going to undergo an MRI on his knee. Cowboys tight end Jake Ferguson has a bone bruise and an MCL sprain. He's considered week to week. And Panthers defensive tackle Derek Brown has a knee injury that is potentially season-ending. Tonight, Monday Night Football wraps up week 1 as the Jets take on the 49ers in San Francisco. 8:15 kickoff. You can do that game right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nats have the day off today. They fell to the Pirates yesterday 7-3 as they split the series. They'll begin a 2-game set against the Braves at home tomorrow night. This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the Fan. Woo, been a long day. Long 24 hours. I still don't understand why the game was at 4:25. If I could have one beef, it'd be with the person that scheduled that thing at 4:25. They think that was gonna be cooler?
I don't know about the coolness. I don't think they were thinking about the coolness.
You know, one thing I was surprised by? Maybe it happened and I missed it. I don't remember many cramps yesterday.
I didn't see many.
I thought
either.
that heat and humidity, we'd see some.
I thought you would, but like I forgot who I talked to. It might have been
Santana.
No, it wasn't Tanner. It was one of the owners. I can't think of his name right now.
Well, just say one of the owners.
Yeah, he said they practicing stuff that was hotter than this. When they had that 4 or 5 days
In Miami?
in Miami and up here. Remember how hot it was?
Yeah.
So they didn't have it continuously, but they did have some weather.
In that super hot stretch in Ashburn, it was
hotter
100.
than yesterday.
But I don't know if it was the same humidity. Florida just packs a punch. But it was wild talking to Santana in that press room. He was, because I was like, oh, man, I guess you're kind of used to this growing up down here. He's like, man, this is hotter than I remember. Santana said that about growing up in Miami.
I think you have to look at that aspect as this, Jay. When you were young, you were always out there.
Yeah, you probably didn't think about it.
He's up here now, and we're not used to standing. Like, everyone tell me I'm supposed to be used to the humidity because I grew up in Louisiana. I'm not used to humidity.
You also haven't lived in Louisiana in 35 years or something, 30 years or something. Yeah, right. One guy that stood out to me yesterday was Bucky Irving, the Bucks backup running back. I think he's a rookie.
He ran hard. 9
carries for 62 yards, ran really hard. The crowd was chanting his name by the end of that game.
Yeah.
Just really impressive stuff from him. Obviously, Godwin kind of carved them up. Mike Evans was really good, caught 2 touchdowns. That rookie for them is the kid McMillan, caught a touchdown. Baker was really impressive. How much of Baker's excellent game is Baker versus Washington's pass defense? And lack of pass rush, too.
Well, I say he had Baker played well last year. And he hadn't done it like consistent years, so you kind of question it. Well, he came back this year and he started off the same way. And I think part of the way the defense was played a part in it. But hell, this maybe is his maturation.
Let's try to go around the league real quick just because we've spent, literally 3.5 hours on the Commanders. It'll be under the radar a little bit. I thought the Chargers had a really impressive debut.
Mm-hmm. They ran the ball.
They ran the hell out of the ball.
Violently.
J.K. Dobbins was a a big-time prospect. I mean, a big deal at Ohio State, got drafted by the Ravens, has run into just a ton of injuries. He was a second-rounder, I think, in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
J.K. Dobbins had a monster game, 10 carries for 135 yards and a touchdown. That's pretty damn good.
Hell
dude.
yeah.
Averaged 13 a pop. Gus Edwards was kind of the presumed starter out there. He 11 carries for 26 yards. Gus Bus, I think you lost your job, dude. And I think you talk about establishing an identity. A Harbaugh team is obviously going to do that. Herbert didn't throw the ball much, 17 to 26 for a $144 with a touchdown. Lad McConkey, the rookie wideout out of UGA, I think, caught the touchdown. But this game was really kind of a dog. I mean, the Chargers won the game. They only had 11 first downs. They were 4 of 15 on third down. And even how well they ran the football.
It wasn't an overwhelming game, I can tell you that.
No. I think Harbaugh will get them playing, though, man.
But I asked the question.
Okay.
Will they be able to do the things necessary if they don't utilize Herbert passing the ball more?
No, I think eventually, I think the Raiders are quite bad, and I think that game plan maybe gets you into the season, and then I don't know who the Chargers have next, but I think you'll need more out of Herbert. But I think he was also wasn't Herbert banged up in this thing? I think Herbert had a slight injury in the preseason, and that maybe is why they dialed this back a bit. A really good game was in Indy. I don't know if you saw highlights of that at all. Anthony Richardson, dude.
He has a cannon.
So we talked about Bo Nix earlier, who completed 26 passes for 138 yards. Richardson had 212 yards passing. How many passes do you think he completed?
10.
9. I mean, that is pretty damn absurd to go 9 of 19 in an NFL game, but it's more absurd to go 9 of 19 with 212, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. This kid, Pierce, that was like his preferred deep ball threat. I mean, what Anthony Richardson physically can do is just nuts. I don't know what that caps out as a ceiling. He had another 6 carries for 56 yards with a touchdown on the ground. He's a tough, big person.
That is true.
Stroud was pretty impressive. 24-32 for 234, 2 touchdowns. Joe Mixon, Landfill, you want to take a victory lap on Mixon?
I think since he might be thinking, why did we let him go?
Landini, you were all over it.
Yeah, I mean, Mixon's he's consistently been good since entering the league. I don't know what people were expecting.
30 carries for 159 yards, over 5 a pop, had the touchdown.
That's balling.
That receiving group in Houston, Nico Collins, 6 for 117. Tank Dell had a couple catches. Steph Diggs, a lot of short stuff. 6 catches, but for only 33 yards. But more importantly, 2 touchdowns. Indy gave them kind of everything they could. At various times, it looked like Houston might get away with this thing. Then it looked like Indy took the lead in the fourth quarter.
Houston don't quit, dog. They do not quit.
Yeah. You got to like what they're building there. Did you see any Bills-Cardinals highlights, B?
Yeah. We were watching a lot of that game early.
The Cardinals got out to an early lead. They were up 10-0. Then they were up 17-3 in the second quarter. And then it was kind of all Buffalo after that. Yep. Josh Allen, for all the angst we have about Jaden Daniels running, Josh Allen called his own number on a near the goal line, got up in the air, which you're told not to do, came down hard on his left hand. They had to tape it up. Allen was really impressive in this thing, though, just a total machine. Finished game 18-23 for 232 with 2 touchdowns. And then another 39 yards and 2 touchdowns on the ground. Kyler was pretty good, too. Not a lot of yardage. Kyler went 5 for 57 on the ground and 21 of 31 for a $162 and a touchdown on the ground. A lot of these numbers for an offensive league, these really aren't staggering numbers. I think there's some there's something to offenses being a little stagnant early in the season.
Well, the defense catching up, and then they're gonna change the rules again, so the defense could be the offense could be ahead again.
Now, but you know what's interesting? I mean, the one rule we've really seen perhaps overly officiated early in the year is helpful to the defense when they're calling these illegal formations with the tackles kind of lined up well behind the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
Like that does help the DN. Like if they don't get to set up with their back foot anchored out.
But they were supposed to be calling that many years ago, and they just all of a sudden starting to call it now. The most of the tackles, your head is supposed to cross the waistline of the center.
Right.
Their head's not even touching the back of the butt of the center. They're so far in the backfield, it's ridiculous.
Well, dude, you know what else it presents a problem with? With your receivers, the rules of football dictate generally that one receiver's on the line of scrimmage and the other receiver tells the referee or the line judge, "Hey, I'm off," and the line judge confirms it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the off-ball wideout was lining up closer to the line of scrimmage than the tackle in a lot of situations.
If you look at it,
it's crazy.
If you look at it sometimes, I had to take a double take yesterday because I'm like, hold on, is that an illegal formation? And it was legal based on the fact that they allowed that tackle to be so deep.
The rookie wideouts with which there was so much excitement. Marvin Harrison Jr. yesterday, only one catch for 4 yards. And that was with Kyler Murray playing at a relatively high level. If you look at Malik Neighbors, was by far the best of the rookie wideouts yesterday, or maybe even Brian Thomas, you would say, for the Jaguars. Neighbors finished the game with 5 catches, 66 yards on 7 targets. Danny Dimes was really bad, though, so who knows if that could be more. Brian Thomas on the Jags, I know he had the touchdown catch, 4 catches for 47 yards and a score. Roma Dunze, you see this yet?
Mm-mm.
Roma Dunze, I think, went 9th or 10th to the Bears overall out of University of Washington.
Physical.
Heading for an MRI on his knee.
All right.
Not great news there. But the Bears did get the win. As much as we can talk about the best rookie quarterback performance, the only one of them that won was Caleb Williams. I think it helps that he went to by far the best overall roster.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, hell, Jaden Daniels said it yesterday. He's like, man, we didn't win. I'm a hard grader. So if we don't win,
you don't win.
What's it all about?
There you go.
Speaking of winning and losing and what it's all about, folks, we're all excited the football season is starting up, but still, you got to think smart when it comes to your sports betting. It's September, and that's not only the start of football, but also Responsible Gaming Education Month. If you decide to get in on the action this season, the American Gaming Association wants to remind listeners to have a game plan when it comes to betting. A solid game plan includes betting with legal sports books only, knowing the odds, keeping it fun, and sticking to a budget. Please go to haveagameplan.org to learn more. Brought to you by 106.7 The Fan's proud responsible gaming partner, the American Gaming Association. Interesting from Baltimore. Ravens back on the practice field after last Thursday night's game. Lamar Jackson not there. We'll find out what's going on. John Harbaugh set to talk to reporters at 3 o'clock, as is Dan Quinn. We'll address reporters at 3 o'clock. What'll be your top question for DQ today?
Coach, how you get the team back to what you thought they were? You say that you were surprised that they didn't tackle well and they lost their energy. How do you get that energy transferred to the football field?
Landville, what's your top question for DQ today? Talking at 3 o'clock.
Do you have a plan to fix the coverage? If so, well, I guess he's not going to tell you what is it. So I guess I'd say, if not, why?
Okay, I like those. I don't really. I am curious. Emmanuel Forbes went in for an X-ray yesterday. We saw him. I mean, he walked right by the press room, so it's not like it was like a mysterious thing. And then he talked. Generally, though, you can get the X-ray done at the stadium. Any sort of MRI work needs to wait till the next day for swelling to go down.
Mm-hmm.
He was walking around totally fine. I am always curious kind of if injury updates are coming. I don't know that there was one there. I'm trying to think if there was any other injuries that kind of popped up. Tampa had plenty, but I don't think Washington really. Yeah, man, they lost a lot.
So I would want to know from Dan, and actually it would be more of a statement. Jamin Davis changed his position. Many people question, was he going to be here? He had probably one of the better games of anybody on the defense side of football.
It's a short list, but yeah.
How else? I mean, what else do you think you can get out of him? Because I know, listen, everywhere I went during the time, he was gone in everybody's mind. He's on the team and being utilized. So I would want to know how other people can have his mindset, because that kid bought into it. And he's helping himself out tremendously.
Had the tackle for loss in the second half of that game. Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of good stories. That's one.
Yeah.
Tyler Biotis recovered a fumble. Keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
Landfill, why don't we make some bets, man? We got Monday Night Football, baby.
That's a little weird. That little high pitched voice you hear right there.
I'm excited.
You say, baby. Gather around, gather around.
All right. New week, new us. Monday Night Football tonight. We had our weekend parlay. B-Mitch had the Cardinals plus the 6.5. They covered. I had the Titans plus 3.5 against the Bears. They were up 17-0 and didn't cover. I mean, what a joke that is. Jeff had the Commanders plus 3.5. We all know how that went. Landfill, Ahmed had the Dolphins minus 3.5. Loser. Landini had the Chargers laying 3. Winner. There you have
Landini,
it.
man, what are we going to do with these dudes weighing us down, man?
I will say, in defense of JP and Ahmed, at least their picks had a shot. Jeff with the worst pick of all time. We just got to exile him from that parlay.
You got to let him know that this is, you vote with your head, not your heart. Okay.
What do we like tonight, boys?
Tonight.
I just saw some troubling news on Twitter.
What's that?
Apparently, there is an Aaron Rodgers documentary coming out on Netflix. So I'm taking the 49ers. I am not an Aaron Rodgers fan. I've had enough of his nonsense.
Were you ever gonna take the Jets tonight?
Yeah. I think the Jets are actually
I'm taking the Niners, and I'm also going to take a Christian McCaffrey anytime touchdown.
There's a parlay.
There you go.
Parlay king. Lot of action on the Jets. I don't like it. I had a pretty bad weekend, so who knows?
Should have hung out more with me. You'd had a great weekend.
I mean, I enjoyed myself. I liked the city of Tampa.
It was great.
Leadville, what you got? 43.5 for the total? Taking the under. Going under in Jets Niners rather.
Both defenses are good.
And early in the season, most of this stuff's been kind of.
Yeah.
Did Jeff leave us with a pick for tonight?
He didn't, so he gets his.
He gets an L.
Like it did me.
His pick is Commanders plus 3.5.
His pick, that pick did poor enough that counts for tonight too.
Absolutely.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Joe Theismann for joining us. Thank you to all the callers. A lot of enthusiasm, a lot of excitement.
Thank you to Ahmed.
I would only caution that there's a lot of football left.
Yes.
Thank you to AD, of course, the legend. Thank you to American Airlines getting us back on time. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Made it this far. Landfill owes you a beer.
JP owe you a beer, and you can send your mom in to make sure they get it.
What?
Remember, my son said you owe me a beer.
What's up and welcome in. It is a Misery Monday on Grant and Danny. We are keeping you company and taking you all the way up to 6:30 today on The Fan. On Mondays, after Commanders game all season long, Jay Gruden is going to join us. Jay will be on the show throughout the season at 5 o'clock. He's actually going to be with us today at 6, though, for this one time only, because Tony Gonzalez, the Pro Football Hall of Famer who you see on Amazon Prime's telecasts on Thursday nights, is going to join us at 5 o'clock to go around the NFL and to break down the Commanders. Jay Gruden at 6. The local 53 is 0-1. They were trounced in what was a very disappointing debut for the Dan Quinn regime. And Danny, while I found the game to be dispiriting, and I was trying to think of the perfect word, like what was yesterday? Dejecting, maybe? Dispiriting? I mean, any of those? I think people were excited to see if, even though the expectation is this team's not going to be that good, maybe I'll be surprised. Maybe this coaching staff will wave a wand over some holdovers and make them better automatically. They got a lot of work to do. Dan Quinn said all offseason they've got to find north. They need to get a compass. They got to get started. It's going to take some work.
Everyone should be freaking out. I'm going to say that again. Everyone should be freaking out. Not because, oh, no, they lost the game and may not be that good this year. Jaden Daniels will not get through the season doing this crap. I don't blame the kid. I mean, he's just trying to make some plays. You cannot have this. Wrong. Stop it immediately. Get this. Now we're joking about helmets coming off. It's never been a problem for me. No sliding anywhere. 16 carries. More than half of their offense deep into the third quarter was his scrambling. Wrong. Under-talented on offense. Not a particularly good plan from Kingsbury and company. Oh, my God. Forget about a whole season. We'll be lucky to get half a season if that trend line continues with the amount of shots that he's taken in the secondary and running for his life, et cetera. There's got to be a better design and needs to start right now.
Well, I was a little bit surprised, honestly, that was not more of the story after the game, both last night and so far today, from what I've heard, to be honest. Just how unsustainable 16 carries is. Heck, Lamar Jackson ran the ball 16 times in week 1 for the Ravens. Now, he isn't able to practice today, for the record. He's not on the practice field, as he took some shots as well. But that was the national narrative after that game, was Lamar's not going to be able to live that way, and you can't have
the stuff that nobody has seen before. By the way, there's no hidden card trick from the preseason. There's no wait till you see it. We saw it. There's no mystery. There's no like, you guys, he's got all sorts of crazy stuff that's going to come out. Nope. There's no motion. There's no intriguing design. There's nothing dynamic. This is, sideways passes, and running for your life. It's basically what Kyler Murray was doing a couple of years ago, which is go make a play, dude. Let's see what happens. Unsustainable.
So I am okay with sideways passes, just to pick up there for a second, for the record. I've jokingly called Cliff Kingsbury's offense the horizontal raid, and I think that's what it's going to be. As a passing offense yesterday, they had the lowest completed average depth of target in the National Football League, and it wasn't particularly close. They had 6 completions of a total of 17 that were behind the line of scrimmage. I think 10 of them were within 4 yards or less from the line of scrimmage of their 17 completions yesterday. So that tells you a lot. I think throwing to running backs can be smart, checking the ball down, getting it into space. Some of their explosive plays came from throwing it to Eckler, throwing it to Robinson.
Yeah, I'd love to do that, by the way. I love Austin Eckler to have more than, I don't know, one target before garbage time. Again, their best offensive play was a third down give up where Eckler just made plays, and then they just said, no, that's enough of that, Austin. Go sit down on the sideline. We got to go a 2-yard trap to Brian Robinson where he takes on a million hits. Oh, man,
it was a frustrating day on both sides of the ball, really all phases, because we could add special teams into the equation.
They took a turn, didn't they?
Where their kicker went 0 for 2 and kicked the ball out of bounds on a kickoff and had a bad onside kick. But other than that, I thought Cade York was fantastic.
Yeah, great debut.
If you take the 2 field goals and the onside kick that went poorly and the kickoff that went out of the bounds, and you dismiss those, Cade York might be in the running for Special Teams Player of the Week.
I bet you got to eat from the post-game spread. You probably had a nice afternoon.
I'm not as upset as you are. I can tell already, which isn't to say that I'm not disappointed, because I totally am. I thought it was a pretty dreadful debut defensively. I've got really high hopes when you go hire the defensive-minded coach and he and Joe Witt come in here that they're going to make a lot of these guys that were held over better. And they picked a lot of these players new. I mean, there are 30 new players here. So as much as people are going to want to make this a big Ron Rivera bash fest all season long, and plenty of that is deserving and will happen, don't get it twisted. A lot of these guys are handpicked. I mean, the 70% of the roster is new. They had an offseason with a lot of money, right? And a full draft.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're going to have to get production from their guys as we go on. But just, I guess as an aside, what I would say off the top today, you've already come from the top rope. I'm going to take my turn dropping some elbows at times, is twofold. Number one, week ones can be very misleading.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of times in this league where you see something in week one and you think you know something, and then there's no bigger change in the NFL, in my opinion, from the first week to the second week often. So it's very, very possible they come out, they whoop the Giants, and we feel very differently, or they just look a lot different. It's a week-to-week league. So I'm leaving that open as a possibility. That's first. Nothing is necessarily gospel yet, and I'm not a small sample reactor generally. The second thing I want to say is we're going to break this game down as a single entity. What people like to do sometimes is extrapolate that out into what you guys are saying is you don't believe in this player, you don't believe in this coach, you don't believe. I'm talking about a football game. 60 minutes of football was played. It's all we got so far, and we're going to analyze it from as many perspectives as possible. So if I say this guy had a bad game, it doesn't mean he's a bad player. If I say this guy didn't do this well, it doesn't mean he never will. But I think those are two important caveats out of the chute, just to make sure to start the season, everyone gets off on decent footing here. Let's start at the top and work our way down. Okay. Dan Quinn. My fear when he was hired is that he's Ron Rivera with a backwards hat. Yesterday, from a coaching standpoint, didn't feel that different than that. He kicked the field goal on a 4th and 3 from the 29 with a kicker that nobody trusts. They missed from 47. You should almost never be kicking from in that situation when you've got the best athlete and playmaker on the field with his feet running around like Daniels was.
Because you could see what they thought when, hey, we need something short-ish yardage. We got a cheat code, and they do. They can run that read option, and they're going to get it most of the time. That's how they scored their touchdowns.
4th and 3 from the 29, you kick a field goal. They were down 6-0. They missed. Next time they got the ball, they were down 13 points on the road. The extra point over the 2-point conversion, I didn't have as big a problem with. 1:55 to go in the third quarter, but just the math didn't math. It didn't really make sense. If you don't get it, it's a 10-point game, still very much in play. If you do get it, it's a 1-possession game. You're right there. And they decided to kick the extra point there and keep it a 2-possession game. Not sure how you could have watched what was happening and felt like that was the best idea.
So yeah, I'm even more extreme on that one. I'm never as bothered as some of the analytics folks on this. It's one of my weird, I don't want to say anti-analytics takes, but I think too much happens in the league where I'm going
the third quarter too.
Right. I'm going, if the only time I would go for 2 mathematically is when I had to. Like, in other words, I will not get enough possessions to come back and tie this game. In general, I default to taking the points. That one I don't hate as much, but totally understand the argument against, in my view.
Don't understand why they didn't call a timeout at the end of the first half.
This one I can't get on board with. Yeah.
Save some time. Please go get points. Sometimes the best way to get your passing game in rhythm and get your quarterback going is that end of half, hurry up, where they give you the middle of the field because they're protecting the sidelines.
Mm-hmm.
You can make some easy throws for chunks.
Even if you don't get anything out of it, it's worth doing.
Exactly.
Right.
But I think oftentimes teams do at least get completions out of it, even if you can't get down with spikes and kick a field goal. And they just decided to not call timeout and then take a knee and go to the half. Didn't really get that. One other coaching issue, they called a timeout at the very start out of halftime of the next drive, when they were trailing in a game on the road. The misuse of clock management to the point where you're burning those timeouts, irrelevant yesterday, I would say, Danny, but just big picture, not a great sign. And maybe it's as simple as if you talk to Dan Quinn, hey, I got a rookie quarterback. We were trying to sort some things out. He couldn't quite get it set in at the time that was needed. But those types of things you don't see when you watch the real good teams like last night, Detroit and the Rams. That kind of crap's not happening.
Yeah, that to me is so unacceptable. If it's a 4th and 1, I guess I can get behind it. I'd still like my ducks in a row. It's a 3rd and 10 where it wasn't some genius play call out of the timeout. It was this one's busted. He ran out of the sideline and they got lucky. They got bailed out by a defensive holding. They'd go on to score on that drive. So people are going to say, well, it ended up working out. It didn't. They were beyond fortunate. That is a waste of a timeout in a game that at that point, by the way, was still pretty close.
It was.
I think it was a 9-point game at that juncture, but I could be wrong. But the point is, it was still not out of reach. You cannot squat those second half timeouts, especially, are so unbelievably precious, right? Like, and it wasn't like the play clock was running down either. It was like, yeah, this isn't going to work, whatever. You can't have that. This is the NFL.
Another thing on Dan Quinn before we move on. I haven't heard anybody talk about this yet necessarily, but all I've thought about as it pertains to coaching decisions from this game really is at the very end of the game, they were down 37-14. So that is quick math here, 23 points. There's 2 minutes left. They're doing that 2-minute drill. Number one, I was a little surprised Jaden Daniels was even still in the game, but okay, no problem. Let's go on. Like I said earlier, what you should have done at the end of the half, a 2-minute drive. Let's get some confidence. He went 5 of 5 for 55 yards against a, Charmin soft defense, like whatever. He falls into the end zone for that 1-yard touchdown, but he took multiple shots on goal line runs, like between the tackles down at the goal line, down by almost 20 points. Why? Why is that happening? Sorry, more than 20 points, almost 25 points. Why was he like slamming the football into the line of scrimmage for his 15th and 16th carries of the day, taking shots against a goal line defensive front, trying to make a stop in front of the end zone? That's Brian Robinson territory, Austin Eckler territory. I hated that they were even allowing that to be a possibility at that point of the game.
Yeah, if you're in a close game next week against the Giants and need one to win the game in the fourth quarter, dial it up.
Different story.
I'm with you. Yeah.
You were down 37-14 with a minute and a half to play, and he is lowering his shoulder trying to push the pile, getting slammed by 300-pound defensive tackles in week 1 of an 18-week marathon.
Yeah, in a game that's over.
206 pounds.
Yeah, in a game that's over. In a game that's over. Yeah, it's that was peculiar to me. Again, it's one of those where I remember Ron Rivera, one of those times, and it's hard not to compare the two, so I apologize. But there was they were getting the doors blown off by somebody. Maybe it was the Baltimore game during his first year, whatever it was, and they kicked a field goal to avoid the shutout. Like, I just don't do that kind of crap. Like, you wanted the scoreboard to look a little bit better, or like try to pretend for some positive reinforcement for the kid, or make a stat line look more interesting with the second touchdown. It's just not for me.
All right, so that'll be enough on Daniels. From a coordinating standpoint, I mean, we talked about the defense being just utterly outplayed. Baker Mayfield looked like Baker Manning. I think 13 completions on 14 attempts to wide receivers Godwin and Mike Evans. Emmanuel Forbes got benched and hurt, or both, or I don't know which order it was, but he had 2 15-yard penalties on one play, which I've never seen, where he interfered by grabbing a face mask to save a touchdown when he was beat. Benjamin St-Juste actually had really good coverage on one touchdown he gave up, and gave up 2 touchdowns to Evans.
Almost had a pick on a really nice play.
He did. He made a nice play there. But just overall, I thought in the secondary, communication issues, as if we hadn't heard that before.
Like if I hear it's just communication again, I'll just start driving and won't stop till I get to the sun. Like, doesn't matter who the coach is, doesn't matter who the position coach is, hasn't matter who the defensive coordinator is. It was the same with Josh Norman. It was the same before him when guys are wide open or just jogging in the secondary for huge gains, touchdowns, etc. Oh, it's just communication. Well, communicate then. Then just communicate to each other if it's that simple. I bet you it's not, though. I bet you have terrible personnel and no scheme's going to cover it. You could say whatever you want to. You can't keep up with good receivers. Emmanuel Forbes stinks. So talk all you want to each other. You can let each other know whose fault that one was when the big gain happens, where 3rd and 10 is like 1st and 1. It's too easy against this defense. I think that's
what the communicating is, by the way, is, hey, who screwed that one up? You did, right? No.
That was me. That was me, dude. It's just communication.
Same.
Respectfully kiss all of my butt with that.
Same song and dance there. And then on the offensive side of the ball, if we're talking coordinators, you mentioned this, this idea that maybe they were keeping a secret. That was what I was holding out for.
Yeah.
Was preseason. You see one thing, and then week one is going to be something else. Because that's the last time they had the number 2 pick, Heisman Trophy winner, dual threat, new toy. They kind of designed this whole thing around him. That was certainly not the case. Kingsbury's plan, or the offense, whether it was his plan or not, basically in the first half was, hey, Jaden, go make a play. I don't know if Kingsbury liked that or didn't. They didn't design any runs for him in the first half, yet he broke the record for rushing yards by a quarterback in the first half for a Washington QB, just all on pure scrambles. But that was their entire offense, essentially. And we'll get into Jaden Daniels' performance in more detail coming up in just a few minutes here. But from a Cliff Kingsbury standpoint, the stuff that I hated about his offense in Arizona for at least 1 week packed in his luggage and came to Washington. He brought it with him to the nation's capital. Very little motion. You look at what the Rams and so many other really good teams do. Cooper Kupp last night caught 12 balls on motion, 42 snaps, 12 catches on motion, 30 of 42 snaps for him. He was put in motion. Terry McLaurin was in motion once or twice. He was lined up in the same spot in the formation, essentially every single play, which just sound the alarm and tell the defense where the only good receiver is going to be, please.
Yeah, they're easy to stop.
Never really stacked him up, never really got him free releases. Like all the stuff I worried about. Again, it's one game, and we'll see if it changes. But 4-year sample in Arizona said this is how he's going to do it, and he did it that way in the first game.
Yeah, and now, listen, there's no, like, I don't think there's any sort of, like, white knight coming in later either. I don't think there's any kind of rescue plan.
Noah Brown?
I mean, well, I suppose. I guess he's inactive. Maybe it was going to be Byron Pringle, but they cut him, so we'll never know. But, it's a couple gimmicks here and there. I think it was Aaron Schatz who said Zach Ertz is a catch and fall guy. What'd you see Zach Ertz do? 3 times. Caught it and fell. Not a lot of separation. It's tough in traffic. It's useful. He can help, but not that much. There's no way to make teams pay. There's no yards after the catch. That to me is the hallmark. If my offense is good, not every play, because it can't always happen, but guys catch it and they're able to run. And that's how that's like how you get some of your big plays. If you're not going to be able to block it up, have a double move go and connect 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 yards down the field. You need some of that dynamic stuff, and there's nothing there. That, to me, is an OC epidemic, or kind of a symptom when there's not much that puts the defense in jeopardy.
Yesterday didn't go the way anybody was hoping. There was this glimmer. Clary made a point in our pre-show meeting today. He's like, I had this little voice in my head telling me maybe they were going to be really good. I think we all have that voice. And as you get older and you're around this team longer, that voice dies out more and more and more. But if you're a young person, maybe that voice was pretty loud going into the game.
I used to have a voice.
They were down 37-14 with minute 15 to play yesterday before the touchdown late. Let's get into Jaden Daniels next. Again, it's not all bad. We've got some things that were encouraging as well in this first game. It is the beginning of a rebuild. They don't want to call it that. They're calling it a rebrand, retooling, finding north. Recalibrate is the word they use. Well, the calibration was not correct quite yesterday. That's for sure. I'm going to call it a rebuild. They can call it whatever they'd like. This is officially a rebuild after yesterday's performance. You're listening to Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Man, a lot of lessons to take away tonight. And I wanted this one badly for the players, and that's why it stings. Certainly a story tonight of missed opportunities. And I think third down, if I had to look back on it right now, that was the biggest and certainly the story of the game. So a lot to work on, and Tampa was a better team today. You need the struggle to see the identity develop. You don't want it, but you do need it. And that part, is hard, and that struggle happened tonight. And so we'll take these lessons and we'll work on them.
Dan Quinn post-game after a 37-20 loss in his Commanders debut. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. He mentioned the third down woes. Defensively, Washington allowed 9 of 13 conversions to Tampa Bay on third down, including a 3rd and 17. Offensively, they were just 2 of 8 moving the football for a first down on third down. And those 2 were Jaden Daniels scrambling and picking up enough to move the chains. But when you can't throw the ball, you're not going to have a lot of success generally on third down. And they couldn't for the vast majority of yesterday. So why don't we, with that in mind, get to Jaden Daniels? You go first.
There's some exciting things, right? They don't make guys that are that athletic very often, who are that big and tall. The Kyler Murray can run around that way, and he's 5'7", Lamar Jackson, and he's a couple inches shorter and slighter, even not slighter, but not as big and tall as Daniels. Doesn't have that rocket arm that Daniels has. So you still see some of the signs, some of the same things. But man, was that hard to come out with a great taste in your mouth after that week number 1. Again, he's making something out of nothing a few times. I don't know how many nothings there were that he turned into somethings. In other words, I don't know if someone's running free and he just missed him. I think we'll find out as more and more data comes out. I've got some early thoughts on that, but I don't know. It's kind of too early to be definitive. But pretty discouraging, honestly, week 1 performance in terms of this offense, his fit, what they're going to get out of him, and him throwing the ball.
So I think people are mostly a lot more positive than that. And I would say generally wouldn't have come away having watched that game being discouraged necessarily. I think the average fan, at least the people I've been talking to, liked what they saw in that you've got the best athlete on the field. In this Lamar Jackson-esque way, I know people don't like this comp at all. I'm not telling you this is what Jaden Daniels is going to become. So please save your defensiveness and your anger. But in the way that Justin Fields is an elite rusher as a quarterback and is a game changer when he pulls the ball down and takes off. And so you have to defend Chicago and now Pittsburgh 11 on 11, and he's the ultimate pain in the butt. That's what yesterday was. They were not a fun team to have to defend because Jaden Daniels can run. And in fact, if you take away a couple of the times where he just needed a yard or two, they went naked on a designed run on a 4th and 1.
Which I loved, by the way.
That was a great play call. It was greatly executed by JD to get to the sideline. But you take that one away, the read option 1-yard touchdown, the other 1-yard touchdown run, the one where he didn't get in, so like 4 of those. Basically, it was 12 for 88 yards. I mean, he was explosive. He made some big-time plays with his feet. He ran for 2 touchdowns. He became the second quarterback in the history of the league to rush for 2 touchdowns in his first game. But he was the entire offense, and frankly, his feet were the entire offense. I mentioned it earlier. It just kind of felt like, hey, Cliff, what are we doing here? Jaden, go make a play. Like if you looked at his little IHOP menu that he's calling plays with, instead of all the pages and the lines and the things you normally see for Andy Reid, it just said like Jaden's feet. And that was kind of their entire offense. Now, was that Cliff Kingsbury's problem? Was that Daniels isn't letting things develop? We'll find out over time. But the rushing ability gives him a high floor. And this was kind of my point all offseason. It's not going to be a disaster for him. It's never going to look terrible because the worst case scenario is he has a game where you don't throw the ball at all effectively. You don't involve wide receivers and he runs all over the place, a.k.a. yesterday. And most people aren't coming out of that game watching it, even though you're 30th in the league in completed air yards and 29th in air yards to sticks and 29th in expected completion percentage. Nobody's really going, well, that was bad. Because it doesn't look bad because you're making plays with your feet. So he's better than Caleb Williams yesterday. He's better than Bo Nix.
Yeah.
He was the best of the rookie quarterbacks because the great buoy is those legs. They're going to allow him to make a ton of plays.
So just looking at a couple numbers, you mentioned some, and I'm trying to take a deep dive into things because, it's always, you're trying to quantify what we just saw because if you take your bias out of it, it wasn't particularly good. They weren't effective on offense. Full stop. That was it. Again, the stuff that they were able to accumulate on a drive or two here and there, was nice. And then the garbage time touchdown that didn't really matter. But no Washington receiver, that's anybody, that's running back, tight end, wideout, was in the top 60 this weekend in expected yards after the catch. What does that mean? A guy's open, he's got the ball, and he's got room to run. Think of the catch and runs of Jamison Williams and Dallas Goedert, Jaden Reed, and Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. Offenses that are getting guys open, they catch the ball, and they got running room. They were no Washington receiver in the top 60 of all the guys that caught passes yesterday. They had nobody in the top 60 in separation scores, meaning guys aren't open. So either we got to have a referendum that Terry McLaurin stinks and isn't really any good, or you wonder if something else maybe is amiss. I mean, that was a big complaint last year with Eric Bieniemy, right? Where you had really smart offensive minds going, I'm not sure what the concept is here. I'm not sure what we're going for here. I'm not sure what the reasoning is or why you call that route combination or this doesn't fit with that. There's some of that going on here as well. But again, Daniels needs to have some culpability, and it's a rookie in his first start. You already mentioned it.
It's game one.
Yeah, a lot of bad passing around the league yesterday. Not just rookies either. A lot of good quarterbacks with pelts on the wall were awful yesterday or over the course of this weekend. So in that regard, I'm not making any referendum just yet, but it's just data points to acknowledge.
And this is part of why right at the start of the show today, I said, we're going to talk about this game. If you want to make this into some big referendum or endorsement every time we talk about someone on a season-long basis or for their career, you're doing it wrong, right? We're talking about a game. That's what they've played so far. But in this one game, it was him scrambling or nothing was really doing. They could not throw the ball. At one point in the middle of the fourth quarter, he had run the ball more than they had completed passes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking about like downfield or two wide receivers. I mean, period. With all the checkdowns and all the stuff they were doing to running backs, he had more rushing attempts in the fourth quarter at one point than he had completed passes. And in fact, the final drive against basically a preventative defense, he went 5 of 5 for 55 yards when they were down almost 25 points. Before that, so like in the competitive portion of the game, if you want to call it that, it was 12 of 19 for $134 as of 2 minutes left in the game. So those are realistically more the numbers than the 5 for 5 for the 55 that got added on that final drive. But the wide receivers were utterly uninvolved, as you just pointed out. 55 of their 184 yards passing were to wide receivers. Think about that.
Yeah.
55 of 184. And that's even misleading because only 19 yards had gone to wide receivers before the final garbage time drive. 19 all game long. The famous Terry McLaurin quote to run back was, I was doing cardio. And so was everybody else. De'Ami Brown had this big hour-long YouTube thing that he put out on Friday night. He did not catch a single pass. So the transition from his big camp and preseason that we've heard so much about so far, a lot of football ahead of us, but 0 for 1 on the stat sheet. Olamide Zaccheaus caught his first pass in the fourth quarter on a 15-yard out, the longest throw completed by Jaden Daniels in the game by far. And it was again against just a defense that said, you can have that if you want it. No problem. We don't care anymore. I just hope we get to a point, though, where he does the thing that he does so well to set up throwing the football. Here's what I mean. He was pressured 12 times. It wasn't a bad day, I didn't think, from a pass rush standpoint against Jaden Daniels. But he was pressured 12 times. He did a really good job avoiding the pressure. Didn't turn a lot of those into sacks. I thought that was really encouraging. But he only completed one pass on those 12 plays. He only threw it 4 times. He mostly immediately just pulled the ball down and ran. And going back and watching every single throw from the All-22 already today and every single scramble, on a third of those at least, there's opportunities to reset at the sticks, and now you've got a guy that's open. And to me, that is going to be the kryptonite for defenses. That's where he's going to be unbelievable, is when he can get out of the pocket, use that speed, now reset, and you're a quarterback throwing the football.
Those are those back-breaking plays.
Yes.
I'm not talking about guys with that level of athleticism, but that's what Rodgers did to teams, what Mahomes does to teams, what I think Caleb Williams is going to be able to do, and Kyler Murray at times.
By the way, he was awful yesterday.
Certainly was. Again, with all the weaponry in the world.
Jaden Daniels looked like a Hall of Famer compared
So
to
if
him.
I'm in Chicago, I'm going, oh my God, we didn't score an offensive touchdown. We won, and that's awesome because we blocked the punt and had the worst pick six in the history of mankind from Will Harting. But the rest of it was so nubs. I'd be panicking over there.
Good Will Harting.
Good Will Harting.
It's a movie based in Boston, I think.
Just writing equations on the board and throwing bad picks.
But when you say you're discouraged, I'm not necessarily. It's kind of exactly what I anticipated early in the year, at least, where him running the football is just way ahead of the other stuff. yes, as a passer, maybe you could be discouraged, but I would just say in the passing game, right? Not him. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say Daniels' ADOT of 1.5 on completions was lowest in the NFL. But as a passing game, 1.5 yards depth of target for completions was worse than football. As a passing game, 86% of their yards came from yak, highest in the league, meaning just checking the ball down and hoping Austin
Eckler made a play.
B-Rob runs it. 25% adjusted completion on passes 10-plus air yards downfield. That's last among 30 quarterbacks. 30 QBs played so far in week 1. 30. Only 3 didn't complete a single pass to the middle of the field beyond 10 yards. This was one of the big knocks on Daniels coming out. He's one of the 3 that didn't. So there's still a lot of things that need to be answered, obviously, but at least you can feel good about, for the first time in the post-Griffin era, and if you take him out of the equation, maybe ever, that you got maybe the best athlete on the field as your quarterback every single time you take the field.
So here's why I was discouraged. Deep into the third quarter, you mentioned this, more than half of their offense entirely was Jaden Daniels scrambles, 0 targets for McLaurin, or 0 catches for McLaurin, and 2 targets for Eckler. So the 2 best pass-catching weapons you have were not utilized for nearly 3 quarters.
But you're discouraged in Daniels for that?
That's not a Daniels thing, man. So
Okay,
I'm going.
I'm saying in Daniels.
And
you're talking about the offense.
And yes, and well, but to me, they're very correlated. I'm going, here's how I could make it helpful for Daniels. Here's what will give him a chance to thrive and survive. And they went, nope, we're not doing that. Oh my God. So that's why it's sort of, to me, it relates directly to Daniels, his development, what to expect, what to hope for. Is Eckler takes a check down for 22 yards on a 3rd and long, and he right back off the field. Let's make sure we get Brad Robinson back in the game to plot and power run in the center, or maybe to have Daniel scramble again or something else. Like, you need to involve the guys that are any good, that can do something with the football in their hands. And they didn't for 3 quarters. And wouldn't you know it, they were down big.
If you guys want to join us, we will open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines for the first time as we close in on the end of the hour here. 800-636-1067 to line them up. 800-636-1067. So we've gotten to the head coach, the coordinators, the quarterback, working our way through some of the big storylines of the Commanders debuting in 2024 and their loss to the Bucks. Let's get to game balls and gassers next on Grant and Danny. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan, and we are live in our Half Street studios on a misery Monday. The Commanders are 0-1, but they're coming back home, and they get to take on perhaps the team that looked the absolute worst in all the NFL this weekend in the New York Giants. No such thing as a must-win, and in a rebuilding year early in the season, the record not the end-all, be-all, frankly. But it sure would be nice to come out and look a lot better and a lot different against the Giants team that, at least according to the week 1 performance they put out on film against the Vikings, is not going to be particularly good this year.
Now, we have long been the get-right game for old Daniel Jones, who a third of his career stat compilations against Washington, and they are 8-3-1 against Washington over their last several seasons. But yeah, I mean, as soft a landing spot as you can find. I think a few teams, one we expect to be good in Cincinnati, but a few teams looked horrendous in week number 1. The Carolina Panthers, the New York Giants, a couple other teams looked horrible. This is as soft a landing spot as you can have, a home game against a bad team.
Which is why I think it's actually a bit of a high-stakes game just from a energy within the fan base standpoint, a rhetoric and discourse standpoint going into next week. If they look pretty good, and we could talk ourselves into the Bucs being 2-0 and on their way to maybe 6-3 or something through 9 games. That's a really good team. It was a bad matchup. You can feel very differently a week from today, as opposed to if they play poorly in a loss to the Giants and are 0-2, looking up at New York in the division.
Mm-hmm.
And as you said, New York's dreadful offense got right against Washington. But we'll get to the Giants later in the week in much more detail. We are still diving in and taking out a shovel for a little autopsy and inventory on the loss to the Bucs. We're opening up the phones at 800-636-1067. Now, if you're new to the show, thank you, and get ready for what should be a really fun football season here on Grant and Danny. We're fired up about it. We'll have Jay Gruden every Monday at 5. He's with us today, actually at 6, because we got Tony Gonzalez today at 5. And we'll have Austin Eckler all season long at 5 o'clock on Tuesdays, which is really, really cool. We're excited about that. We're also going to be making some road trips with listeners to games this year, which we're jacked up about. We'll have an announcement coming up this week on that here on Grant and Danny, going to some road games this year. So there's a lot of things cooking we're very excited about. Now we just need the football team to play some decent football.
That'd be nice.
And we'll be cooking with grease. We'll be really, really happy about that. But what we always do, end of our first hour on G&D after games on Mondays in the football season, is game balls and gassers. We give game balls to the best performances, and we give gassers to the worst. So let's start with a game ball, Darius. Austin Eckler, the aforementioned running back who will be on this show tomorrow. We wondered, I think a lot of people wondered, Danny, does he have any gas left in the tank? He had his worst year last year. I thought he looked really shifty in the open field.
He needs the ball more. That was going to be my game ball as well. 10 yards per touch. Please take advantage of him.
4
Please.
carries for 52 yards. He also ran the ball twice for 10 yards for 6 and 4. I thought he was just underutilized. 6 touches. I'd like him to get twice as many as that against the Giants, hopefully, but he looked to me like old school Austin Eckler with some wiggle and elusiveness, was able to evade tackles in the open field. So liked what I saw there.
Jamin Davis. I'm reaching here a little bit, but in not that much action. I think just over 20% of snaps. Flashed a couple of times. Had a tackle for loss. Was flying around the line of scrimmage as kind of an energy, maybe not like I don't know, like a big pile moving type defensive end, but a guy that can maybe knife through the defense and have a nice little play here and there and be disruptive. I was pretty impressed, man. Pretty good debut at the defensive end spot for Jamin Davis.
That's my fault. Emmanuel Forbes. New season, same guy. 2 penalties on 1 play. He just doesn't look like he belongs. Hard to defend him or try to make any case for why this is going to work. All he can do is keep grinding, and I hope for the organization's sake he continues to improve. They got the right guys to coach him up. There's no doubt in my mind about that. In Quinn and Witt and their legacy with defensive backs. But he's very, very small, and it just doesn't seem like he's able to do it at this level.
Cliff Kingsbury, if you turned in your homework to me and it says, with your really handsome face and deep baritone voice that's very intimidating, hey, I've got a plan that gets Terry McLaurin 2 catches for 17 yards for the game. I go back into your room and do it again. And he comes back and says, I got 3 catches for him. Do it again. More. I can't do this again, Cliff. I can't yell at my offensive coordinator into the void every Monday or Tuesday, depending on when they play, that you have to get the best players on the football team the ball more. This has got to be intuitive, big cat. Come on, you're so handsome. Just write down some little moves and little plays and little stacks. Maybe hand it off to him. Do something to get him the football before the fourth quarter. Please.
Like best friends with Sean McVay and that group of guys. They all hang out all the time. Do you never talk about football? Like, do you guys never discuss what it's like to throw to a receiver and get someone open? How are you in all their weddings and you're in all these parties hanging out and drinking and carrying on? I know those guys. They're good dudes.
You're doing the toast for each other.
You've been in the same room as Matt LaFleur a couple times. Have you ever talked about football once to any of those guys? You and Mike McDaniel have never discussed motion and why it's important and why people do it. Don't take it from fat old gross old me. Take it from him. Take it from them. You drink with these guys. You party with these guys. Talk about football. Learn about football. Anyway, Gasser, please. The secondary. Have we talked about them yet?
Not much.
13 throws to Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. And, excuse me, let me redo that. 14 throws to those two guys and 13 catches. It was very, very easy for them on the outside. One more Gasser for me, please. The first play of the season. Jaden Daniels was drafted second overall. Yeah. Months of practice. This guy's automatic. He's never nervous. You're not going to believe how good he is. You're not going to believe what you see. First play, we got a little swing pass to a running back in the backfield. We drew it up because it's the easiest thing anyone can do. Pick a listener. They'll make it happen. I'm not trying to joke. It's just funny. Let's all have a little sense of humor here. The first play of the career, the first play of the season.
That's a minus 13.
For months. That's minus 15. Those are hard to do.
That's tough.
You miss your running back so badly because you throw it so far behind him that he comes back and touches the ball just barely and it goes the other way for 15 yards. First play of the season. At least you can't say we weren't warned of what was to come on the first play of the day for the Washington offense.
Yeah, first play of the preseason was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball on a screen. And the first play of the regular season, Brian Robinson didn't even know the ball had been thrown. He got his head around. It was so far away from him. And he was like, wait, seriously? It's loose?
At least in the preseason, the next throw was that 40-yarder dropped in the bucket to Diami.
Yeah.
We didn't get that one.
No, we didn't get that one.
Gary wide open, first play of the second half. He's still running downfield waiting on that throw. All right, game balls to the best, gassers to the worst. We're Grant and Danny. Your thoughts next on The Fan. As the exclusive sponsor of Grant and Danny, the law firm Condori and Murad will guide you and your family in the right direction, help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you so that you can score a discount. kmlawyers.com. We welcome in our audience in Richmond for the first time today. We are live all over DC on 106.7, Richmond on AM 910, FM 105.1. If you want to watch us, we are streaming in high definition on video on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page as well, so you can check us out there on Grant and Danny. During the break, we were just in the studio talking with Darius, our producer. Hi, Dad.
Hello, Dad.
And we were discussing how he'll go into week 2 in last place in confidence points.
Oh, no.
Confidence
Come on,
points
really?
picks, which is tough. I mean, the guy,
we're all jumbled. We're all right there, right?
He has been competing in the Super Bowl to not get last, I think, 2 or 3 years in a row now. And maybe it's 3. And he finished in last this past year, which means the loser punishment we came up with is an embarrassing photo shoot. And so we're all going to pick really embarrassing outfits. I think Ryan wants him in overalls and a cowboy hat or something. I'm going to have him in goggles and a swim cap with a towel on. And he's just got to go to this photo shoot that is a couple of weeks away now. And I bring this up to tell you, Darius was making like his requests for the things he doesn't want.
Uh-huh.
An outstanding list.
It's a good no list.
Whether they get abided by or not, we'll see over time. We're going to try to chisel away at them little by little to just keep working at them.
Darius, will give you a hint. Cisco sang about it, buddy.
Let me see that. I can't remember the
I
rest.
can't remember. I remember. Yeah.
But how you feeling over there? Pretty good as we get closer to photo day?
That size says it all, by the way.
Yeah, I don't feel great. I don't feel great. Hold on. Was it let me see. Was it this song that you're referring to?
Might have been.
Could be this one.
Well,
I'm not familiar with the intro. What is this?
Sounds like it's like a Bridgerton version.
I know this
of said song. I got to tell you though, Darius, A, you're a good sport, and B, anytime you want to get out of the cellar, you can pick some winners. Like you could probably pull that off. All right, let's get to the phones. People want to chime in. Game balls to the best, gassers to the worst. The Commanders, an embarrassing loss. Just even if your expectations were calibrated correctly for, this is a rebuilding season. I'm sorry, recalibrating season.
Could you recalibrate your answer, please?
We've got to find North. Even if you didn't think they'd find North that quickly, this was still disappointing.
Yeah, is Find North the new Be Where Your Feet Are? Just the quick side. Yeah, I didn't expect them to be any good. I thought this defense would struggle. I didn't see a lot of upgrades there, even with improved coaching. Really, especially in the secondary. But to me, the offense is the part that I'm going, oh no. That's what I'm really concerned about. And what was left to Jaden Daniels, which is just go bail us out. There's not much there. There was nothing in the flow of the offense for 3/4 of the game.
Let's go to Shane in DC to get it started. What's up, Shane?
Commander Danny and Grant, boy, oh boy, are we in trouble.
Hey,
We're in trouble. I hate to tell you this right now, but my gashers go to everybody on the damn Commanders team, offense and defense. How can you give a game ball to this? Ain't like 15-year-old kids and 13-year-old kids. You don't get a second place trophy, and they don't get a game ball. How do you get a game ball with that performance? Look, and here's another thing. If Forbes, our secondary is by the worst I've seen in a long time. These are not even starters that on any other team in the league right now. And it just goes to show you that we are still got Ron Rivera left over. His draft choices were absolutely just ridiculous. Let's call it what it is. But my gashers go to everybody. Oh, it looked like, here's what it looked like. It looked like University of Tennessee going up and down that field against North Carolina State yesterday. You want to see a defense? Watch what the University of Tennessee did. They go to the ball. Like, there's nobody on that defense that flew to the ball, as they say, and surround. Jonathan Allen, what'd he do? I mean, he's getting, 28 years old now? This is a rebuilding year. We know that. So at this point, we need to start moving people because it's a rebuild, and let's call it what it is. This defense is absolutely horrible.
Well, Shane, I think, and thanks for the call. As they get closer to Halloween like they did last year, if they're just out of it, I do think it's a possibility that you see them do something similar to last year. This ownership group showed you how they view. This is an owner that has ties to the NBA where they make a lot of those types of trades and other sports. They don't as much in football. But they did the sell-off thing that you almost never see in the NFL. They got rid of their top 2 defensive ends, and they went and got draft pick compensation. We've seen with some of the things they did, including trading Jahan Dotson, who they feel like was a fit or could help them a whole lot, which Seems more curious after yesterday, I would say. But they went and got a third-round pick. They value picks. So I don't think it's a non-zero that if we're closing on Halloween and they're not a good team and they're not competitive in terms of the standings and in games, that someone like Allen with no guaranteed money left or someone like Deron Payne could be on the trade block. But I think there's no reason to discuss that today or put the cart before the horse. It's 1 week, and week 1 can be a liar sometimes.
Yeah, again, so many fluky results. And this is over the last several years. Remember the year that Jacksonville won 2 games all year? They rolled in week 1 and looked great and then won once again in that same calendar year. Weird stuff happens. Cincinnati, who we expect to be really good, was the worst team in the NFL yesterday, probably. Right? I mean, maybe not. Actually, that's not true. Carolina played. But everybody else, they were the second worst team, probably. Like, weird stuff happens in week 1. So I'm not going to slam any gavels just yet, but you give a little extra weight when your priors are confirmed. And a lot of mine were confirmed yesterday.
I think that's how I feel.
You know?
Yeah, when it's what you were worried about comes to fruition immediately, you don't view it as fluky. And even if you're going to eventually be wrong and it was a fluke, as of right now, it doesn't feel like it anyway.
Right.
I will give credit to one corner who I thought stood out. Noah Igbenogany had a pass breakup. I thought he was in coverage tight a couple of times. Didn't play a lot, but he was the one of all the guys. Even Sanders still, who I love, he got baptized a little bit in a tough matchup inside with Chris Godwin, who's outstanding and is going to make more Pro Bowls in his career. But I thought Igbenogany, haven't seen what the grading looks like via PFF or anything, but I would imagine he's one of their higher graded DBs. Let's go to Mark in Largo on G&D. Hey, Mark.
Hey, what's up, guys? I think you have to give a game ball to Jaden, but that I'm kind of reluctant to do that. And I think the gasser has to go to Adam Peters. And I'm going to tell you why I say Adam Peters. I don't blame Dan Quinn for yesterday, and I don't blame Cliff Kingsbury. I think Cliff Kingsbury is working with what he has. Adam Peters, and let's Danny, you probably can agree with me on this when I go through the timeline of what I'm talking about. Starting with the coaching search, which was a total disaster. Dan Quinn was probably not their first choice, no. Probably not their second choice, no. I wouldn't even say he was their third choice. He was their fourth or fifth choice, and then they pump him up like he was the original choice. It's just like Noah Brown. Noah Brown, they got off of waivers, and they're building him up like he's the second coming of Jerry Rice.
Sorry.
We're all like, Noah Brown's going to help him. Noah Brown's going to help him.
Yeah. I mean, they're building this guy up like he's the second coming of Jerry Rice. And the saddest part about all of this is he doesn't want to admit to getting rid of – you had all this cap money, okay? And Jaden is playing exactly like I told everybody he was going to play a month ago. Just like Robert, like he feels like he has to do everything. Like Robert had to do 12 years ago. I have to do everything because I have no talent out there. I am not trying to criticize and say I hate Luke McCaffrey. I have nothing against him at all. That is not the point. What I am trying to say is this. They don't have a number 2 receiver behind Terry. They don't even have a number 3 receiver behind Terry. Danny, you and I both know this receiving core, as bad as they were last year, is much better than this one they got now.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I mean, I think this was, I've been open about this and people are tired of me saying it, but I think this was a huge unforced error by the front office. I just disagree fundamentally with the plan. They seem to be very satisfied. They're like, we'll have some development internally, whether it's we trust De'Ami Brown to do it or, some readily available, late third rounder. Also, Rand will be able to step in and give us the production we want and need. I fundamentally disagree with that approach. I think it reared its head yesterday. It's for one game. I'm not going to be able to say like, I'm right, you guys are wrong, you're idiots. I mean, they got a plan. They're smarter than me. They're good at building a team. But I think this was an easily upgradable opportunity that they decided not to. And, week 1, the results weren't good.
Yeah, I'll never argue or disagree on the standpoint that they don't have enough weapons or talent. You're not going to get me to do that. But when you do have one really good player and he catches his first pass at the 3-minute mark of the third quarter, and he is targeted 4 times, twice on throws that are either uncatchable on just down the field throwaway types or out of bounds. So really 2 catchable targeted balls within the field of play all game long. Why would we waste any time talking about who they don't have? The guys they have, they didn't use. Austin Eckler mostly stood on the bench. Zach Ertz, I know you've referred to him as a catch and fall guy. he still can box guys out and make contested catches. He proved it on one of the only
Yes, he did.
throws into a small window in the entire game by Jaden Daniels.
That was a nice play by Ertz.
It was like a 9-yard kind of in-breaking route with a linebacker on his back. Daniels throws it, and Ertz kind of reaches back across his body a little bit and makes a really good catch.
So there's still value there, by the way. It's
Exactly.
using him, yeah, because he can catch the ball.
You wouldn't know it because you didn't see him. That's kind of my point. Like, I'll have more time to have the conversation about what they lack in weaponry when the guys that they do have are doing something. And until they use those guys, to me, then it's more of an issue than talent, right? It's a scheme problem, too, if you can't get your decent players open. Let's go to Todd in Haymarket. What's up, Todd?
Hey, boys. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call. And
Hey, Todd.
I love the show.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, my wife and I just got back. We were down at the game at Tampa yesterday, and I do have a game ball to hand out, and that's for the Commander fans that showed up yesterday. We infested their stadium just like FedEx or whatever Northwest Stadium gets infested by other teams. So that was kind of a good feeling. When you can hear 15, 20,000 fans hollering defense during our time we were on defense, it kind of felt good. Like, hey, we could infest other stadiums too. So
that's cool.
There's still Commander fans out there, and I really appreciate it.
How hot were you? My wife actually went to the game with her brother, and I was texting with her during the game, and she said it was the hottest she's ever been.
You ever heard of swamp ass?
I've been,
well, yes, I'm familiar, sir.
with it. Yes.
Yeah, it was a little rough, but I tell you what, we were sitting on the kind of the home side of the field because that's where the shade comes in.
Oh, that's smart.
And when we sat down, the shade was on us, so we were good. And we were like looking over there where the ship was, and all those people sitting in the sun. It was
Just
they were
bacon.
getting brutalized over there.
Yeah, that was my wife.
And I mean,
she was there. Yeah, she was right in front of, I guess, the pirate ship.
Uh-huh.
And she just kept saying, like, it's the hottest I've ever been. And she saw one person after another dropping and being carried out of there with EMTs going to get them IVs and stuff. It was so hot, apparently.
Yeah, they were doing shtick on the broadcast where it's like, it's finally dropped below 100 degrees on the field. Like, I feel great for Laura that she's in such comfortable settings.
That is a thing, though. Think about it. The number of fans, and I can relate to this personally, but you fly, you get a flight, you get a hotel.
Yep.
Like, you go down there. And I'm not saying anybody's owned anything, right? You are owed an entertaining enough product to go out and enjoy the game.
Yeah, you opted in.
And I think you got some of that, right? And everyone's an adult. You can go to a movie and not like it, or go to a TV show filming or whatever, and you not be entertained by the guests that night. A stand-up comedian can have an off night. But, I mean, people really did invest. I mean, there were thousands and thousands of fans that made that trip, which I think speaks well to the juice with at least the diehards.
At least something, yeah, that was fun.
Still in this fan base. Let's go to Lou in Silver Spring on G&D. What's up, Lou?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Got it, bud.
Game balls, I think I would give one to Jaden. He showed some poise. You can kind of see, all the good stuff he can do with his legs. I think with time and maturity, you can really kind of see what he can do for us. I will also give one to B-Rob. I just think ever since that guy got shot in the leg a little over a year ago, he just shows you exactly why he's your number one running back. Every gasser you guys could have goes to the defense and to the defensive coaches, including Dan Quinn for me. To the previous caller, I need to see much more out of Allen and Payne. Those guys make the money up front, just not hitting home with it. If we have to wait half a year for Forbes to figure it out, we're going to lose a lot of games. And I was a little upset that, we have Dan Quinn, we have Joe Witt, and Dallas's defense didn't skip a beat. They looked amazing yesterday, tore Cleveland a new one. And that was a little discouraging for me. But that's it. Thanks, guys.
That's a good point, by the way. Just, again, week one, weird stuff happens, but Dallas' defense looked just fine.
Oh, Mike Zimmer had them playing ball. I will say Robinson as a ball carrier, his long was 7. It was 12 for 40, so it was 3.3 a pop.
Yeah.
Didn't do a whole lot for me there. I thought he was outstanding as a receiver. 3 catches for almost 50 yards. He made more guys miss on his 3 catches per capita than anybody. Had the big 32-yard catch and run, remember?
Yeah.
Along the sideline where he got down to the goal line and set up a touchdown. So 3 for 49 there. And it would have been 4 for, probably close to 55, 60, if not for that first throw.
I thought that was ticky-tack, by the way, that block in the back.
Oh, that one gets called back too.
Yeah,
That's right. Big rumble.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, that I didn't even count that one. I mean, that could have been He actually did have closer to almost 70 yards. If that's not negated. But I've said this since last year when I went and saw training camp, couple practices, and seeing him catch it. He could do that.
Yep.
Now you have Eckler, so there's no reason not to use both. But you take that penalty away, they combine for like 8 for well over 100, the two of them. I think that should be a part of the offense all year.
100%. And I personally am a huge fan of Brian Robinson. Like, who's tougher than that guy? What he came back from that no one should have to deal with is outrageous. But I put a period there. The next paragraph. Just not my style. It's not my thing. The way you're running the football. For every like tough run where he's angry and gets an extra yard and a half or something like that everyone loves and they're pounding their chest like it's Riggo in the 80s, there's a scat back on the sidelines that could be doing more and does more dynamic stuff.
You got to like him in the open field in the pass game, though.
That's to me what's exciting.
Yeah.
And I've got a better version of that in Eckler. So I would just reverse the splits. Give me way more Eckler.
One other thing, he said game ball to Jaden Daniels. Again, I'll give a game ball to Jaden Daniels running the football for sure. They did very little passing the football, and everyone's a part of that. It's not just his problem. But I'm looking at this. He was charged with 3 fumbles yesterday. What am I missing? Now, they called the first play a fumble on the pass.
Because it's a backwards pass
the line.
fumble, yep.
Then there was the sack fumble where
that was recovered by Wiley?
Yes.
Yep.
No, I think it was recovered by Biotish. And that was like he just had his hand too low, one hand on the ball. That shouldn't happen. He'll learn to not do that. What was the other fumble?
I don't know.
I got to think. Was there one down along the goal line or something? I'll have to pull up where the third fumble was. Let's go to Reggie in Charlotte. Hey, Reggie.
Hey guys, you got me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. You're on the radio.
Okay, yeah. So game ball goes to Jaden Daniels. I agree with you all. Passing the ball kind of left me a little wanting more. But running the ball, once he got settled down after that first drive, he looked amazing out there. He's like the fastest guy on the field. But you knew that coming out of LSU, and then we could just find a way to safely continue to implement that in the game plan. Sign me up for more of that. But like other people, also gassers go to the defensive line. You can't have Baker Mayfield in the backfield kind of corral for 5 or 6 potential sacks and not only give but one of them. And that turns the game around for me, at least on defense, because you get off the field and you give your offense a lot more opportunities if you can close those drives and close those plays out. So Gasser goes to the defense and definitely agree with you all. Coming in, I wanted to see all of the expectations match up with the potential on the field, the expectations for being fast and physical and smart on the field. The defense didn't live up to that. Joe Witt, his defense didn't live up to that as a defensive coordinator. Also, Dan Quinn. So I definitely want the expectations to be heightened and the performance to match that. But that's my game ball and that's my gases. Love the show. Thanks for taking the call.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, they said basically the catchphrase on defense has been arrive violently. I'll just go with arriving, and then we'll worry about the violently part after that. By the way, I found it. The third fumble. You remember there was like a keeper, a read option play. He got to the sideline, and he hurdled a guy right at the sideline, like literally jumped over him.
Yeah.
When he jumped over him, I remember now the ball like popped up in the air, and he fumbled out of bounds.
Oh.
So it was ruled a fumble out of bounds.
There you go.
So a nothing burger, but 3 fumbles for the record. Breaking news on the kicking situation, which we have not gotten into. I won't bury the complete lead, but I'll let you know. Washington's going to be looking for a kicker. The details next on G&D. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thanks to Toby for that breaking news. Cade York released. His long, illustrious stay in Washington ends after one game and an 0 for 2 in field goal attempts with a kick out of bounds on a kickoff and an onside kick that didn't have a chance. This was actually a really easy decision for them because the trade that they made with the Browns stipulated. The fine print was if Cade York kicks in 2 games for Washington, the Commanders have to give up the 7th round pick for him. But if he doesn't, then they just basically signed him, got him for nothing, and could release him free of penalty. So by releasing him after his one blunder of a game, they now no longer have to give up a 7th round pick. So it was the equivalent of just grabbing a guy that was on the waiver wire, essentially. Here's the bigger problem, though. Since they released Brandon McManus after the allegations that have since been dropped came out about him on an airplane harassing flight attendants, possibly assaulting flight attendants, they have been on the kicker carousel. This is no place that you want to be, Danny.
Nope.
Mamas, don't let your kids grow up to be kickers. Ramiz Ahmed signed and cut. Riley Patterson signed and cut. Cade York acquired via trade and now cut. They will be on to their 5th kicker. 5th since the spring, and their 4th kicker since just the start of training camp when they bring somebody in here in the next 24 hours.
So yeah, I don't know, man. The whole time I was going during training camp, they seem to be very comfortable. Meaning we'll just work it out. Whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Someone will get cut or we'll trade for somebody, and they did, and it clearly wasn't solved. The way I would do it is acknowledge that, hey, there's nothing that's close to being done here. It's the only position where you can really do this. But if you put foot to ball within the last calendar year or so, come on down. Here's a plane ticket. Come see us in Ashburn. We got a little regional airport right there. Or you can fly to Dulles. We'll send you a car. We'll get you an Uber. Come right to the facility, kick the ball through the uprights sometimes. Show us how you do kickoffs, etc. I would have had far more of a wider net cast. I mean, they're narrowing it down via scouting and guys that they like or have experience with. But again, we're through 1 week, and as you said, kicker number 5 this calendar year.
I'm asking a question. I'm not making a point. So please, nobody get angry at me. Don't cancel me. I've got a couple kids at home. They just need daddy to keep his job. You can't bring Brandon McManus back in, can you?
I don't think so. The thing that I read a couple days ago, I want to make sure I got it right, so I just looked it up. There's an amended complaint now because the initial charges were dismissed. There's an amended lawsuit with certain details or a couple changes in some way. So it's whatever the legal trouble is around McManus seems to still be pending.
That's a name that I would have been interested in if they decided that they could go that route because his legal status has changed since they cut him. Obviously, it would not be a great PR move. Greg Joseph got cut by the Green Bay Packers in training camp. He was with the Vikings the last 3 years as a big leg. That's a name that's interesting to me, but let's actually get some breaking news on who it sounds like they could be bringing in right now. Breaking news on the Fan brought to you by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Get 3 free days of BetQL access by downloading the BetQL app or visiting BetQL.com. This is via national reporter for NFL Network, Tom Pelissero. The Commanders plan to sign veteran kicker Austin Seibert. He is on their short list. They are in the works on a deal with him already. So by saying goodbye to one former Browns kicker in Cade York, they could be bringing another one in Austin Seibert. He kicked last year for the Jets, went 1 of 1 on field goal attempts. It was between 30 and 39, and he made his only extra point. He handled 3 kickoffs. So very, very minimal action in the NFL last season. In 2022, he was with Detroit. He went 3 for 5. His longest attempt was short of 50, and he hit all 12 of his extra points. In his career, 56 of 62 on extra points and 45 of 53, about an 80% rate on his field goal attempts. But interestingly, if you look at made from 50 plus, just 2 for 7 in his career. So he hasn't really shown a whole lot of length from deep. But these are the guys that are available. He's 27. They're also probably not trying to find the best kicker necessarily for next week, but someone who could grow into being their long-term kicker that they could have around here for the rest of the season and beyond. So Austin Seibert is the next man up.
Yeah, so I remember him from Cleveland a few seasons ago. Feels like he had a pretty good year then, but again, that's like 5 calendar years ago. He's been kicking around a lot of part-time stuff, filling in a handful of games with Cleveland, Cincinnati, Detroit. You mentioned the one game with the Jets. So there are guys with more significant resumes. You mentioned Greg Joseph, who's been kicking pretty steadily in the league for a while. They don't seem to be interested in that. They're very much in this Cade York tier of guys that were in the league kind of and now aren't as much. Like this is where they're mining.
Clearly they like the idea of like young and potential. Like hasn't been great yet, but maybe he could be. Ramiz Ahmed, no experience. Riley Patterson, limited, not great experience. Cade York, same exact thing. And now Seibert. That's 4 straight guys with dudes like Greg Joseph and others who have kicked in the league for years out there. So I think, again, they're not just trying to answer the question, who would be the best kicker against the Giants? They're basically saying, who might be a kicker here? It's like signing anyone at any position.
Sure.
You're not just going out and getting some 34-year-old to get you to the end of the year. They're trying to build the room, so to speak.
So let me ask this question then rhetorically, because I think that's at least a salient philosophy or a thought. Wouldn't you then not be cutting guys after a game? Like if you want to think long term, because we're building, if this is a recalibration or we're finding north as we rebuild or we're building north or whatever it is we're doing right now, wouldn't you be more patient? Like if you're trying to win the division and this guy's kicker screwing you, you got to act now. I'm just asking. I don't have an answer.
I would say yes if there wasn't a draft pick tied to him. In other words, I really believe that if a 7th round pick wasn't on the line by keeping him till next week, he'd still be here. But if there's no real difference between him and Austin Seibert or the other guys on your list,
save yourself a 7th. Yep.
So you're basically saying, what's better, Austin Seibert or Cade York and a 7th round pick? You know they value picks. I mean, they've made that very clear. So I think that's why they did what they did today. Now, your question could be, why would they have been willing to give a 7th rounder up? And maybe if he came in here and he kicked the lights out,
then it doesn't matter.
In practice every day, he's crushing it. And, he's good from 57 yesterday and he's good from, 47 and he went 2 for 2 or whatever. Then maybe they feel like, I don't care that we're giving up a 7th rounder. We got our kicker of the future and we love the length on the leg. By the way, there was a record number of field goals made from 50 plus in the league yesterday. Did you guys see that stat?
There was a record.
Yes, there's never been more kicks of 50 or more, or even 54 or more, both categories, made in any 1 week in NFL history as there was yesterday. It's so maddening when you watch all these other games. Chris Boswell, good from 50 plus, saved the Steelers bacon. I think he made 6 kicks in the game. Saved their bacon on 3 field goals, 50 plus. There were 3 different kickers who had multiple 50-yard field goals essentially yesterday. And Washington's guy goes out from 47 and can't figure it out.
The type of miss matters to me. I know it maybe doesn't to anyone else. They just want it in, and that's kind of the end of it. But when a guy's not, dramatically off, where it's like it looks like it never had a chance. Both of his kicks kind of faded towards the end. Plenty of distance there. I don't know. I'm when someone's not close, so like Ahmed a couple times kicked the ball, and it's like you've never kicked a ball before. That's what it looks like. It looks like you were out there. You won some kind of contest for Dr. Pepper at halftime of a college bowl game to win a couple grand or something. It looked ridiculous. I thought York looked fine. I know the balls didn't go through the upright, and it's because they sort of drifted to the right there a little bit, but it wasn't like, oh, these are laughable attempts like Chris Blewett's were.
No, I don't think he's a laughable option. I don't think he's a guy that's going to make terrible kicks. Attempts, but making them is the name of the game.
Sure.
I don't care how.
So that matters, and write that down.
I mean, if they're sailing beautifully end over end and it's a nice loud thud when you make contact, that's all cool. But the most important part is when that thing sails into the end zone, it's got to go through those yellow things. Let's go to Chris in Hyattsville on G&D. What's up, Chris?
What's up? Hey, why don't they just hire that kicker guy on YouTube? He looks pretty good.
I don't know him, but
Who's
is he
that?
like a trick kicker, dude?
He's like this young black guy who does like viral videos and he just hits bombs from like 60 yards.
He was the one that was in the UFL kicking for San Antonio, but he got injured in like his second career game. Yeah. I forget what his real name is, but his YouTube name is like Destroying.
I also, again, like I don't know anything. I'm just a portly fella sitting in a seat. Your boy would have gone to Jake Bates, speaking of the UFL, kicked for the Lions last night. And I just said, here, I know you've never kicked 1 second in the NFL. Here's 4 years and $20 million. You're our new kicker. Enjoy yourself. You'll be here for 4 years. They didn't seem to be in a rush. They'll just figure it out with Ramiz Ahmed. How'd that work out? Anyway, continue, Chris.
There's also one co-host that has still yet to prove he can kick a field goal. But
Good
I
point.
digress.
19 out of 20 field goals from 40 yards.
It'll never happen. It'll never happen, unfortunately.
Are we still doing game balls and gassers, or is there a different question now?
You could do it.
We'll allow it.
All right. I got to give a game ball to Jaden Daniels for just being a complete professional and not folding. Even though he didn't have a great game, especially passing, he didn't look like he was overwhelmed or that he was morally crushed by just how good the NFL is compared to what he may have expected. So and he's running the ball. I mean, he's dynamic. I mean, Lamar, but with a little less less shiftiness. But my gasser's got to go to Cliff Kingsbury because I haven't seen a worse offensive game plan to start a season since like the end of the Jay Gruden era. And I can't believe that, watching other guys play quarterback all weekend who are knowing where they're going to go with the ball almost before the snap. I know it's going to take a long time for Jaden to get there, but he needed a little bit more layups built into the game plan, and it just didn't seem like those were available.
Thank you, buddy. I mean, to me, those predetermined, we're doing a bubble screen or we're doing some of the quick stuff. It's like, yeah, the other team knows that too. There's got to be some kind of counterpunch. Like every post player in basketball, you need one move and a counter to that move if somebody sits on it, right? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar scored 1 billion points with a sky hook, but if you sat on it, he would go up and under. There's no counter, it seems like, right? Nobody's afraid of down the field. Nobody's afraid of that kind of 20-plus yard strike on this deep out or flooding the zone with this kind of receiver. We know it's going to be flipped out one way or the other to Zacchaeus or maybe flipped to McLaurin one time or, we'll give Luke McCaffrey a touch. Nobody's afraid. And that's very easy to defend when everybody's in one place.
Yeah, I'll disagree on not enough layups given to him. I think all they did was layups pretty much. I think they went too heavy in that way. As I said earlier, they had 6 completions behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, the first throw of his career was designed to be a piece of cake, just a wheel route to a running back running downhill toward the line of scrimmage. They had a 1.5 yard average depth of completed target in this game. So I think there were plenty of layups. I thought Kingsbury had a decent enough plan in terms of the getting Daniels into the flow thing. It was the other stuff I had an issue with. Where were your in-breaking routes to beat some zones? Where was the stuff in the middle of the field, the soft spot against defenses in this league? Where was anything being pushed down the field? And if they were taking that away, then there should have been more, again, in the intermediate area. They didn't have a single completion beyond 10 yards until the garbage time final drive on the 15-yard out route to Zacchaeus. Now, those were some of my issues kind of with their plan in the passing game. Dan Quinn is speaking with the media. At some point today, we'll let you hear what he had to say, but a couple of nuggets from that we'll pass along next, and more details coming out on how the Commanders are handling their kicking situation as they have released Cade York, and they are working on finding his replacement. You're listening to The Fan. a few minutes ago was talking with the media, and the question came up about Jaden Daniels running the ball 16 times, and he said that is not the model. He said that's not the plan sustainably moving forward, and he said that Jaden Daniels will be the first to admit on a few of those he wants to see him try to rip a ball in, meaning throw it into a smaller window. I think he was kind of looking for wide open. He was used to wide open at LSU, and when there wasn't anything wide open, the default was let's pull the ball down and let's go make a play. And Dan Quinn's point is, as he gets more experience, he's going to really fit some balls into those windows and throw it a little bit more as the walls are caving in around him. But yesterday, clearly, he was very content to just take off. And even though there were 16 runs, by my count, pull them up here in front of me, I've got 5 that were designed.
Mm-hmm.
And all 5, by the way, were in the second half. He ran a naked keeper on 4th and 1 to get a first down. They ran 2 powers at a shotgun, which, by the way, I'd take those out of the playbook. I don't know where you're at on that.
I would tear them out, and I would use the largest flame-generating device I had to burn them.
You know what I wouldn't mind, and people are going to hate this a lot? Luke McCaffrey having those, who's 6'2" and a wide receiver,
Sure,
and who played a quarterback in college.
Get Ben Sinnott the football. Have him do it. Brian Robinson do it. Just enough.
He did get one direct snap that was actually very successful. But yeah, that kind of high school football, like your quarterback's your best athlete, snap it to him, let him go off tackle for a few yards. And he thumped it in there for 2 yards and took a big wallop. Vita Vea landed on him. I'm sure that's good.
Yeah,
I'm just not a big fan of the 206-pound quarterback or whatever he is today, getting tackled on a power between the tackles. But anyway, so they had 2 of those. They had the naked, and then they had 2 read options, which I guess by design aren't definitively his. Hard to tell if it was like outside zone and it was just clearly going to be a keeper. But it looked like both plays where he was reading it out on the Bear defender on the outside. So if you count those, that's 5. On the 2 read options, one was the touchdown from 1 yard out, and the other was the hurdle on the sideline with the fumble out of bounds.
Right.
But 11 scrambles, 5 designed runs. So if you're mad at, say, Cliff Kingsbury and going, you're crazy, you're putting him in harm's way, well, that's a pretty big chunk there. I mean, in terms of percentage, you're talking about 73% of his runs were not designed that way. They were kind of his decision to do so.
And some of those are great plays. Some of those, if teams are in man and they got their back turned, right? You kind of squirt through that one spot where the rush lanes maybe deteriorate a little bit, or you evade somebody, you got a chance for a big gain. I mean, some of their best offensive plays were those. There's room for that. It's what makes you special. The next layer of what makes you special is where there's only maybe a 5-yard gain and you're diving forward and somebody's ear holing you or whatever. That play, you sort of, get out of trouble, maybe run parallel to the line of scrimmage a little bit, draw some defenders in, hit somebody that's plastering or going deep. Then those special backbreaking plays happen too. That's the next level.
It's time for our double play, driven to you by your local Washington area Honda dealer. Stopping for a great deal on the rugged and capable Honda Pilot. Contact your local Washington area Honda dealers today. How'd you enjoy your first NFL Sunday all day yesterday?
We did pretty darn well, I would say. Running the kids around like just absolute maniacs. We had a soccer game. We had our first flag football experience for my youngest. Went fine. Went as good as it could possibly go, I suppose. Towards the end, I think all the kids kind of had enough because this was like the introductory sort of game/practice. So we're all trying to help them understand, like, here's how you hand the ball off. And I think they had kind of had enough and were a little bit annoyed about it. But we had homemade nachos for the game.
That's a play.
Which was great. God, it was so good. Like out of the oven where you can there's no like delay, then it gets to the table, and then you have something else to do.
Cheese sprinkled on like big tortilla chips.
I mean, my wife handled it. Like I just sort of like hovered around once I smelled it, knowing that it was coming. I was just in the way generally, as husbands tend to be when wives who know what they're doing in the kitchen are trying to prepare stuff. But yeah, she did this whole, ensemble. It wasn't like that soaking wet nacho, which happens at the end sometimes for your grease or it's buried. Good cheese integrity, sort of evenly placed throughout. We had all the good toppings or jalapenos involved. I was thrilled with my nacho experience.
I didn't really, nothing off the grid, nothing creative, didn't get cute. My wife was at the game, as I said, in Tampa. So your boy did, I did my normal, my staple.
What'd you have?
Cape Cod, the crunchy, kettle cooked potato chips with hell of a good dip. Sour cream and onion, hell of a good dip. That's the red and yellow tub.
Yep.
If you're curious.
Mhm.
Coke Zeros out the wazoo.
Yep. How many Coke Zeros you have during the Washington
There
game?
were a lot of cans. Well, this was all day. This was
okay.
From about 11:58 on that couch to about, I don't know, 11:57 on the other one.
Do you know the number? Do you know the number?
No, I have no idea.
Okay.
But I would say, I mean, normally I'm not a big volume Coke Zero guy. Like when I'm at a restaurant, I'll pummel 2 or 3 glasses or whatever. But like otherwise, I might have one for dinner. I had probably 7 cans.
So I was going to say, we could do a great guessing game to figure out how many you had. That's a lot,
I could
bro.
look through my trash. But for some reason, I don't know why this is. When it poured into glass on ice, it just goes so much faster. Like if I go to a restaurant,
Yeah, it's because it's the wider mouth. So like the small mouth of a bottle, you're just not doing the volume.
But I'm not even the bottle. I never do bottle. But like just being at a restaurant, out of the fountain or whatever, maybe you're just not keeping track of how many you're drinking. But to see the cans around you as you're pummeling, I'm like, man,
look at the carcasses.
Looking through some Coke Zero today.
Look at all the bones.
Some pretzels
Mhm.
at one point as a snacky. And then I did a little shopping early in the morning, and the kids, again, solo dad, a little bit of help from the
Sure,
in-law.
yeah.
But they wanted like these chicken tenders that you just throw in the air fryer. And I was like, me too.
That's great.
Those are perfect. So I got
Good
those,
decision, kids.
and that was my dinner too. So I
Nice.
had a handful of those in the third quarter while Mike Evans was making his 19th catch.
Pretzel breakdown for me. Were they the little pretzels, the bite size? They're like the Snyders of Hanover in the tub with it, like it's working on your teeth a little
This
bit.
was a chip-sized bag of pretzel.
Uh-huh.
This was your traditional kind of like 3 triangles.
Yep.
Like the loops
Mhm.
looks like a kind of heart outline.
Yeah.
Kind of crunchy pretzel.
Like hand size or palm size? Like the palm, the
Yeah.
in-betweeners. Yeah.
They were not big.
They're good.
They're very good.
You know what you could do as a snack? Hear me out. Those pretzels, you dip them in the tiniest bit of cream cheese.
Well, I would never do that. I mean, I
Just
love
a
cream
little
cheese.
bit of cream cheese.
If I'm dipping them in anything, it's going to be Raheem Mostert.
Give it a shot.
Okay.
Just if you get like a tub of the cream cheese, get a little taste on the upper corner, and then put the whole palm-sized pretzel bite in your mouth.
I watched an obnoxious amount of football yesterday. Had Red Zone with my own YouTube TV, like 4 games on one, Red Zone on another, game on another. I mean, it was just, we were rocking and rolling. There's only a couple things I didn't get to watch, mostly in the 4 o'clock window because of the locals ruining everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it was fun to see the locals again. I missed them. And I will see them in person this Sunday.
Good for you.
In Landover,
You
Maryland.
and Darius going to the game. Big one.
Darius, you're going to be there?
Yeah.
Let's go, D-Dad.
I will be in attendance on Sunday.
I didn't know that, Papa.
Yeah, I'm half regretting it now.
Okay.
But we'll see. It's home
Catch
opener.
the excitement.
You're not regretting it.
Home opener.
You see Jaden go 15 for $111 on the ground? Let's do this thing. Let's do it together.
Just hunted by those frontline defenders.
By the way, Jaden Daniels on pace for 272 carries. That would tie Christian McCaffrey last year for number 2 in the NFL. 8 rushing attempts behind Derrick Henry.
That's just fine.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Beltway Blitz is next. if the NFL is indeed a TV show about quarterbacks, yesterday's episode was pretty magnificent. And I don't mean the games. We're actually passing touchdowns were the lowest that they've been in the last 6 years, and offense was generally down from a passing standpoint. But just the drama. Before the kickoff in week 1 on the opening Sunday, one of the biggest stars in the league, who players named the number 1 player in the National Football League, Tyreek Hill, was arrested outside of the Dolphins Stadium, aside from right beside the road where all the fans drive into the stadium. So imagine.
Yeah, they're driving by.
They're driving by. And I shouldn't laugh at this. I shouldn't make light of this. But he is on the ground in handcuffs. And like the videos I'm seeing are this dude. There's this one guy I saw. He goes, "Oh no, dude, that's Tyreek." And he's like, got his camera out the window and he goes, "I got him in fantasy today." And like someone's like, "You better put him on the bench." And like Tyreek Hill's in cuffs. Now, not a funny situation. I don't know what happened. They're investigating the officer. I'm sure they'll investigate what Tyreek Hill did as well. But he got arrested. And one of his teammates, Calais Campbell, a former Walter Payton Man of the Year, whose side I would take in a back and forth with a police officer, as a good dude, so he ended up in cuffs somehow when he walked over. So Scotty Scheffler vibes there, possibly. We'll get more details. But between that, Danny, and then Dak Prescott, about an hour and a half before kickoff, broke the NFL record, $60 million a year at quarterback. It was a absolutely incredible lead up to kickoff yesterday.
The drama, she was real. The NFL TV writers did a great job.
They certainly did. Lots of meat still on the Commanders' Bucks bone. We'll get into what was more discouraging, the offense or the defense, coming up at 4:25. But let's kick off our Beltway Blitz here on G&D. And we'll start with Spencer Nussbaum, who covers the Nationals for the Washington Post. Spencer, a lot of people probably had their eyes on football yesterday and kind of forgot about the Nats for a day or so. They split 4 games with the Pirates, correct?
That is correct. And I frankly can't blame them on the first Sunday of the season.
No kidding.
Seriously.
What'd they miss?
Yeah, so I think that the big takeaways from the road trip, obviously yesterday was kind of a stinker. Patrick Corbin getting back to kind of his form that we saw in the middle of the season, allowed 7 runs, 3 home runs, and the Nats were shut down by Jared Jones, who's a very intriguing, young pitcher on Pittsburgh's side. I think if you want one positive takeaway out of that, it's that C.J. Abrams hit a leadoff home run. As we all know, he's been struggling for a while now, and so to see him kind of get one out of the park and get one going has to be encouraging after what has been a rough few months.
Spencer, it feels like C.J. Abrams could really use a nice last few weeks. These valleys that he's hit, no pun intended, a few different times over the course of the year have kind of really put a damper on some of his numbers. There's some pretty good counting stats in there, but man, some of these swoons and some of these at-bats and a lot of these offers, it's been ugly at times.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, like the big thing for him is consistency. The same thing and percentage you really ascribe to any young player, but for him, the valleys have been low, and especially, now it's been since July. He had a rough May, and you kind of said, okay, that was 1 month because the high points surrounding it. But yeah, it's just been tough. His timing has looked off at the plate as of late. He's not hitting balls that he should be, and really anything that isn't a fastball up there, he's really struggled with, which again makes it encouraging that he hit a slider out of the park, because he has just struggled so much on those sort of pitches. You can see it's affecting him. He talked about it after the game. He said he thinks he's been in his own head, but he's been working on stuff in the cage, and he felt like yesterday he finally started to get his timing back. So we'll kind of see if that carries over.
Spencer, 2 games at home coming up with the Braves, and then 4 to wind down the homestand against the Marlins. It's Tuesday through Sunday at home for the Nationals this week at Nats Park. What do people need to know?
Yeah, I think the biggest things I'd be looking for is on the pitching side of things, particularly with DJ Hurts and Mackenzie Gore. Those are 2 guys who have really pitched very well for the Nationals in the past couple of weeks. Mackenzie Gore is starting to find that second gear, get his velocity back. So if he can finish out the year strong, that's a huge benefit for the team. And he and DJ, frankly, have the best stuff in that starting rotation. DJ had 5 no-hit innings on Saturday, I believe, before he was pulled. So see if those guys can kind of keep it up over the last few weeks of the season. They're both at or near
career highs in innings. So I'd say that's the main point to watch. Again, seeing if CJ can do it. And then obviously anytime, Dylan and James, that's really at this point, every single game you're looking at what they can do and what, is going to kind of close up these last few weeks.
Spencer, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Thanks.
We'll see you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder. Our guy Mitch Tischler joins us to talk about what happened yesterday. Mitch, big picture, what'd you make of it, buddy?
When we got out of the game yesterday, I was a little down on it. I thought that the team played poorer than I expected, but I went back and watched a little bit of the film the game this morning, and I think that they were a little bit closer than I thought yesterday. They had a couple chances early in the game. The defense did a good job of bending and not breaking, despite being put in a couple bad situations because of the missed field goals and a bad block in the back penalty, and they could have scored a touchdown, early in that game. I think they had some chances to make this thing a little bit closer and give them a chance to win, but ultimately the team broke down kind of as the game went on, and obviously the game got a little away from them in the second half.
Mitch, where were you when I needed you studying my film? Huh? Helping me out when I was trying to make plays. Yeah, I mean, look, there was
behind the camera at that time. I was shooting the game on the field. I wasn't watching film and all that. Different world.
That's a good point. I'm an old man now. Yeah, there were certainly some plays to be made for sure. And in the league, I guess no game, unless you're the Panthers and you're playing the Saints, is a complete debacle. What about the kicking situation? Speaking of debacles, Cade York's been cut. This is now kicker number 5 if you count McManus, kicker number 4 since they moved on from him. It looks like Austin Seibert's going to be the guy.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're in the kicker abyss right now, and it ain't a great place to be, but we've been in the quarterback abyss for 25 years, so at least we seem to be working our way out of that abyss there. So, that was a really bad performance from a kicker there. 2 missed kicks and the kickoff out of bounds is just entirely unacceptable. And quite frankly, anyone who thought that Cade York was going to stick around this week hasn't been listening or watching what Dan Quinn and Adam Peters are care about.
What's your grade for Cliff Kingsbury in week 1?
I thought he got a little bit cutesy too early in this game. There was one play early in the game where they had kind of the O-line was in a run blocking show, and they had Sam Cosby pulling around on a pass, and ultimately Jaden had to tuck and run because they weren't able to block it up correctly. We saw the double pass attempts with Luke McCaffrey there. I would have liked to have seen a couple more balls downfield. I know the Bucs were dialing up the pressure, and he had the shortest time, to throw of any quarterback in the NFL. But, I think that they could have done a better job of helping out the offensive line and keeping a couple more blockers in to help out and give his receivers a chance to get downfield. But, that very first play of the game, having that, short little throw to Brian Robinson, go back 15 yards, all of a sudden you're erasing your entire, first 15 game script because you're in the 2nd and 25 right away. So I think they'll hopefully do a little bit better job kind of moving forward. But listen, we've seen Jaden play now in 3 football games, and in 2 of them they tried to open the game with that kind of quick little pass to a running back, and both times Jaden missed it. That might not be his cup of tea. Might want to try and get him a little bit different of an easy pass to kind of get his legs under him as we move forward.
That's a good point. Mitch Tischler is with us, Monumental Sports Networks, where you can check him out. Mitch, speaking of Daniels, just broader brush here, I guess. What did you make of his outing? He had more rushing attempts than completions at one point mid-4th quarter. If I was to have told you before the game he was going to scramble 11 times when there are only 12 pressures all game and run it 16 times, what would you have said?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we went through this last year with Eric Bieniemy where he kind of hung his offensive line out to dry. And Andrew Wiley didn't have a very good day. He got beat inside clean far too often. And a couple times he got beat inside when he had help to the outside, which is borderline unacceptable for an offensive tackle. But ultimately, that this offensive line is going to need some help. And quite frankly, I don't think they got enough of it from the tight ends and from the running backs. And I hope that's something that when this coaching staff goes back and looks at the film and they see kind of where some of these gaps and holes are, they're gonna hopefully try and fix that. But for by and large, I thought the interior of the offensive line did a good job in pass pro. I liked what I saw out of Allegretti, Biotish, and Cosme. A little bit of a mixed bag at left tackle, and at right tackle, they need to help out Andrew Wiley there. I mean, he's at a point in his career where clearly he's struggling in one-on-one situations and obvious passing downs, and it's something that this is the team that they put together, and they have to understand that that's who they have, and you need to make adjustments based on that. And I'm hoping that Cliff is able to kind of step up and make those changes.
Do you think Austin Eckler earned a little bit more than, say, get one catch for 20-plus yards and goes take a break for 30 minutes? Do you think he maybe earned some, I don't know, what's that word, more looks, more touches?
Listen, Austin Eckler played a really big role in the pass blocking game, and I think that was part of the fact that he didn't get as many catches as he did because he was, helping out in those blitz situations. But they need to get him the ball a little bit more often, definitely. I mean, I know that they don't want the breakdown to be Jaden 16 carries, B-Rob 12, and Eckler 2, because pretty much when Eckler was in the game, you knew that it was a passing down and that they weren't really looking to run the ball with him. And I think you need to be a little bit more you have a little more optionality with your guys and not be so obvious when a certain player is in the game. But big hats to Austin Eckler. Those two of the catches he had, he took big time hits on and got up and kept on trucking. And that first catch for 22 yards on that little middle screen was a really nice play concept and draw up and executed extremely well. And Eckler's pretty shifty when he gets out there in the secondary. So I like what I saw from him, and I do think that we're going to see him be continually part of the pass game, but and hopefully he'll get a couple more carries in there.
Mitch, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, guys.
You got it. All right, let's talk more national football. Abroad we go. We'll get into the games around the league in a lot more detail, just the rhythm of our week generally, as we do that a lot on Tuesday. We really dive as deep into the Commanders game as we can on Mondays. But quickly here around the league, Lions-Rams was great last night.
What great theater.
Went to overtime. Stafford back in Detroit, threw for 317 and a touchdown. Jared Goff and the Detroit Lions, though, get the last laugh. 26-20 in OT. They bullied the Rams on an 8-play, 70-yard David Montgomery power handoff fest in overtime. He went for 91 in the game-winning score. Detroit a winner.
Detroit was better for probably, 50 of the 67 minutes played. But, that furious comeback there by the Rams, credit to them for doing it. And again, listen, it wasn't as if they scored 1 million points and were incredible. They scored 20 on the road at Detroit. But you have a priority, which is to get Cooper Kupp the football. He had 14 catches. That wasn't for 250 yards. It was just over 100. But still, they want Cooper Kupp to have the football. You find a way to get him the football. Ta-da.
The Dallas Cowboys have a way of opening the season well. And they did it yesterday, doubling up the Browns, 33-17. They were actually up 33-10 before a garbage time touchdown for Cleveland. They got the best kicker in the league, maybe, and this kid, Brandon Aubrey, the former pro soccer player who they signed in training camp last year. How does Washington do whatever that was? Aubrey made kicks from 57, 40, and 50, and 46, was 4 for 4 in the game. Dak got the fat contract, had a really good first half, and then basically took the second half off and put on a visor. They blew the Browns out of the water.
Yeah, throttled it down. Cleveland looked terrible. Deshaun Watson was awful in this game, and that's kind of where it starts and stops.
He has been awful for a long time, about 3 years running. That's the worst contract in the history of the league.
It's certainly up there. I mean, it's proven out to be at this stage. Minus a good game in Washington, if you recall, where he looked awesome.
He was fine.
Well, relatively fine.
I will say this. By his standards, post massage table, he was incredible in that game. I mean, like this version of Deshaun Watson, he was passable, which is incredible.
Well, I say that in jest, but as it relates, if you played Washington last year as a quarterback, you were the MVP of the league. I mean, that's not hyperbole either. 39 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, 105.7 quarterback rating, 4,600 yards. That's what opposing quarterbacks did to Washington. And that includes like pedestrian games from guys like Desmond Ridder and a couple others. So anyway.
I thought you were talking about when he was in DC for the Wentz game 2 years ago. When he played Washington. I thought that's what you were talking about.
I just conflated, right. That was 2 years ago. Anyway, so my zinger sucked. Point is, Cleveland was terrible.
He might have played him last year.
I don't think they played last year. It was 2 years ago.
Okay, then.
Womp, womp. Well, they were bad on defense then, too.
Bad.
No, you're fine.
Rookie quarterbacks.
Yep.
Let's do that.
Bo Nix, atrocious. No passes beyond 4 feet, pretty much. He still threw 2 interceptions, too, by the way. That was a disaster. Caleb Williams was a disaster. in week number 1 where they didn't score an offensive touchdown.
Caleb Williams was 14 of 29 for 93 yards. Yards per attempt. Some quick math here. 3.2 for Caleb Williams.
Gross.
He also held the ball forever. He did the thing he did in college where he'd run all over the place and then flick a ball 50 yards, minus the flicking the ball thing, because he just got sacked or ran out of bounds or whatever. It was ugly. And yet the Bears somehow got up off the mat. They were down 17-0. And with a defensive touchdown and a blocked punt touchdown by Simone Biles' boyfriend, they ended up coming all the way back to beat the Titans. And great Will Hurting. Good Will Hurting. The line's not as bad as the numbers, but the pick six was one of the worst plays I've ever seen.
Yeah, early on they were good.
So bad.
I'm sitting there. I've got my gloating text ready because Tennessee was frisky. They were the better team for most of that game, and then they fell apart. Combined with the block punt for a touchdown, and then one of the 10 worst plays. I mean, that's up there with the butt fumble in terms of worst plays I've ever seen.
What are we going to call it?
It could just be the hurt thing. The hurt thing pick six. I mean, I don't know who you saw. I don't know what you go, this will work.
That sounds like an M. Night Shyamalan movie. And maybe he could direct that play. It was so spooky. That
Will Hurting.
Starring Will Hurting.
That was so
If you haven't seen
bad.
it, please go watch it. It's the funniest thing. He's like falling down and he decides to like throw the ball like
a second baseman pitching it to a
I was
shortstop.
going to say, like on a 6-4-3 double play, the way Luis Garcia would just flip the ball over to CJ
on the way to the ground.
But I don't know. It wasn't like throwing it to a guy. It seemed like he was trying to get it to the sideline. But there was a Bears defensive back there.
In a world where decisions can happen in an instant, like all of us, we get a trailer.
I do my bit where today is my day, where by tomorrow on the air, I will have watched every play of every game via all, the condensed games. And I do it every single week. It's just football, man. I have not done it yet. So Will Levis could have had like a decent game otherwise. That's the play that I saw most notably. And it's just, that one's tough.
I'm not going to remember some of the early game success. I'm going to remember the hurting.
Speaking of quarterbacks who had tough days, Kirk O'Chains, Kirk Cousins, and the Atlanta Falcons. I'm a little worried about Kirk. Danny, coming back from the Achilles. This was as bad a performance as I've seen from Cousins in a long, long time. But he also just looked, immobile's not the right word, but they had him in pistol or shotgun on every single play. He was never under center. So that tells me one of two things. Either they have a terrible plan because what he does best is under center, play action, drop back, shotgun stuff. Play action, pass, drop back game. Or they're not comfortable with him dropping back on that Achilles or something. But he ended up throwing 2 interceptions, including one at the end of the game. The Falcons defense played well enough to win, and he just, the offense couldn't get anything going really. They couldn't run the ball. I'm a little worried about the post-Achilles Cousins first game.
2 things. One, Pittsburgh's defense is still great. And TJ Watt had one of those games. I mean, this is
God, he's so good.
This is when it's like, the come back from commercial break before they introduced TJ Watt for the Hall of Fame. You could play the highlights from this one where there was a time where they go, we got to call a penalty on you because you were too fast.
By the way, he had 2 sack fumbles taken off the board.
Yeah.
For penalties. 2.
Yeah. Where they go,
still had a monster game.
You were just too fast. So we think you were offsides, but we can't prove it. I mean, unbelievable. So that's part of it. The other part, here's what it reminded me of. And again, this is one, maybe, he's healthier as the year goes, talking about Cousins. Reminded me of later career Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan, he never really liked stuff at his feet, right? If he had his feet set, could pat the football, he'll deliver as good as anybody. But if you made him move around, when he had to reset his feet, he wouldn't get as much on the football and he was vulnerable. That's what it looked like. That first interception that Cousins threw there was nothing on it. It was noodly, and it's like he thought there'd be some reserve of arm strength there as his feet weren't set, and there wasn't. That's when you kind of go, oh, maybe he's not quite right yet. Maybe that'll change, but week 1, not a good showing.
No, there were a lot of quarterbacks, a lot of teams that didn't have them, including here in Washington where the Commanders lost by 17. Let's get back to the local 53 next. What was more discouraging yesterday, the offense or the defense? We will get into that, and we can welcome your calls as well at 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. Week 1 almost in the books. One last game tonight. Monday Night Football. Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. Let's try this again. Do you think he runs out of the tunnel with the American flag this time? Wouldn't that be tough?
They're not even going to let him run. Just walk gingerly, keep him in bubble.
If he has any sense of humor, and I don't know that he does, but if he does, when they come out of the tunnel under the lights on Monday Night Football, he should come sprinting out onto the field waving the American flag. Just run it back to last year. San Francisco 49ers hosting the game, 8:15 kick tonight. More importantly, though, here in D.C., the Commanders are 0-1. They lose 37-20 at the hands of the Bucs. Tampa Bay did whatever they wanted offensively. 9 of 13 on third down. When you add in the penalties, of which there were 4 on third down defensively, the numbers actually skew way worse than that.
Oof.
Washington just 2 of 8 on third downs with the football. Tampa Bay had a advantage well over 150 yards when Washington started its final garbage time drive. Their receivers at that point had 19 receiving yards. I mean, there's plenty of blame to go around. The kicker, who they've already released, missed 2 field goals, kicked the ball out of bounds on special teams. By the way, the dynamic kickoff, you can't call it something like that. You're asking to be made fun of. But the new kickoff, we had a kick return for a touchdown.
Yes.
And we had several long kick returns across midfield yesterday.
Indeed. So this is the design.
I know everybody wants to beat up on it and can't wait every time there's a touchback to make their Twitter jokes. The result is the result. I mean, we had plays made on kickoffs last.
I as a longtime fan of these various sports, whether be they baseball, where we've seen substantive change over the last couple of years, football as well, I'm willing to deal with a lot in order to get the thing. And what I mean is, I'd like kick returns to be part of the game. Kick returns are part of the game. It can look as weird as it wants. Put 7 guys on one hash mark. You can line them up single file. You can pretend to be a cloud sculpture or something. Whatever you want to do, as long as I get kick returns, I'll deal with it.
What if they all have to sit pretzel style with their knees touching and then get up and start blocking, but they can't use their left hand?
Everybody has to do crisscross applesauce until the guy catches it. Fine. Let's do it.
Yeah, so far, I would say so good. But anyway, what was more discouraging to you guys? And we're going to open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. Danny, you and I can start. Were you more disappointed in the offense or the defense?
The offense. And to me, it's not close. Disappointment comes from expectations not being met. My expectations were met on the defensive side of the ball. I thought they'd be a little bit better, but not much. You know, this was the worst defensive unit in the sport last year, and they're on their way to doing that again. Offensively, with a new hotshot, handsome dude with a deep voice and a flat top in charge, with the number 2 overall pick, Heisman Trophy quarterback, with multiple new offensive linemen, with new pieces almost everywhere, and the only holdover really from years before, guys that have produced here, guys like Brian Robinson and Terry McLaurin, for them to be that anemic, and they were all masked how unproductive they were by incredible running and scrambling from Jaden Daniels. Again, deep into the third quarter, more than half of their yards were on Daniels' scrambles, not design runs and keepers and ingenious things. Nothing was coming from the actual offense itself. It was Daniels, put the cape on and see what you can do and lose your helmet half the time. To me, it was glaring, disappointing, jarring, awful.
Respectfully, while you're right, they were terrible defensively last year. 6 of their 11 starters weren't here last year. It's a new defense almost entirely. Of the 5 guys that are still starting, 2 of them are Daron Payne and John Allen, who I don't think you or anybody else wants to get rid of because supposedly they're outstanding, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now that's 8 of your 11 guys. So that means that Benjamin St-Juste and Emmanuel Forbes and Quan Martin, those are the 3 guys all in the secondary, are the holdovers. But here's the good news to that. Dan Quinn is a defensive back whisperer. You hired a defensive-minded head coach to help fix your defense. And I didn't think he was going to be able to do it before the first game, so it's not like I'm throwing in the towel. But I know this sounds crazy because we haven't dealt with this here in Washington in a long, long time, where you would go out and get a defensive-minded head coach and a big-name defensive coordinator that he brings with him, and then they don't fix the defense at all, and the defense becomes a huge problem and just doesn't play up to its standards. That would never happen. But anyway,
we're just having fun. That's all.
Funning.
We're just funning.
Come on, who's done it?
Who's done it?
Who's done it? Come on, we're funning. Point of the dude's story is 8 of 11 guys, man, are either John Allen, Daron Payne, or a new starter that they brought in here. So in a lot of ways, it's in Dan Quinn's image, primarily. It's in Adam Peters' image to an extent. Secondary, not ideal. I understand where we're at there. and the secondary really struggled. But it's not like the linebacking core lit it up. I'm a Frankie Louvu mark. How many times you notice Frankie Louvu?
Not many, man.
Bobby Wagner, future Hall of Famer, missed a few tackles, was late getting to a couple things. Now, I will say this. He's a wrecking ball. He's going to make a lot of tackles, too. He had 3 TFLs in the backfield, but it's pretty clear to me from a foot speed standpoint, this ain't your older brother's Bobby Wagner, if you know what I mean, which stands to reason. So you had Cleveland Farrell, who's new. You had Dorrance Armstrong, who's new. Louvu, Wagner, Jeremy Chin, the new version of Quan Martin, Mikey Sanristil, who they drafted, told us was the best pound-for-pound player in the draft. And I like Mike Sanristil. I think he's going to be awesome. I'm high on him. But as far as Forbes and St. Juste, who were punching bags yesterday, Quinn will fix it. They're going to be better with coaching. That was part of the expectation, to be clear. We heard those guys are better. They're different. They're improved. And you just didn't see it. So respectfully to the offense, which I'm not letting them off the hook, they were disappointing too. The defense was so bad, and all we heard about was arriving violently and the secret
so much
sauces,
violent arrivingly.
How we're going to play, how we play is not for everybody. You mean like my ice? How
you mean like pro football teams that want to contend?
How we play is not for everyone. Like fans who want to see stops or punts. The other team punted once. It's not for the opposing team's punter. I'll tell you that. They'll get it right. Hopefully, they'll figure it out. But through one game, I think realistically, I didn't think they'd come out offensively and look great. It's going to take a lot of time. On defense, I at least thought they'd be able to get creative and mix some potions and just look a lot improved. And we did not get that.
We did not see that. They averaged 3.7 yards a carry, Tampa Bay did. 8 tackles for loss for Washington defenders. So I think in general, they did a good job against the run. Now, Tampa Bay stinks at running. It's a long-running theme for them, no pun intended. They're a bad running football team. But my God, did Baker Mayfield look like a Hall of Famer?
How'd you like my guy, Bucky Irving?
He looked comfortable. He's got a little burst.
Bucky Irving can play a little bit.
Bucky Irving is a better runner of the football than Rashad White, but Rashad White's a better player because you see him in the open field doing some things, matriculating with the passing game.
In addition to being a guy that I really wanted to draft, is Bucky Irving the name of the guy from Captain America, or is that something else? Is there a
Bucky Barnes? Okay. Looking for Bucky Barnes.
There is a Bucky.
There is a Bucky, yeah.
All right. Back to you, Danny.
But yeah, it was obviously the pass defense. Again, last year, if you played quarterback against Washington, you put up Hall of Fame MVP type numbers, and we're 1-for-1 with that happening again. It's all the same stuff, different personnel, as you alluded to, but the same excuses, the same reasoning, the same, it's communication or whatever the hell excuse they usually offer when they get burned a lot.
Tony Gonzalez joins us at the top of the hour in about 20 minutes. Jay Gruden is on the show today at 6 o'clock. Next, what side of the ball bothered you more, the performance on offense or defense? We're Grant and Danny. Survivor pool. Dead already. Dunskies.
Dunzo Bunzo.
The Cincinnati Bengals pummeled me. And I did the thing where I'm in like 4 of them. And normally I protect myself a little bit. There is one where I had a second entry, so I'm still alive with the Saints in like a low money Survivor pool. But I didn't even do the thing I normally do where I'm like, just in case the team loses, I'm going to spread my money around in different accounts. The Bengals aren't going to lose to the Patriots. There's no way, he said. And then they did.
I've donated some money to some great causes over the years, mostly in those Survivor pools. The winner's cause. I do either do that or I do I'll save a good team and pick another team that's a double-digit favorite or something crazy. I'm amazing at losing in Survivor pools. The best.
Season 3 of Thursday Night Football is going to kick off in 3 days on Thursday night. Great game this week. The Dolphins and the Bills. Tony Gonzalez is on the set pre and post with the Amazon Prime crew. He's going to join us coming up in our 5 o'clock segment just after the top of the hour. But right now on Grant and Danny, we want to know who disappointed you more, the offense or the defense in Sunday's loss at Tampa Bay. Kevin's in Arlington. What's up, Kev?
Hey, fellas. Since you're making it binary, because really all 3 units sunk to high heaven. But
yeah, nobody gets off, frankly.
I'm going to go defense. And let me lay it out. And Danny, because I want to come back to you on this. If you just look at the investment, okay, we have 7 first-rounders on D, 6 seconds. All of them played except Newton because of injury. You look at our free agency dollars, the biggest checks went to Armstrong and Luvu, okay? Our defensive brain trust, we got Adam Peters is a defensive guy. Dan Quinn, Joe Witt. You look at our cap dollars across the roster, largely to D. And again, obviously some of that's because of the prior regime. But when you look at the we've got 1 first rounder, and he's a rookie quarterback. We got Cosme, who's a stud, who's a second. We got Terry, who's a stud, who's a third. And we've got Robinson, who is a third. Okay, the talent is on the D side, and they wanted to build the culture with the D as the offense would matriculate more slowly. So when you have that kind of defensive performance, particularly on third down, shame on you. It was a debacle. That's why I'm so upset, because we didn't get doo-doo from the defense. It was terrible.
So, Kevin, I love that call, and I always appreciate you making it as always. Big picture, he's 100% right. Right? The fact that we're here with a defense that's had astounding amounts of investment. The first 4 first-round defensive linemen over 4 straight years, then Jamin Davis or whatever it was, 5 in 6 years or whatever the hell. When you're talking about first-round picks on that side of the ball, Forbes last year, all the guys you put together, and the defense to be that bad with defensive coaching is beyond unforgivable. But I got last year's homework, and I know your point about it's a lot of different players.
Different group.
To me, it's the same general ingredients, the same linchpins, the same stars. You switched out Cam Curl for Jeremy Chin.
They signed an $8 million linebacker, a $12 million linebacker, and a $10 million defensive end, and you didn't notice any of them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, linebackers, it's a forgotten position to a degree. Like the salary cap says that, the allocations do.
Yeah.
So
we're just not going to agree. I mean,
but the bones of the defense, to me, like I've already, like they were so terrible last year. I didn't expect them to be that good. I don't know what else.
Again, there are 3 guys that were on last year's defense that played a bunch yesterday that aren't named Allen or Payne, who you didn't want to swap out anyway. 3. 8 other guys are either we agree on good or new. So I'm just, to me, that like they sucked last year, so they're going to suck again. A little bit less of that for me and more, hey, Dan Quinn and Joe Witt, figure this out. Most of the guys that are playing are your guys or guys that you decided you wanted here. Let's go to Ian in Vienna on G&D. What's up, Ian?
I agree with the previous caller. I think when you are talking about the defense and the investment, that's the argument. But also, Grant, we've discussed this ad nauseum, that they should have hired an offensive coach, why they should do that, et cetera. And look, I think Dan Quinn is Ron Rivera 2.0 with just better phrasing, more kind of charisma. And when you see this type of defensive performance, it's the same. And I don't know if you guys noticed in the Dallas game, that defense looked the same. I don't think they missed Dan Quinn, DQ, and their secret sauce, and Joe Witt Jr. brings a lot of energy. These were the same things we heard going from Jay Gruden to Ron Rivera / Jack Del Rio. The defense is going to play fast and play hard and play with intensity. And they were embarrassing. Emmanuel Forbes is not an NFL player. He's just not. Like, if he was released today, I don't think a single team would pick him up. And I don't understand. I think Americans are obsessed with size and height, weight when it comes to sports. European sports don't do that. But in the sport of football, if you're undersized as a safety and a corner, that's a problem. And we have two of them. Mikey Sanders-Strill, who people have overhyped beyond words when Nick Saban says he's the best pound-for-pound guy. Well, he's 5'9". There's a reason you can say that, and there's a reason he was drafted where he is. Emmanuel Forbes, just not good enough.
So we'll see on Sanders still.
Thanks, Ryan.
There's a lot of football ahead of him. He's played one game against a Pro Bowl wide receiver in the slot in Godwin. So I'll go TBD there. I liked what I saw from him in practice, although that doesn't mean a whole lot because last year I remember the rave reviews from reporters about Emmanuel Forbes when he was a rookie at practice as well. But the Forbes thing's pretty clear and obvious.
Mm-hmm.
There's not a whole lot more we need. I'm ready to return the verdict on this one.
Yeah, I'm twirling my gavel, flipping it up in the air, waiting for the bailiff to call everyone back in.
The jury has spoken. I mean, this is just pretty obvious. By the way, the Cowboys, number 2 in the NFL this first week in yards per play. Only the Tennessee Titans, who dominated the Bears defensively, had a better game than the Cowboys, 3.2 yards per play. So to the point, again, it's a small sample. It's too small a sample to make the declarations even that we are. But if your point is they didn't look like they missed Dan Quinn and Joe Witt, for one game they did not. That's true. Let's go to Danny in Falls Church, home of the Jaguars. What's up, Danny?
Thanks, guys. Thanks. Appreciate you having me on.
Hey, bud.
Yeah. So, and I've been a listener for a long time. Love your guys' show.
Thanks, bud.
But I would say both the offense and the defense were equally disturbing and discouraging for me. I don't know what type of defense they were playing, but it looked like the secondary, they were backing up. It was a soft zone. Not very conducive to guarding Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, right? And then on the offense, the offensive line, I mean, you got to give Jaden Daniels time to throw the ball. They didn't do that very well. And then you got to get the ball to Terry McLaurin. I don't know why they didn't do it. Maybe it's the fact that he was on my fantasy team.
Danny, why do you want them to get the ball to McLaurin?
He's their best offensive player.
Oh, so you think
that's
that
weird,
means,
Danny. Weird philosophy
you
by
think that means he should be involved?
Generally speaking, yeah, you'd want to get a guy like that involved.
Okay, bold strategy.
I'm going to write that down.
Where's mine?
Send an email.
Involved. Now, would you consider his first catch with 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the third quarter? Would you consider that to be good use of Terry McLaurin?
What is no?
Okay.
What is no?
He was targeted on a throw way out of bounds, which, by the way, on that throw, it was kind of maybe predetermined, but there was a couple open receivers on the other side of the field. And then the first play of the second half, I loved this call from Kingsbury.
Yep.
Loved it. Let's make sure we protect. Let's get everyone on the same page coming out of halftime. We're taking our shot. And then he wins. He flew past, I don't remember who it was, defensively on him. And he's in the clear. That ball was dropped into the bucket in camp over and over and over again. I know this because every time it happened, the Commanders tweeted it out. And all the reporters
they told you about it.
We found out about it. That one was not, though. It missed him too far. That could have changed the whole day. I mean,
Yeah,
think
it's
about
a different
how
day.
different the conversation is if Jaden did all the running around and hit a 70-yard touchdown on a deep home run ball to McLaurin. Just like that, it's a different ball game.
So Danny, who has an incredible name, by the way, if I could just say that, reference this, the usage on offense is I didn't even address that as to why I was more disappointed in that group, but waiting on McLaurin and waiting on Austin Eckler. Let's not wait. Let's from the first minute. I mean, that's who our bread is going to be buttered by, are those two guys. It ain't Noah Brown. It's not Luke McCaffrey just yet. It's not Olamide Zaccheaus, and it sure as bleep ain't Jamison Crowder, who had a nice little catch and scamper and run. But those aren't the answers. Your two best offensive players that need the football in their hands are McLaurin and Eckler. And they had two touches deep into the third quarter.
Tony Gonzalez, the Hall of Fame tight end, is joining us in 15 minutes at 5:10. We will preview tonight's Monday Night Football game in the week ahead in the NFL with him. Jay Gruden's on the show at 6. Next, I want to do two things. The Commanders have cut a kicker today in Cade York and plan on signing one. We'll give you the details on the movement on special teams for them on the roster. And then also, I want to get into this rookie class and how they fared in their maiden voyage. This is the Fan. Grant and Danny live on the Fan all over DC on 106.7 and Richmond AM 910 FM 105.1. We are streaming on video and crystal clear high definition on YouTube on 106.7 The Fan DC's page. The exclusive sponsor of this show is the law firm Condori and Murad. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction by helping you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that G&D sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, the Commanders lose 37-20. They end up throwing for 184 yards as a club, 55 of those on 5 completions on the final drive in garbage time. So really, it was more like a 130-yard or so performance through the air, which we've talked a lot about. One of a bunch of issues. The easiest to fix, or at least the one you can most quickly act on, was kicker, and they did today.
They did that.
Cade York has been released. They have decided to sign, according to various reports, Austin Seibert, who kicked in just 1 game and had 2 field goal attempts and 3 extra points last NFL season. He was a member of the Detroit Lions when Lance Newmark was there, so there's some familiarity with him within this front office. But the reason for cutting Cade York was not just that he struggled in week 1. They would have had to send their 7th-round pick that they traded for York to the Browns as of this coming week if he kicked in a second game. It was conditional on the condition that York kicked in 2 football games. So by cutting him today, they actually don't lose a pick in that trade.
So if he was the dude, they would have just kept him. But it was pretty clear he wasn't the dude, and they replaced him with Cade York just via a different name in their minds, I think, probably, right? Like, if York had been outstanding, made both his field goals and not kicked the ball out of bounds and did exactly what they wanted on kickoffs and, whatever else or however else they grade, had he been excellent and been dominant in practice as well, they probably would have kept him and gone through this. That said, he was shaky enough that they said, you know what, we could fill this void in a slightly different way and maybe not lose that much and try to, we'll keep riding this carousel.
You gave a game ball way earlier today to Jamin Davis.
Mm-hmm.
We have not talked about him really at all. But even though he didn't play a lot, Jamin Davis had a TFL in the backfield that he blew up for a run stuff for -4, I think it was. And he made 2 very noticeable plays in short order early in the ball game. His transition to defensive end is going pretty well, I would say. Now, whether or not he can consistently rush the quarterback and get home and actually generate some pressures and some sacks is how we're going to determine eventually whether or not it's a sustainable thing and him staying there and staying in this organization at that position is a worthwhile endeavor. But for a guy that was on the bubble at the start of camp that people were saying may not make the team, I still like what I see pretty consistently now between the preseason and the very small sample early in week 1 from Jamin Davis learning a new position.
So I will give this staff credit in this regard. One of the things that's always frustrated me about bad organizations versus good ones, and this has certainly been a bad one for a long time, is it's always, this guy, somebody has to fit into what we do, or let's focus on what they can't do instead of finding what they can do. I mean, my example is always the Ravens. They always find somebody where, like Terrell Suggs, for example, slipped in the first round. Well, his 40 time was bad. They said, we don't care. We'll find something that he can do. And he's one of the best pass rushers ever. For Davis, there was a lot of struggle trying to get him to do certain things at certain times in certain places. It's not an insult. It's hard to do some of those things if it's not what your natural skill set is, trying to overcome certain stuff. He's good at not having to think too much and reacting quickly and using his quicks and speed. He's good at that. So put him at defensive end. Now, you play the Tennessee Titans of a couple years ago with Derrick Henry, running off tackle that way. You probably don't want to put him out there for 50, 60 snaps trying to hold the edge. But if the game is get upfield, young man, he can do that.
A tease talking about the rookie class. Jaden Daniels is obviously the headliner. We've talked quite a bit about him, and we're going to grade his performance and really dive elbow deep into Daniels coming up at 5:25, about 15 minutes from right now. We'll both assign the first grade of his season after game 1. But otherwise, Johnny Newton did not play, still unavailable, the defensive tackle. Mikey Sanders still had a very rough first game. Sanders still the nickel cornerback, who we were told had a great camp, struggled with Chris Godwin, obviously, inside at corner. But a couple of things that stood out. One, Brandon Coleman played 14 of 59 snaps. So Cornelius Lucas at left tackle played 45 snaps.
Mm-hmm.
But I actually thought Coleman looked athletic and pretty big, and there was nothing noticeably bad there. That's encouraging. Also, Luke McCaffrey played a lot more than I thought he was going to. and actually got targeted on and caught 3 balls for 18 yards. Nothing sexy from him, but he was pretty sure-handed, looked fairly physical after the catch as well. Did you think Luke McCaffrey would play this much?
I wasn't sure how they would handle it, honestly, but second most snaps, I believe, among receivers behind Terry McLaurin. So I think maybe they value him as a blocker a little bit, right? Just a little bit more physical on the outside than some of their smaller guys.
We know they love blocking at wide receiver.
And that was kind of my thought there. I thought you'd see maybe more De'Ami Brown than McCaffrey, but yeah, I mean, I think McCaffrey's versatility helped him stay on the field in a few more packages as well.
He's not a rookie, but that was the next guy that's worth bringing up at receiver. So much talk about De'Ami Brown in camp and in the preseason, to the point where the hype was, is he going to be number 2 on this team in receptions? In fact, I had to fill out this little survey someone gave me about the 2024 Commanders, and the question that I had the hardest time with, who's going to be the second most targeted wide receiver other than Terry McLaurin? And I wrote Olamide Zaccheaus' name, and I crossed it out. Then I wrote De'Ami Brown. I crossed it out. I'm thinking Noah Brown. And I went back to and kind of settled on De'Ami, who ended up being targeted once and not catching a pass in the game. He was just completely unheard of. But he ran around a lot. I mean, you go back. As I said, I watched the All-22 today. He's out there for a lot of routes. And Terry McLaurin, actually, partially because of the go balls, where he ran, the sprint 50 yards downfield, he missed a handful of snaps, which isn't always the case. A lot of the time, he's on the field for almost
he
every
was just
snap.
over 80% to your point.
When you're getting the cardio that he normally does, he missed, I would say, somewhere around like 8 to 10 snaps or something.
Yeah.
Which was a lot of 2 receiver sets where they used Zaccheaus and Brown. Sometimes it was Crowder that was out there. But no one really stood out, but particularly De'Ami Brown. I thought he was whisper quiet.
Absolutely. Again, I think the physicality to be a blocker on the outside is something that they're looking for and valuing, but I don't know how open he's going to be.
Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Pleased right now to get to talk to a Hall of Famer, a 14-time Pro Bowler and a 6-time All-Pro, one of the greats in the history of the league with 1,325 catches, one of the best tight ends to ever play. Tony Gonzalez joins us now right here on the Fan to make some sense of what we saw this weekend and to get ready for the kickoff of the 3rd season of Thursday Night Football on Prime Video. Tony's a big part of their crew at the desk pre and post. Tony, you're on in D.C. Thanks for the time. How are you?
I'm doing well. What's going on?
We're a little bit bummed from a week 1 result here in Washington, but, onward and upward, I suppose. Just big picture on the league, Tony. It seems like week 1 of the last couple of seasons has been really topsy-turvy, a lot of unexpected things. I know it's a league that thrives on that, but have you felt that? What's your explanation if you buy it?
Well, definitely. I mean, the stats are the proof that you need. I mean, yesterday was one of the worst offensive outputs in the last 10, 20, whatever years. Is what I was reading. And I think a lot of it comes down to these guys. Nobody plays in the preseason anymore. Back when I was back in my day, that's what you did. I mean, you played in every single preseason game, except sometimes the last one, especially if you're an older guy. But the 3rd preseason game, which would be the 2nd preseason game now since they only have 3, you played into the 3rd quarter. I mean, you're getting your timing down, you're getting that rhythm down, and everybody needs it. No more so than the offensive line. I think that has a lot to do with it. You saw a lot of holes, a lot of defenders getting after the quarterback because you don't have that continuity. And then guys out there in the receiving, the timing, the game speed, you can't duplicate it. I don't care anybody, joint practices and all that stuff. Nobody's going to hit you in those situations. It's good, but it's not great work. And I think you're seeing that. But they'll get it right. That's the thing about it. The NFL, give them 2 or 3 weeks, and then they'll start to hit that form and start to get that rhythm, and that timing will come, and you'll start seeing the points go up. You'll see big games out of these receivers.
Tony Gonzalez on G&D. Yeah, just to back his point up there with some numbers, unless the Jets and Niners combine for 672 yards in this game, it's going to be the lowest passing yardage output week 1 since 2010, which is going to break last year's output as the lowest in that stretch. And in fact, passing touchdowns in week 1 from 2019 through 2022, we saw 61, 52, 61, and 51 passing touchdowns in week 1. There were 33 so far in week 1 with 1 game to play. So just a massive fall off in production to accentuate Tony's point. Here in Washington, we saw, speaking of changes in the league, the starting quarterback scramble 11 times and run 16 times. He and Lamar Jackson both did that in week 1. Over 17 games, that would get you over 270 attempts. That would make you number 2 in the NFL behind Derrick Henry in rushing attempts last year, which obviously isn't the plan with the 210-pound quarterback. But what do you make of Jaden Daniels running that much in his pro debut yesterday?
Well, you look at all these quote unquote running quarterbacks. When anything gets unsure, when anything is in doubt, they use their legs. It's been something they've done since they've played Pop Warner football. First time they ever put some cleats on and some shoulder pads and played the quarterback position, they're thinking, okay, I can always rely on my legs. It's easy. And so you put a young guy out there, pocket breaks down, not sure about a read, take off. And you have the ability to do it. And he does. He has the ability to do it. Now, the flip side of that is now you might get hurt. You look back at the film, you're like, man, I actually have guys open if I could just wait a little bit more. I think you become a victim to your athleticism. And that's why it's tough for these running quarterbacks to be a really, really good dual threat guy. It is extremely, extremely tough. And I know if I'm playing with a guy who's a quote unquote running quarterback, I'm going to tell him, hey man, give me some time. Let me get open. I can work for you and make it easier on you. But I'm not surprised by that. A young quarterback like Jaden, he's doing what he does. That's what he does. But he's got to get better. You got to take that off the table for a lot of different reasons. It shows, does it win Super Bowls? It hasn't over the last, a long time. When is the last time a pure, like a running quarterback won the Super Bowl? It doesn't work in the long term. And just look at Lamar Jackson. You can be great all season, get MVP, but you got to be able to sling that rock from the pocket. And I'm sure he'll evolve and keep figuring that out.
Great Tony Gonzalez with us here on Grant and Danny. Tony, take it wherever you want, team, player, anything in between. Who impressed you most here in week number 1?
Who impressed me most? I'm not going to be a homer here. Probably people are going to say I am, but I really liked what the Chiefs did. I thought them going out after last year, obviously winning the Super Bowl, and the weakness is your offense. And they went out there and got Isaiah Worthy, two touchdowns. Rashee Rice looks better than ever. He's going to be one of the best receivers in the league. Malcolm Brown wasn't even there. I just think offensively and what they can do defensively with Chris Jones and McDuffie, Trent McDuffie, Nick Bolton, like they have pretty much that same defense stack. I know Snead is gone, but why would you pick against them? There's no reason, if they stay healthy, that they're going to be even better than they were last year. The NFL, they're going to be talking about the three-peat all season long, right? It's already been talked out a bunch, and it's just going to keep getting more and more. But they deserve it, man. That team, they look really, really good to me opening weekend.
Thursday night coming up in 3 days. Prime Video begins its 3rd season. Exclusive Thursday night football coverage. They got a great matchup, too. The Bills and the Dolphins in Miami. Pregame coverage begins each Thursday night at 7 p.m. Eastern with TNF tonight. Tony Gonzalez is with us on Grant and Danny. How about that game you're going to be at for the Bills and the Dolphins? Buffalo survived a big-time scare. They needed every productive yard and moment they could muster in the second half against the Cardinals to get a Week 1 win. And same with the Dolphins. They laid an egg for about 3 quarters, and because of their explosiveness on offense, they were able to survive and advance and steal one from Jacksonville. Both those teams, despite being 1-0, probably going to go into Week 2 feeling like they didn't play their best football.
Yeah, they didn't. They did not. I watched both those games. They did not look like what you thought they were going to look like. In fact, Miami, I'm convinced if Devon Holland doesn't punch that ball out, they're going up. They're going to go up by 17 at that point. They're 24 to 7 at that, or whatever it was, 24 to 3, I think. It would have been a almost insurmountable deficit for them to come back. Not that they can. Obviously, they got Tyreek and Jalen Waddle. But that just changed the momentum of that game, and that's what they needed. It kind of sparked them, and they finally came to life. And I think with Buffalo, the biggest thing is, my biggest takeaway from that game is they're a good football team. There's no doubt. I think they're going to be a playoff team again. Everybody talks about their window closing. I'm not convinced it's closed. I think I see it maybe starting to shut, but I still think they can go out there and make a good playoff run, especially because they got a quarterback like they do. My thing is, can they keep him healthy? That's my takeaway. Let's let's make sure that he doesn't feel like he needs to put the team on his shoulders. And he's got to lean on some of these other guys, especially his tight end. He's got a big-time tight end in Dalton Kincaid who can run great routes. He reminds me of Travis Kelce as far as the route running and the smoothness and the getting out of the routes. They got to find ways to get him the ball to alleviate some of that pressure off of Josh, because Josh, I can't see him doing what he did last week all season long. It's just a matter of time before a guy like him gets hurt, which would be the worst thing to happen for that team.
Turn to the other AFC East team, the Jets in action tonight against San Francisco. How do you see that one going? And then how do you see that AFC East going?
You know, the Jets, I think that's probably the biggest anticipation out of any, at least for me. I know it is for me because of what we saw last year, all that hype going into the season last year, and then Aaron goes out there and gets hurt, whatever, fourth play of the game. And so we've been chomping at the bit to see what this team can actually look like. Is Robert Saleh, is he a good coach or is he a bad coach right now? I mean, people are calling him a bad coach. Maybe he should be fired. And you're like, man, you know, let's see how you do when you lose your Hall of Fame quarterback. So really looking forward to seeing what Aaron can do with that offense and that really good defense that they have there. The 49ers, best team, top team at 1-2 to me in the NFC. My favorites to go back to the Super Bowl, them or Philly. I like Philly a lot too as well. But the 49ers, John Lynch and Coach Shanahan, what they've done over the last couple of years, they continue to keep retooling. They keep signing back their key players. That team is ready. They're going to go out there. In fact, I think the 49ers are going to win this game. But I'd like to see Aaron go out there and play well against a really, really good defense. But I think just a storyline, period. Forget about who you're rooting for or not. But I would love to see the old man go out there and play well against that 49er defense and put the Jets in a position to win. Although I think the 49ers are going to take this one.
Jets-Niners kicks off in 3 hours tonight on Monday Night Football. Tony, before we let you go, last one. I mentioned, I think for a lot of us, when we think about the tight end position, you're the first person that comes to mind, being third all-time in catches and number one at the position. Seems to me like, and you can correct me or tell me I'm wrong if you disagree, but Travis Kelce, Mark Andrews, some of the greats who have done it in this era are starting to wind it down a little bit. Maybe George Kittle's the transition guy between the two groups, but there's another wave coming now. Sam Laporta in Detroit might be the leader of the pack. How do you view kind of the state of the union at tight end at that position, and who are some guys maybe we should keep an eye on that you enjoy watching that could be next?
Well, you said so. Those two guys, I think, are the lead guys. Laporta, Dalton Kincaid, talked about him. These guys run great routes. It's kind of the position has really evolved. It's not like when I was playing where you got to put your hand in the dirt and 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That old school smash mouth football power running triple team to the linebacker. I hated doing it, but you had to do it. That was part of the position. So these guys are more of these flex guys. And they come in just ready, catching balls. Last year, what Sam Laporta did was incredible to do as a rookie. I like those two guys. I like Brock Bowers. I watched him yesterday for the Raiders. He's going to be special. I think he's going to be a really, really good tight end receiving. He can block through as well. Somebody that I've been waiting on, and I think with Kirk Cousins coming to the Falcons, Kyle Pitts, who had 1,000 yards as a rookie, which is, I think he's the only one to ever do it. Or since Mike Ditka, he was the first one to do that. I didn't do that. Kelsey didn't do that. Gronk didn't do that. He did it as a rookie. And then since then, he just has almost fallen off. It seems like a completely different player. But he had a guy that I know very well then. He had Matt Ryan throwing him the football. And I think Kirk Cousins could resurrect this guy's career, get him going, because he's a unicorn. Athletically, 6'6", 265 pounds, runs a 4.4, can catch the ball outside of the framework of his body, does all the little things that you want done out of a tight end. I think he's poised for a big year. In fact, I want to see it. It's kind of a make or break year as far as I'm concerned for him, because that 1,000 yards, I was back then, I was like, man, this guy, this guy might be on his way to being better than all of us. But I'd like to see him get back on track.
Tony, this is great, man. Really appreciate the time.
All right. Thank you for having me, guys.
It'd be good. We'll be watching you on Thursday night. There's Tony Gonzalez, Prime Video, exclusive Thursday night home for football again all season for their third year now. With the pre and post, Tony will be on the set. Good conversation with him. Next, How did we feel about Jaden Daniels' first game? Let's get into the good, the bad from Daniels in his debut on G&D.
I mean, I grade myself hard. We didn't win, so I'm a competitor. I like to win. But overall, it went well, pretty well. There's some stuff that, as an offense, that we left on the field. We got to execute better. But that's what it's a long season. We're going to move on from this.
That's Jaden Daniels post game yesterday. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. How would you grade Jaden Daniels in his pro debut? You can call us now. We'll open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines at 800-636-1067. I think I have to give 2 grades. One for him as a football player. The other for him as a quarterback or passer, I guess, is more like it. So as a football player, when I'm taking into account 16 attempts, 88 yards, 2 touchdowns, 11 scrambles, getting out of some pressure, picking up first downs, the 4th and 1 naked where he got to the sideline, like some of those things, that's an A. I mean, as a playmaker, as a football player, as a rusher, 2 touchdowns in his debut. He's the second quarterback to ever do that. There's a lot I like about that. As a passer, I think it was like a D performance. You don't involve wide receivers. You can't really get anything going. Mostly everything they completed was around the line of scrimmage. And I'm not blaming him solely. I'm not sitting here pretending like it was all his fault. It's an operational issue, but the operation wasn't good enough. And so as the QB, unfortunately, even in your debut, you wear some of that. But then if you combine everything, the A and the D, you probably get like a C or a C plus or B minus or somewhere in that range, the borderline between the two. And that's probably where I am. I guess I will give him a C for his first ever game because he did some things that I really liked when it comes to making plays, showing his athleticism, being a football player, being a natural, getting out of the pocket and running. But I'll just be honest, for me, from a passing standpoint, I didn't think there was a lot to like.
So C minus for me, echo everything that you said. The reason I knock it down even more is these non-slide head barreling rolls, helmet comes off. We're joking about that now too. Stuff. Enough of that, whatever that is. Enough of that. So the explosive plays through pressure not getting home is great. That should terrify defenses. I want that. What I want is an offense. This is the thing I dream of, where no matter what you do, you should be afraid of something. You should know that you're going to get beat somehow. It's just a matter of me picking which place I want to beat your ass. That's not the case right now. They don't have that, but that's a long story. To me, some of those, there's nothing there. Defenders are heads are turned. Boom, I can get into the secondary, start making some moves. Chunk yardage plays are happening this way. 15 yards, 17 yards. That one he tiptoed down the sideline was brilliant. I'm all in favor of those things. Yes, please and thank you. Probably too many of those, though, over the course of a game. Some of those need to be turned into big plays through the air as well, which Dan Quinn addressed. I think he will.
I think
as
the
time
problem
goes.
sometimes with those is it's hard to see it when you're watching in real time and you see him get out of the pocket and pick up 6. What you don't see until you go back and you watch is that potentially there was 18 on a throw.
Yeah, or there was 46 over the top somewhere,
exactly.
right?
Or even if there wasn't anything before he left the pocket, if you are of the mindset, which if I could put a chip in a quarterback and I'd make a champion this way, I promise you I would, it would be the chip to, if you're Jaden Daniels, the ability to do what he does to get away from the pressure with the speed and that athletic trait. And now you just run into space and reset. That's what that's the coaching point for me. Don't put your head down and run for 5 or 8 or 11. Run into wide open space. And now everybody is plastering and just spraying all over the formation to find anywhere that they can go. And you're resetting and throwing. And there were, going back and watching the all 22 of his 16 runs, I would say at least 5, probably as many as 7 times where if you're resetting, there's something. Or before he decided to run, there was one play particularly where Terry McLaurin, very rare, 6 times he was in the slot on the left. He was motioned. The only time I saw him motion the entire game, by the way, which is another gripe I have with Kingsbury. Just always know where Terry's going to be lined up. But he was slot left, and Terry McLaurin ran what was kind of like a deep post, and he had his guy by a couple of steps. And it's not wide open necessarily, but it's NFL
It's
open.
throwable, yeah.
It is NFL open. If you're waiting for Malik Neighbors to be streaking behind everybody by 5 yards, it ain't happening up here very often, buddy. I mean, if Tyreek Hill's your guy and you're Tua, you'll get that all the time. But here, in these parts around this, Byron Pringle, I guess he got cut already. But everyone else,
that's the tier.
Everyone else is Byron Pringle. So
Seriously,
Jamison Crowder, like these guys aren't doing that. Luke McCaffrey ain't leaving dudes in their dust early this season. So that's open, and he turned some of those things down. And that's kind of my thought is that the running stuff was great, but I don't want ever to see what I saw this weekend where it's all you've got. where the whole offense is the scramble.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
And so, and we're grading on what we saw, and I don't know whose fault everything is, and I don't know you will ever truly know. But when I can see, and everybody misses throws every week, but that miss started the second half to McLaurin. The first play to Brian Robinson. I mean, these are now 10% of the throws that he made over the course of the game that were either minus 15-yard glaring misses or, something else that wasn't there. So, overall as a thrower, not particularly impressive. I think better days are ahead in that regard.
Totally.
I'm still such a believer in the player, but the scrambling stuff and the playmaking when there's not much there, I like that a lot. I like the threat. So overall, C- for me.
Yeah, we're analyzing a game, not his career, right? This doesn't mean this is what he's always going to be. We're talking about 4 quarters of football in a small sample. But 12 of 19 for 134 with 3 minutes to go before they go out there and they go down the field against the Bucs playing soft defense. And he goes 5 of 5 for 55. And at that point, 19 yards to receivers. It ended up being 55 total of 184. 12 pressures, he threw 4 times and ran 8 times when facing pressure, 2-to-1 ratio of just tucking the football and running. But the beautiful thing about it was the lack of sacks. I did really, really like that. The pressures weren't often turned into sacks, which is one of the concerns I had coming out of school. So he's 1 for 1 there. In terms of other passing numbers, if you want to look at numbers, and again, these aren't just indictments on Jaden Daniels, these are indictments on Kingsbury and the whole group. It's a team effort here. Average depth of target of 1.5 on completions, lowest in the league this weekend. 86% of passing yards came from yards after contact, highest in the NFL. So you're talking about like the vast, vast, vast majority of whatever they got was after the catch because it was such a short throw, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is a data point. 25% on adjusted completion of 10-plus air yards. He was 1 of 4 on those throws. That was dead last among 30 quarterbacks. 0 middle of the field throws beyond 10 yards. 0. There were 30 quarterbacks who have played so far. 27 of them threw balls in that area. 3 didn't. He was one of them. And like I said, 1 or 2 throws go differently. We probably have a whole different conversation. He hits that one pass to Terry McLaurin out of the halftime on a 70-yard touchdown. Maybe it's different. But when your completed air yards is 30th out of 30, intended air yards is 25 out of 30, air yards to sticks is 29 out of 30, expected completions 29 out of 30. It's hard for me to say it was a great passing day. It just wasn't. And there's probably a lot of things that played into that. But we want to hear from you guys. It was definitely fun to see him make the Bucs miserable running the football and to see that he's got that club in the bag. And there's going to be days ahead where he's going to be doing that while hitting some big-time throws. And that is the dream, I would say. 800-636-1067. You want to grade Jaden Daniels for his debut on G&D.
Back at it, Daniels with the keep and his first touchdown in the National Football League. Jaden Daniels runs it in from 2 yards out for the touchdown.
The first of 2 rushing touchdowns for Jaden Daniels. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Here is an incredible stat. You're getting together with buddies to watch Monday Night Football tonight, or you're going out to the bar at some point this week, you're meeting up with somebody. Drop this little trivia. This is great. Jaden Daniels became the second ever quarterback to rush for 2 touchdowns in his debut. Who was the other? And the answer is an all-time stunner.
So it's not Cam Newton or, Robert Griffin or somebody who was a great running quarterback.
Let's go around the room. So you got Cam Newton.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's wrong because that doesn't sound like a stunner to me.
All right. Who do you got? Only other rookie quarterback ever to rush for 2 touchdowns in his first start.
Oh, man. You said all-time stunner?
Well, you're not supposed to know that part, but yes.
It's going to be some number that ran 2 QB sneaks or something.
I don't know. It's going to be, oh, man.
Danny's on it, by the way.
Who'd Danny say?
He just said it's a donk.
Oh, it's a donk. I don't know. I have nothing. That's weird.
Kenny Pickett.
Of course.
There we go.
Of course.
Kenny Pickett.
I did say number.
But anyway, I just think that's a fun little bit of trivia. But the question is, what grade are you giving Daniels? I'm going to go with I'll say a C+.
C- for me.
Do you differentiate like I did, where I give him an A for making plays with his feet?
Yeah, I'm talking about the football player. I'm combining all the things,
Yeah.
and my extra knocks below you are the headfirst diving everywhere, helmet falling off, turf in my helmet, ear holing craziness that I can't have.
2 shots to the head on runs. And moments after, it was a couple plays after the broadcast, Moose Johnston was like, maybe it was Kugler on the call. Who needs to slide when you can just fall forward? These idiots keep talking about him sliding all the time. Look at him. He's Lamar Jackson falling forward. He knows how to do it. Moments later, he falls forward. There's nowhere to go except for to get ear holed, helmet to helmet, almost like occasionally when defenders are oncoming. That's going to be a bad plan and a bad strategy. But this was Jaden Daniels talking about his helmet falling off 2 times. He seems to be okay with it.
Your helmet popped off twice. Did that ever happen to you?
For sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't know. Probably, though.
Would you like to wear your helmet a little bit looser?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people they try to say there's something about that, but, honestly, I'm just playing football back there. Your helmet's going to pop off no matter what. If you got it buckled up tight or loose at the end of the day.
Your helmet's going to pop off. No, it isn't. I mean, I'm just thinking, and everyone gets so mad with comparison, so forgive me. But the other guy that ran 16 times this week is Lamar Jackson. Do you remember his helmet coming off, like much at all in his career? And I'm not saying I don't. I just, top of my head, that's not a thing. I know a lot of people whose helmets don't come off a lot.
Yeah. I mean, one of my best buddies played college football, and this drives him crazy, by the way. Like, his point is his helmet was so tight, you had to, work it off.
He was the guy that had the big red.
Yeah, and he'd have red marks everywhere for
Yeah.
the next day and a half. And he's like, he cannot understand it, But I don't know. I mean, I didn't wear any NFL helmets.
Let's go to Chudy in Gainesville on G&D. Chudy, what grade are you giving Jaden Daniels?
Hey, what's up? I give him a B-. His elusiveness is great. Hopefully he'll be making the throws, but I agree, man. What irked me that yesterday was that this guy was not sliding, and I don't care how he was coming down. We all don't want him to be RG3, but that was eerily like RG3, where he would run and open, and then he'd either fall forward or he'd get hit, or now in this case, his helmet falls off twice. So he's got to start learning how to slide. Moving forward, if he wants
has
to
made
preserve
it
his
pretty
body.
clear, Chudy. He's not a slider. Like that's not. And I don't mean he's not an appetizer where you get 3 of them and they're little tiny.
And they're
cheeseburgers.
always really good.
But he does not plan on doing that. Like he has a way where he falls, and same with Lamar. Is not a slider. He falls and kind of contorts his.
Give
body.
yourself up a different way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the same thing essentially. I give myself up to avoid the contact until it isn't. Until you get ear hold. He's lucky, honestly, in that situation. He wasn't pulled by the red hat or whoever the person is, because he did take a helmet to helmet blow.
The guy got a penalty for a helmet to helmet hit.
Exactly. Now he didn't show any signs of it, So because he wasn't woozy, I guess they didn't pull him off the field. But that's now out of your hands and out of the team's hands.
Yep.
When you start taking any kind of hits, they might just say, hey, man, we want to look at you. And now you're missing a series. And by the way, your backup quarterback's out for a month. Anybody notice that this weekend? Marcus Mariota's on IR.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're down to your third quarterback. But, here everyone's like, oh, his helmet fell off. Don't be silly. It's everyone's helmet falls off. You goose. Don't you know that? No. Get a helmet that doesn't fall off. That's not a big ask.
Let's tighten the straps a little bit. Get the equipment guy just to pull a little tauter on the clips.
I feel like I'm talking to my kid or something. I'm just trying to help you. I'm trying to protect you. You're going out on your bike. I'm just trying to make it so that you don't get hurt.
I don't want to wear my helmet. Put that helmet on, pal.
Derek's in Sterling on Grant and Danny. Hello, Derek.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
Good, buddy.
Good.
So I'll give Jaden Daniels a C. And I mean, obviously he has good running ability and everything, but I think most of the blame has to go to the offensive coordinator because it looked like there was no game plan. It just looked like no one's open, just tuck it and run. And that's pretty much what it looked like. It looked like there was no actual plan of attack. There was no actual plays. It was just one guy is not open and just tuck it and run. So I just don't think that's a sustainable thing. And he's lucky that nothing bad happened. But if this is going to be the whole for the whole season, then it's not really sustainable. And there's
100%.
actually no actual game plan.
I refuse to believe there wasn't one. It looked like it, but my guess is they probably had a plan and there were routes being run. 11 scrambles on 42 dropbacks means 26% of the time.
Yeah.
When he dropped back, 26%, a quarter of the time, he decided to take off and run. Chuck in Centerville, you're on Grant and Danny. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Good, buddy.
Good.
Long time listener, guys. I just want to say I give him a D. And I'm going to tell you, those things that really bother me was, if your helmet doesn't fit right, get one that does. It's coming off, it's popping off, there's a problem. And, if you're crossing the goal line and it comes off before you get across, it's not a touchdown. Other thing is this that really bothered me. He's got a mouthpiece that's hanging out of his mouth. He doesn't wear it as a mouthpiece. It's hanging out of his mouth the whole time. That to me is ludicrous.
Thank you for the call.
Thank you, bud.
Grant and Danny talking now. Jaden Daniels' health on the Fan. This is I'm not joning on the caller. Me, you, and I are guilty of it too.
Yeah.
It's now sounding like old guy radio.
I know.
Where we're like, can you wear your mouthpiece? Yeah. Can you wear your helmet?
You
better?
can't have hair coming out of a helmet. It's not American. No, but stick aside, like his helmet doesn't fit. It's flopping around everywhere. He's chewing on his mouthpiece. I mean, I'm in Funny Danny Grant H. Paulson. Somebody just brought this up, and it's totally right. Like a touchdown got taken off the board. I know it was in a blowout loss, and we're not considering it or really caring about it, but he ran for a touchdown. His helmet came off, and they have to blow the play dead.
Right.
Like, that's not enough for everybody?
I think my annoyance is too strong of a word, okay? But the thing that I don't love about it is just like the conversation on him sliding, falling, protect himself, whatever, there is a dismissiveness.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just from him. In fact, I don't mind that his area of it, like he's ultra confident.
He needs to believe he's invincible.
He's the young guy that thinks he can fly too close to the sun, right? But it's everyone else around him. It's like Dan Quinn, I need to care a little more. Adam Peters, like the people responsible for protecting him, and all the fans of his that are like, he doesn't need a helmet that fits. He can play without a helmet. He's tough. Go away with that nonsense to someone who wants to hear it. The he's tough thing. He's a dog, though. Cool. That and $5 will get you a box of donuts. I need a guy that can play 17 games and stay healthy. I don't need someone who's going to prove that he's a tough guy and take on the contact. That ain't my quarterback. There might be a guy on my roster who could do that. Some fullback who's bleeding from his nose like John Ritchie every time he goes helmet to helmet with someone. My quarterback's not going to be the guy that's going to prove how tough he is going head-to-head with people. No, thank you. I'm good on that. Let's see what Jay Gruden thinks. He joins us next for his first of 17 appointments with us throughout the season on Mondays on G&D. Dorian Murrah. They'll guide you and your family in the right direction. They'll help you to draft a will, set up a trust, or create a healthcare power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys at kmlawyers.com and be sure to tell them that we sent you so that you can get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We'll get to Jay Gruden in just a moment. On G&D, we've been making sense of the Commanders dropping a 37-20 opener in Tampa Bay to the Bucks all day long. By the way, Danny, we haven't really talked much about the game from Tampa's perspective, what with us doing a radio show in
here in D.C.,
the nation's capital. Baker Mayfield was incredible.
What a comfortable day for him.
Now, I don't know how much of that was just Washington's defense making life real easy.
Some of it.
One of those rocking chair days, as we call it. 24 of 30 for 289 and 4. But Baker Mayfield, man, oh man, was he good. They continue their trend from last year where if you play them, you are an MVP candidate.
You're a good daily fantasy start. On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, and Ted Britt Chantilly Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Jay, first of all, welcome back. We are thrilled to have you back on the air with us for another season. We'll be doing this all season long on Mondays, normally at 5 p.m. So welcome back aboard. We're pumped, man.
It's exciting to be back with two legends.
You're correct about that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's exciting to have you back as well. How much should we take out of a week one game? Because I've been fooled many a time by the first game of the season.
Yeah, that's it's tough. You know, you can't get too high after a win, you can't get too low after a loss. There's some major concerns though after one game, and I talk about the defense. You know, not a lot of pressure. The coverage was poor. They lost coverage a couple times. Took some poor angles tackling the ball carriers. You know, Tampa Bay's got a decent offense, but they're not that good now. I mean, there's no reason to put up 37 against Washington's defense. So that's number one concern. And obviously, number two, we just got to get Jaden some reps, get him some work. And I think over the course of the season, he'll continue to get better and better. Once they trust him a little bit more in the pocket, they trust the left tackle a little bit more, they'll be able to do some more things down the field. But right now, it's Chinese fire drill damn near. He's scrambling for his life and just running for yards. So they got to get him protected and let him work his magic. And hopefully that'll happen coming up if they get some more weapons around Terry McLaurin.
Did you see anything that made you think maybe they didn't trust him in the pocket or that they were calling things to help themselves because of the left tackle?
Yeah, I think a lot of teams were like that this year. I had never seen so many bubble screens and screens of the running back as I have in 1 week of football. I think a lot of people are a little bit concerned about the pass rush and their offensive line. They just want the quarterbacks to get through the game, get some easy completions for them, let the guys run after the catch. So, yeah, I think there's some element to that. Left tackle, rookie quarterback. Let's get some easy completions for them. Hopefully our playmakers can make some plays outside on the perimeter.
What did you see from Daniels specifically, Jay, just in terms of his performance? That first throw behind the line of scrimmage for a loss of 15 yards, just kind of an inauspicious debut. But how did you feel about him in general?
Yeah, he's done it twice this year already. He did it the first preseason game. Eckler threw it over his head on a screen pass, and then did it again. You don't see that very often in a whole career, let alone twice in 3 games. But yeah, he's just got to calm down and relax a little bit. The one thing about Jaden, I studied him a lot in college. At Arizona State, he looked to run more than he did to throw, and I think he went back to his old ways a little bit. And a lot of that was the pass rush was there, and a lot of the receivers weren't getting a lot of separation either. So this is an LSU where he's got Brian Thomas Jr. and those other receivers getting open all downfield. These guys weren't getting open a whole lot, so he had to run. So hopefully moving forward, we get some completions where he can see the field a little bit, get some balls on basic crossing routes or high crosses or shallow crosses or something where the receivers can get open and get some separation.
16 runs in the game. 11 were just scrambles, and then 5 were designs, a couple read options, naked on a 4th down on a boot. And then there were 2 powers that they ran as well. All 5 of the design runs were in the second half. But again, 11 of the 16 were scrambles. Just your thoughts on that number of runs for him.
Yeah, well, the scrambles are going to happen. He's going to have 5 or 6 of those a game through the entire season. There's no doubt about that. That's what he does. That's what he does well. I wouldn't limit that. I wouldn't be upset at that at all because he's going to make some big plays outside the pocket. I'm a little concerned with the design runs inside the tackles. That he's not a very big guy. They ran one weak side inside zone with him just right between the tackles, and then the last touchdown he ran was an option, and he cut up right into the defensive lineman, and that is a dangerous play for a quarterback to stick his foot in the ground and run right behind the center guard area, just get smashed. Of course, he got in for a touchdown, but I don't like those. So let's get him outside the pocket. Let's do some zone reads and things of that nature where he can avoid contact and get to the sideline if he has to.
So I'm all for these scrambles too, because generally, especially if he's pressured, I think he was pressured 12 times in the game. You might as well get out of there, use your speed, and get away. But going back and rewatching already, the 16 scrambles from the aerial view, like there are times where he's got options. And my big thing is, and I know it's one game, so I'm not saying like this is going to be the case all year, but I'd like to get to a point, and I don't know how you coach this, Jay, where he's like evading and dashing out of the pocket to reset to be a thrower. Like go get into space, run into space and reset at the sticks. And now look downfield and two guys have uncovered and plastered, and you can now pick up a big chunk. Whereas it seemed to me like as soon as he pulled the ball down, it was kind of a one-dimensional thought of running.
Yeah, like I said, that was what he was at Arizona State. At LSU, he honed it in a little bit, really worked his receivers. And Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas Jr. got drafted in the first round because of their talent and because of Jaden Daniels making those throws down the field and avoiding rushes and keeping his eyes down the field and being a passer, not just a runner. He resorted back to some of his habits. I think his first game jitters a little bit. Maybe saw some green grass. He did make some productive runs outside the pocket on scramble drills. But I think as the season goes on, the more he gets to play, the more opportunities he'll give to his receivers when he does break contain. But he is a dangerous runner. I mean, you can't argue the fact that he had 70 or 80 yards rushing. I mean, that's pretty good. But eventually, we want to see him throw the ball down the field to Terry and some of these other guys.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. Jay, you mentioned last year to us that some of the concepts or designs in terms of the routes and things didn't make a ton of sense just conceptually to you. I know it's only week one, but I know you mentioned there weren't a ton of guys open. Just give me your thoughts on what you saw week one here from Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, I think that he was being very protective of his quarterback and obviously his left tackle. So he was pretty simple. Not a lot of motions, not a lot of unique formations or personnel groupings. He was pretty standard in a set. Let the quarterback call the plays and just get out there and try to perform at a high level with simple, basic play concepts. Eventually, hopefully, they'll get to moving some people around, use some motions, get Terry in different locations, and try to work him a little bit more. But I think week one, I think this is a building block type of year for a young quarterback. You can't throw too much at him week one. So it's going to be a very limited arsenal of weapons or plays week one, and then hopefully week two will grow, week three will grow even more, and then week four will continue to grow. So week one, I didn't expect to see a whole lot, but we'll see how he does week 2 and 3.
Jay, they didn't use McLaurin, who you mentioned a lot, and Austin Eckler only had a couple catches kind of before the end of the third quarter, and that's just something I just sort of can't really live with. How do you combine those sorts of concepts that you're talking about, try to make it simple and easy? What's simpler and easier than getting the ball to your two best playmakers, in my opinion, at least, on offense? What did you make of the fact that those guys weren't really involved until late?
Yeah, you're right. And, and when Eckler did get the catches, he had like a 30-yard catch and made people miss. So there's definitely a feeling out period with your offensive coordinator and your roster. And once you see these guys make plays on game day, you're going to utilize them more and more as the season goes on. Wow, Austin still does have a little juice left in him. Let's get him out in space. Let's work him on some option routes and things of that nature that are easy for the quarterback to read. Let's get these other guys the ball somehow. I don't know who else we're throwing the ball to. I still think we need another weapon outside of Terry. I don't know who that is. But obviously Eckler's pretty good. Ertz has lost a step a little bit. So, the tight end presence isn't that glaring either. So somebody's got to step up and make some plays outside of Terry and Eckler.
Two things, Jay, that I want to get your thoughts on as a play designer and a play caller and as an offensive mind. Number one would be just lining up a receiver in the same spot all the time. Terry McLaurin was on the left, like flanked out on like 42 of his 49 plays. I think he was in the slot 6 times, but he was only on the right side of the formation 3 times. And I think he only went in motion once. And I juxtapose that, and I know you kind of referenced the motion thing, but I juxtapose that with Cooper Kupp, who was in motion on 30 of 42 snaps for Sean McVay and caught 12 catches last night on plays where he was in motion before the snap. One of the longtime knocks on Kingsbury's offense has been, like with DeAndre Hopkins, He always lined up on the far left of the formation, never moved around, was never in motion. I mean, do you perceive that as an issue? How often would you use motion in your offenses? And like, what do you make of? If I was to go back, like, did you always have Pierre lined up in the same spot, or is that uncommon?
I think it's very uncommon. When you have a good player, you got to move them around because it's very easy for defenses to line up their best corner on that side every time or cloud them every time. But when you move them around left to right, put them in a slot, put them at number 2 in trips, number 3 in trips on the inside. Now all of a sudden your corner's got to travel if you want to play man. It's hard to cloud that side of the field all the time. There's a lot of different things you can do with the receiver. When you line them up in one spot, you become very bland and plain. And he does have a history of doing that. But he's going to have to grow a little bit, I think. He's got to move Terry. He's too good to just line up outside the numbers on the left side 42 times out of 49. There's got to be different ways to use him because he is a great football player, and he can do a lot of different things in different locations.
35% pre-snap motion rate on pass plays in week 1, which was, I think, like 7th lowest in the league. But that's been a staple. Like in the 4 years in Arizona, it was one of the things Cliff was known for. How about that part of it? Just like for you, what ways did you use motion and just kind of on an elementary level, kind of talk to me like I'm dumb here, which I am.
Yeah, we are pretty dumb.
What would be his
motion,
logic on that? Like if I was to ask him, why don't you use motion more? What would he say?
Well, I think week 1 with Jaden Daniels, when you use motion, that's more terminology in the play call. And sometimes the play calls can be wordy and as it is. I think Cliff is known for using one-word play calls on just about everything, and everybody kind of knows where to line up. They line up in the same spot all the time, so he makes it simple for the quarterback. Hey, American Airlines means this, and everybody knows what to do. That's all well and good, but eventually you got to branch off and get these guys moving around and motions and all that stuff. So to utilize motions and formations is critical for pre-snap recognition for a quarterback. If somebody travels with the receiver, it's man-to-man. If you put a tight end outside the tackle box and the safety goes out with him, it's man-to-man. So there's a lot of different things for the quarterback, knows where to go with the ball, knows which matchup he wants to work. Maybe audibles to a play. You see a split safety, maybe audible to a run, maybe you get into your favorite cover 2 or quarters beater. There's a lot of good utilization of motions and formations that give quarterbacks pre-snap knowledge, which is critical for young players.
Jay, and this is always so hard. We're talking about one game, and we never know who to ascribe blame or credit to in every situation. But just in general, what did you make of Dan Quinn's first game as head coach here in Washington?
I mean, it's his first game. I think obviously people have been critical of not going for 2, which I think he made a mistake there clearly at the end of the third quarter. You got to go for 2. Anytime you have a chance to cut a lead down to 1 possession as opposed to 2 possessions, you got to do that. That's an easy one. But overall, I just a little disappointed in defense. Some of the angles they took, some of the coverages they blew. This is not a very difficult defense for players to learn, and you got to put some accountability on the players as well. They got to play better, they got to tackle better. But overall, when you lose like that to Tampa Bay, who they're a good football team, they went to the playoffs obviously, but I don't think they're 37-20 better than Washington. So a lot of learning to do, but Dan's a good football coach, a good motivator. Hopefully, he'll get them going.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. I'm trying to remember when you were here, what was like the worst it got from a place kicking standpoint. Were you ever like on a carousel with kickers, or did you just have to replace one here or there?
We had Kai Forbath early, who's a very accurate kicker, one of the most accurate kickers around. But his kickoff skills weren't very good, and we couldn't kick long field goals. So we went to Hopkins, and I don't remember really going anywhere else other than Hopkins.
D-Hop was around for years after that, so you didn't deal with it.
Hop was a very good kicker. We got lucky. We found him, we worked him out, and he ended up beating out Forbath. So we were fortunate not to have to go through that. And we got Tressway pretty early, too, and he was our punter. So, and our long snapper was Sundberg, so we didn't have to mess with the specialist. That was critical. That's something you don't want to play around with. That's a pain in the ass.
And to that point, that's where they are. I mean, with McManus counted, and they cut him obviously with the allegations that came up. They've been through 5 kickers since free agency now. They cut McManus, and if you just start a training camp, it's been now 4 kickers. They had Ramiz Ahmed signed and cut. Riley Patterson signed or cut. They traded for Cade York, who they've since cut today, and now they're bringing in Austin Seibert. I guess first, the thought on maybe after one game getting rid of a kicker, a complicated situation because they did it because they'd lose a 7th round pick if he kicked in 2 games. That was the condition on the conditional pick. So they had to make the decision this week if they wanted to move forward or not. And he went 0 for 2. But just in general, like you mentioned, what a big deal that is as a coach. Like the fact that they're on this carousel now and how uneasy that makes you.
Well, it's very difficult, but it's just look at the game when they had 4th and 10 and they tried a 56-yard field goal with the young kicker for the kicker and he missed it. And the coach gets yelled at for not going forward or punting. Most teams in the NFL, they make 56-yarders. Heck, I mean, it's routine for a lot of these guys nowadays. So you got to find that kicker for a coach's state of mind and your offense, your defense, everybody. And when you're running your kicker out, nobody knows if he's going to make the kick. It's not fun for anybody. And there's going to be a lot of close games coming forward, in the division with the Giants. This will be a close game, probably come down to a field goal, and they need the kicker to make these kicks.
Jay, what would your message to the coaching staff be? I know players, you get in front of the players, you're probably going to present positivity here after they're probably pretty down after week 1. Maybe you and you can tell me if I'm wrong, maybe you would chew them out. But what's your message to the coaching staff here as they kind of get ready to implement this week and, teaching points, et cetera? What would you be saying to your assistants now?
Well, I think you just got to find ways to motivate our players to play harder and play smarter. There's too many coverage blow-ups. The corner route for a touchdown, the guy's wide open, the nickel drop coverage for some reason, just let his guy go to the corner for a wide open touchdown. Number one, you got to get the people in the building to get them motivated to play hard. And number 2, you got to have a plan. And let's have the best plan you've ever had this week against the New York Giants. We got to get after the Giants' ass without a doubt. Let's coach our players up. Let's be positive and make sure that when they leave the building, they feel really good about the plan and where they're at physically and mentally.
Jay, I want to go around the league a little bit here in our last couple of minutes. First things first, Bryce Young was god-awful yesterday. 13 of 30 for 161 and 2 interceptions, and he was probably worse than the stat line. Is it too soon to say that fat chain happening here?
It's pretty early, but he hasn't really shown any redeeming quality that a quarterback has to show. The physical presence he does not have. He's very little. The arm talent. He's missing throws in the flat. He's missing throws deep. He's lollipopping some over the middle. He's not escaping pressure. There's really nothing that you can hang on your hat on right now that I've seen over the last year in one game. I mean, so I don't think it's too soon right now. Maybe it's time to give him a break. Let Andy Dalton, the veteran, play a little bit and see what happens.
Wow.
Bryce does not look like an NFL quarterback right now to me. I know he's young. He's got a long way to go. I'm not giving up on him yet, but maybe it's time just let him take a step back and let Andy play a little bit.
Caleb Williams had a dreadful debut for Chicago. How much of that did you get to see? What'd you make of his outing?
Yeah, it was bad. They got a good team too. They got good receivers now. There's no reason for that. I think Shane Waldron's got to do a better job of getting these guys opening in some positions and make some plays. Everything looked hard for a lot of teams. Giants, it looked hard. I mean, Panthers, it looked hard. Falcons, it looked like impossible to get a yard, other than swing passes and toss sweeps. I mean, some of these teams really, really struggle getting the ball down the field. And, I think early in the season, defenses usually are playing better. I think as once the season goes on and teams get a look at some of these defenses and coverages and how to attack them, they'll do a lot better. But it was a struggle for a lot of guys.
In that same Chicago-Tennessee game, Jay, I tend to think of you as, you got a temper like anybody else would, but I tend to think of you as pretty even-keeled, mild-mannered, just like a good person that people want to be around. What would you have done to Will Levis after that, the worst interception I can remember? Like, what would you have said in that moment?
I mean, I don't think you can say anything. He knows it was the worst play. Will has to know. You could see after he flipped it out there, you see him hit the ground with his fist.
Well,
I'm an idiot. It's just unfortunate. He's trying his ass off not to take a sack because linemen hate giving up sack stats. What I mean? Sometimes the best play is taking a sack, and it's the only play, and that's what he has to learn. He's a strong kid. He can get himself out of trouble, but there are times when getting sacked is okay. You can't make those plays, and that's something you just got to tell him. Hey, that's a bonehead play. Can't let it happen again.
Another, can we pronounce this guy done? Deshaun Watson. Would you go to Jameis, or do they have to ride with him a little longer?
I'd have to, if Jameis was doing well in practice, and the one thing about Jameis, I know the players rally around Jameis. Players love Jameis for whatever reason. He's a great leader, and people like to play for him. So I would be not so quick to pull the trigger yet on Deshaun. Dallas is a pretty damn good defense. Micah Parsons is everywhere, hit him like 8 or 9 times. Their tackles are both out right now. Let's let the tackles get back in there. Let them get healthy on the offensive line. Let's get our running game back on. Let's give them 4 or 5 weeks, see what happens. Get ourselves back in this race because they're game back. The only team that won in that division was the Steelers. So they have a good defense. They have a good running game. They got to get their tackles back and then give Deshaun a chance to make some plays.
I want to ask you about that Colts-Texans game. Wildly entertaining. 2 very different quarterbacks, but kind of dueling it out. Richardson's stat line, not unbelievable, but just some of those plays, the jaw-dropping throws, like an off-balance fadeaway for 70 yards and, rumbling down the field like he's Maurice Jones-Drew in his prime, and Stroud just so surgical. I mean, give me your thoughts on that matchup. Right? I was thinking of like a stout running back.
Maurice Jones-Drew is 5'8" for God's sake. This guy's 6'3". I think it looked a little bit different. But yeah, he makes some unbelievable plays. Richardson, man, they're fun to watch. Him and Taylor together back there, they're going to be a handful moving forward. But Richardson's a little inconsistent accurate-wise, but he is a fun guy to watch. And then C.J. Stroud, he made some throws in clutch situations on the road in a hostile environment that you don't expect a second-year guy making. He's a stud. And the Houston Texans are a damn good team with Mixon now running the ball, and they got Diggs who made 2 touchdowns. Nico made some big plays. Tank Dell really didn't do anything. So they're both fun teams to watch, man. That's going to be an interesting battle towards the end of the Colts and the Texans because I think the Jaguars are taking a step back. Trevor's struggling again, and obviously Tennessee's going to be out of it.
So I'm going to let you go. This will be the last one, but I want to put you on the spot here. Something that happened that you go, all right, this maybe is the sign of some things to come. That was a surprise or a team that really stunk up the joint. And then something where you go, this is just a week 1 fluke. Like there's nothing to see here. What comes to mind when you dive in on those 2 things?
Prior to the Bengals, there's nothing to see here. You can't lose the Patriots at home, but whatever reason, they have started out like this with Zach Taylor every year. It's just mind-boggling to me. When you have a quarterback like Joe Burrow playing at home, and Jamar Chase is playing and have other weapons. I mean, they have a couple decent backs. Zach Moss is a good back. For them to just get blasted by the Patriots makes no sense at all. But I can't panic because we still have Burrow. We have Jamar Chase. T. Higgins will be coming back. And we have 2 good pass rushers. So let's let it play out. But these guys got to get a fire under their ass week 1 and 2. I mean, they can't just wait till week 5 and expect to turn it on. What was the other question? Somebody that just
of the things that were really bad and discouraging, something that you go,
I'll
bet you there's more coming there.
I think Atlanta, to be honest with you, they didn't protect very well. They didn't get open at all. I mean, you watch that film and it is horrific. There's not anybody open. The running game was okay. They have 2 really good backs, but they had a couple of runs, but overall the passing game looked absolutely horrific. And I don't know how that's going to change because they're the same receivers.
What about
London
Kirk?
didn't really
He was
get
in
open.
the pistol
Nobody.
and the gun the whole time. Do you think they don't think he can drop back on his Achilles? Like, what did you make of him?
Well, if that's the case, then he shouldn't be playing because Kirk's strength is his first, second down, play action pass, bootlegs, all that stuff, getting outside the pocket. That's what he's really, really good at. And he's really accurate with the quick game and his anticipation throws. But sitting back there in a pistol, that's not Kirk's game, in my opinion. I think if he's damaged right now, if he can't run, he can't even do a naked bootleg, then he should not be playing, in my opinion. And they got to get him back outside the pocket. He can't just stand there, between the tackles and wait for these guys to get open with T.J. Watt and all these guys rushing him and hitting him. He had one play where 2 defensive linemen hit him right in the face right when he let the ball on a sack. The guard, the center, just totally whiffed. I mean, but they got problems over there offensively, and I don't see that fixed in the foreseeable future.
Jay, week 1 in the books. Awesome, buddy. Always appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. See you guys.
You see why we love having him on G&D every single week here on Grant and Danny.
On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, your F-150 HQ, Ted Britt Chantilly in Lincoln, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, home of Ted Britt for life. Lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Tomorrow at 5 o'clock, Austin Eckler makes his first appearance in season with us. We'll talk to him every Tuesday at 5 all year long here on Grant and Danny. Very excited about that. Plus, the return of Commander Survivor. Somebody's going to get immunity. Somebody is going to get sent home and booted off the island. That's on Tuesday right here on Grant and Danny. Show starts at 2. Like they used to tell you in school, don't be late. Better be in your seat, ready to go when the show starts. Next, our buddy Toby Altizer.
Well, Tober time.
with Tobe for Time.
Thank you for coming.